There is no Samsung White this year. There's no team that you watch their play and you say, this team is so far ahead above the rest.
지금 중국뿐만 아니라 다른 팀들이 모두 다 잘하기 때문에 지금 여기서는 유럽 팀들도 등장하고
The trend continues. These guys are legit, man. What a start to Worlds from Origin.
Flash Wolves beating Ku.
Ku Tigers too far behind, can't do anything. What is up with the upsets?
북미도 등장하고
On C9 completes the ace, and they complete the 2-0 already at Worlds.
World's domination, how's that going?
Lower too low.
Guys, it's bonkers over here in Paris.
AHQ takes down Fnatic.
AHQ bounce back and make this group really interesting.
Anything can happen.
And Soaz extinguishes the ghost of his past.
It's the Portal Combat! Oh! 3-0 start to the World Championship. SKT undaunted take down Edward Gaming.
Bonjour et bienvenue to the conclusion of Week 1 of the 2015 League of Legends World Championships. You're getting a glimpse inside Le Doc Pullman in Paris, France, where the crowd is very pumped up for our final day of Week 1. Fans are streaming in, getting to their seats for another day of action. Of course, KT dialing in before they fight OG for the #1 spot in their group, and AHQ looking to keep the momentum up after yesterday's comeback win over Fnatic. Hello everyone, I'm James Dash Patterson here, continuing our coverage of Worlds 2015 alongside Jacob Yamato Cannon Mebdi, Christopher Monte Cristo Michaels, and of course the jungler for the NALCS NCAA is what I was about to say, NALCS jungler, oh my goodness, Alberto Crumbs Rengifo. Welcome back to day 4 of the group stage, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
It's great. All right, well, to start the day off, let's take a look at the standings. CLG is still on top of Group A after their day off yesterday. We'll see what they can do with some rest later on. Cloud9 is alone on top of Group B, while Fnatic and AHQ are tied for the number 2 spot. SKT led Group C after beating Edward Gaming yesterday. And in Group D, KT Rolster and Europe's Origin are tied, at least until our second game of the day. And I don't know about you, gentlemen, but my pick'em is in shambles.
My pick'em is a giant dumpster inferno right now. That's
don't
the
know.
best metaphor I can give for you.
Can we decipher what has happened? You know, Group C has gone relatively as expected with SKT and EDG at the top. But as soon as we move on to Group B, that's where things get all kinds of crazy. We had C9 at the top of it right now with a win over IG. We start with that. We'll start with that game.
I mean, you know what IG reminds me of? It's one of those cars that you see on the street that just got out of an accident, but instead of replacing one of their tires with a real tire, they put one of those Vespa motorcycle tires on it, and it's just trucking along, and that tire is kidding kiddies. I mean, these guys got to get it together because they're holding everyone back. You need to create a strategy around your strength and not on your weakness.
I have to say as well, like, IG, as well as the other Chinese teams, it's quite obvious that they've only scrimmed each other because there's obvious, like, pick and ban flaws. They've been blind picking Echo, blind picking Hacker, and blind picking Malphite, which is strange to me.
And then real quick, AHQ with that comeback win over Fnatic. A lot of people weren't expecting that, thinking Fnatic would be the number 1 seed out of the group. Now they're fighting for the number 2 spot.
Well, the first game by HQ, I don't think was a particularly good indicator. We expected them to be stronger. They came in, showed a lot of weakness with that Rengar jungle and those wacky picks, but they pulled it together and showed that they could be the team we expect them to be. Now, the big question, of course, is LGD. Can they pull it together and show us why they're China's number 1 seed? Because we know they're better than this. We can talk about IG. I hate to tell you, Crumbs, Kid and Kitties have never been good, so I don't really have a lot of hope there, but we know that LGD can be a much better team.
So you're claiming they were never a new car. If we move on to Group D, Origin is joining KT on the top, while LGD and TSM are still looking for their first win. We'll start off with the OG TSM game, NA versus EU.
I think Origin versus KT is really probably the best game of the day. Both of these teams have been spectacular. Their drafts have been very intelligent, and their play, all 10 players have really stepped up to the plate, and it's just exciting to watch these guys. There's no one player that you could say, yeah, you know what, that guy's kind of not as good as the rest of his team. They're all playing in unison, and that's why they're both 2-0.
Yeah, and to your point, Monty, yesterday, TSM looking lost around the Rift with as simple as an Anivia pick coming through, not understanding how to play around it.
TSM is just a very transparent team in the draft. I think that's their biggest problem, is that Origin did a lot of research. Crumbs was just talking about their great pick and ban phase. They bait out this Darius pick, then they play a kite composition. TSM is known as a team that really statistically does not very much before 20 minutes, so it was easy for the Anivia to scale. And then when it came to fighting around those dragons, there was basically compositionally very few ways that TSM could realistically win those team fights with the champions they selected. And I don't know how deep TSM's champion pools run. If I had to guess, not very deep, and they're probably not going to do very well in this group.
Yamato, let's move on to the second matchup from yesterday, KT versus LGD. LGD falling another game behind KT with another very solid game here, showing why they deserve to be at the top of this group.
I feel once again, draft mistakes. I feel like KT completely outdrafted LGD. The blind pick Hecarim, the Varus, I think it got completely countered by the Malphite, and Malphite is in a good matchup against the Hecarim. He can completely just stack armor. It was just a really good draft from KT.
Well, one thing we know for sure, either TSM or LGD will pick up a win before the week is up because they have to play in the first game of the day. Then, of course, KT goes up against Origin for dominance in Group D, and later on, it's another NA versus EU showdown between Cloud9 and Fnatic. And, of course, as today's action unfolds, we want to hear what you think. Tweet at LOL Esports and tell us what has surprised you the most in the world's group stage so far and why. And, gentlemen, I'm going to turn to you for this one because there's been quite a few surprises.
Like, I could begin. Like, the biggest surprise to me is Cloud9. Like, the fact that they've continued the growth they've had throughout the previous split has impressed me a lot, and they've, like, continued to improve. Like, I don't think the Cloud9 we've seen at Worlds is not the same one we've seen at Gauntlet.
Monty, how about you?
It's hard to say. There's so many surprises, right? I have to go with LGD. This is a team that finished so strongly. Sure, we had seen them be a little hit or miss during the regular season, but I thought after their playoff performance that they had really geared up and were going to be coming in strong. But even that really MVP of the playoffs performance by Imp hasn't translated over. He did well in his first game. okay in his second game, but beyond that, it's been incredibly underwhelming. So we need to see more from LGD.
Crumbs, finish us off.
To me, the biggest surprise is the preparation that these teams are coming from, because they have such intelligent drafts catered to specific teams, so they know a lot of how the group is going to play out. And the biggest example is KT and Origin. That group, these two guys are coming in so prepared with their drafts, knowing what the other guys play and building around that, building compositions that counter what they're going to do and playing against it with crazy baits and really having very patient games in which they wait for your opponent to outplay themselves. Take one mistake, game's over. That's perfect league, to be honest, just waiting for that time.
Well, those are some of the surprises we've seen. Be sure to tweet your responses to @LullyEsports and be sure to include the hashtag Worlds so we can talk over a few of your answers on the desk later today. And before we send it over to our casters to get the games underway, I got to put you guys on the spot. Game 1 here to close out the week, TSM versus LGD. Who are you guys going with?
I have to say LGD. I think the mismatch in the jungle, TBQ has been a big issue for LGD, and I feel like Santorin hasn't really shown up in a long time, and I feel that's where it's going to show.
Yeah, I have to agree. I'm taking LGD here. The spot that can be struck at by TSM will not be struck at, and that's TBQ. And then pound for pound, they just hit harder in the lanes. And Bjergsen, I don't think, is going to have such an easy time in this game.
And finally, Crumbs?
You know, this game, there's a lot on the line because the other two counterparts of the team, to the group, are both 2-0. So a loss here and going 0-3 is almost certainly guaranteeing one of these teams to not make it out of groups. So I think both of these teams have to revert back to a very safe style, so it's probably going to be a slow game. But in the end, I'm siding with LGD because I feel like TSM is trying to be the cool kids and play the draft that everybody else is doing that doesn't fit their style. They can't play these comps. The entire LCS season, they won playing super slow, late game composition that scale just horrendously, very well, terrifically into the late.
The exact opposite, in fact.
Scale terrifically into the late game, like AP Cog and stuff like that. And sure, maybe it won't work here, but you've got nothing to lose practically. Play back to that style. They're not doing it. Just stop trying to copy what others are doing and really just go with your strength. LGD for me.
Both teams looking for a win. We'll see who comes away with it. Well, without further ado, let's step inside Ladok Pullman for Game 1 after GodV shares his impressions of TSM's Great Dane in the mid lane.
因为我看他的比赛比较少，但以我对他的印象来说的话，他是一个对线能力很强的人，然后队伍也很愿意就是依赖他，然后依靠他来 carry， 就是他给你的压力感一定会很强，但是这样子队伍不一定能赢。
And Bjergsen's going to need to carry real hard to help TSM for the rest of the group stage. I'm QuickShot, joined here with Jat and Pastry Time as we cover the opening games on the last day of the first week of groups. It's North America's team Solo Mid taking on the #1 seed from China's LPL. It's LGD Gaming. And what a start, 0-2 for the #1 team from China.
Not expected.
I think with the correlation of the tweet today, that is my biggest surprise of groups.
And for me, it's just been a total three-way collapse of the top half of the map from LGD that's really got them into strife. TBQ has been heavily targeted and picked on in the bans and on the Rift. Acorn, when he's playing low econ or carry, just can't seem to really put everything together. And unfortunately, to top it all off, GodV, he's not playing hard carries to kind of make up for the deficit with Acorn and TBQ not playing too well. And that leaves Imp and POA on the bottom lane with way too much heavy lifting to do.
Yeah, it really is. Yesterday on that server, so much difficulties against Arrow's Cogmore. Team Solo Mid, they're once again tripping on the international stage. Jet, it's like MSI all over again.
Yeah, except this time, it's not a surprise that they're losing any of their games for many because it was expected coming in, and they've been floundering. The interesting thing is that their early games have actually been non-disastrous. Bjergsen had an amazing laning phase against Myongne, and a lot of the other has been doing that as well, but they are unable to keep those modest leads due to their complete lack of team cohesion. And all season, we have heard from TSM that they are trying to diversify from that one strategy, which is centered around Bjergsen, and that they have communication issues that they're fixing. But the most damning thing is their self-identified issues are almost worse here, so it doesn't look good for TSM.
It really doesn't. If there were a time to try turn around, it would have to be this game. Guys, the teams there are busy getting ready for picks and bans. Let's take a look at the lineups. On the blue side, it is North America's team Solo Mid. Dyrus in the top lane. Santorin in the jungle. Bjergsen, the big Dane in the mid lane. With Wild Turtle, the AD carry, and of course his support, Lust Boy. Loco Doco behind the team as the coach.
Gonna have to do better in picks and bans today, as will the team on the red side, LGD Gaming. We have over here with Acorn in the top lane. TBQ in the jungle, he has been punished heavily thus far. Godv in the mid lane, see if he can pick a hard carry champion. Imp on AD carry. And PYL, his support friend, with Firefox behind them.
A lot of love for Imp in the audience. We're about to get into picks and bans. Dyrus on Darius, not a great performance, but he was also left out to dry by his team. And looking at the other side, LGD with some questionable decisions, maybe, picks and bans. You know, Paige, do you want to talk to maybe some of the historical picks and ban strategies that we've been seeing from LGD versus now at Worlds?
Absolutely, and LGD are a team that certainly late in the season started drafting very well when they won in summer. So to see them here at Worlds, you can just tell with the picks they're going with, stuff like TBQ's Vi after he's getting banned out, even Heckroom for Akon, which is sort of uncommon, despite the fact that we saw Huni play it on day one. These are just outdated picks for LGD. They're clearly going back to what's comfortable and what works for them, but this is not going to work on this meta.
Well, here's the thing about this draft is, Monty even mentioned on the analyst desk, TSM's drafts are very transparent. So if you're going to be able to outdraft anyone, these have been the two weakest drafting teams in this group so far. We'll see if one of them can actually get an edge here in the draft phase.
It poses an interesting question. If both teams are having questionable drafts, who can do the least damage in picks and bans?
I mean, it generally means that they're not going to be punished as hard, and both teams will end up getting compositions that they are comfortable with that hopefully won't be countered for both of these guys.
But we're seeing again, Lee Sin and Rek'Sai. Again, TBQ's champion pool has been hit. That's the third time we've seen both of those champions removed. So the entire group recognizing TBQ just not as comfortable in the champions. He's tried Elise, he's tried Vi.
And yeah, the issue is that apart from that, there's not really much else. He has played a bit of Vi. It was a popular champion for him. At least he can sort of play. Even Rengar's sort of in the big backlog of champions. But again, on this metagame, on this patch, these are not champions that you can, I think, pick easily and expect to win with a lot of the time.
Yeah, I actually really like the Team Solomon bans. They are targeted specifically at the strength or weakness of LGD. Strength in the fact that they're banning the Kog'Maw away from Imp, and weakness in the fact that they're banning away TBQ's two best champions.
So Mordekaiser or Lulu, what will the final ban be from LGD? That is the question.
I would think it would be Mordekaiser. There was a game where he completely slipped through the ban phase. That was yesterday with LGD versus KT. So now at least they have both. And this is actually where it gets a little bit dangerous. If you're going to pick one of the two, I think you pick Lulu.
I think so too.
However, because as a Juggernaut, it's much like when you pick Darius into Lulu, you can still kite him around. He doesn't have an ability to close distance.
Oh!
TSM disagreed, Jack.
They did the same thing yesterday, Quick Shot. They picked the Darius with the Lulu up and they ended up getting kited. However, this is at least kind of exciting.
Yeah, Mordekaiser back on the roof for one more game here. Like you mentioned, it's only one game that he's slipped through completely. Does have one win and a whole host of bans apart from that. I have to say, Jungle Champion's still not sure what they're going to play. TBQ can also go to Gragas. That's one other champion he's played to reasonable success. But whatever it is, I have to think LGD are going to pick a jungle right now.
This is throwing a big wrench in the draft phase. I have to imagine TSM was expecting a Mordekaiser ban. However, the one team who didn't ban Mordekaiser, of course, was LGD. So that leaves a lot of stuff free. This would be the logical choices for LGD. 80 carries in particular, I actually think are even stronger against Juggernauts in particular because they are the ones that will be kiting them. And because of the Lulu, the Kalista generally can't be bursted as hard by Mord in teamfights. And I think that's some really strong counter picks up against the early Mordekaiser.
Yeah, and just regionally, Imp's Kalista is probably the best in the LPL. Certainly one of the best here at Worlds. He got that champion banned against him so many times in the LPL, even though Kalista's sort of fallen out of favor. So a smart pick here from LGD.
So Gragas locked in, another jungle champion denied from TBQ. It's going to leave LGD a couple of different options, but all of them going down that tier list. Chat, we talked extensively about jungle champions and what we're expecting to see. You think it's going to be the Vi again, or is the Nunu Hover likely?
It depends how much faith they want to put in TBQ. If they want to put him on an easier champion that can execute around LGD's strengths, we haven't seen Nunu yet at Worlds, or even for a very long time in competitive, but it would fit this specific use case. One Snowball and Mordekaiser, he's not hitting anyone with that third Q.
I think the other thing as well is that if they go with this, it's very Imp-centric, this team. Can't we talk about
it? They actually did it!
All right.
They actually did Brand. This has been a champion that has been hovered frequently. A lot of people have been playing it in solo queue, and it's probably mid as well.
Yeah.
When was the last time we saw Brand mid? Was it Season 1 World Championship? It's going way back.
Back to Brand and Melzahar days.
Oh
when
my.
They were
It could also be.
tier.
It could also be Brand support. Brand support is actually the stronger version of Brand in most scenarios.
In this team composition, you'd maybe assume that with an Acorn counterpick, depending on what Dyrus wants to run.
Brand.
I mean, you don't even know at this stage, but the Nunu was also locked in. Just as a side note, in both of TSM's previous games, Twisted Fate was in fact banned against Bjergsen, and you can see the hover, so he's toying with that idea.
Certainly is.
Sorry, I didn't hear a word you said.
There's still Brand happening.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out if Brand was going mid or support. There's like, I mean, the support actually makes more sense, I think, because Brand won't be punished as much for positioning since Callista can use the Fate's Call. TSM is going all in on these Juggernauts, so they will be so heavily kited unless they get really clean initiation.
And what do we talk about? Bjergsen, the shining light really for TSM. He has to do so much work in these games to get the side lanes ahead here. He's got Twisted Fate. He's expected to make an impact on the champion, and he's certainly going to have to.
Yeah, the Twisted Fate has been banned heavily against Bjergsen as well, so really
There was ever a time.
Brand.
If there was ever a time for Bjergsen to step up on a champion, Twisted Fate is now. But yeah, Brand's going to be fun, and it looks like it might actually be support.
And I want so much to see Godby play Teleport Diana. He was the one who really popularized this pick, and everyone wanted to play Teleport Diana like Godby. There
you go, you're going to get your wish. Diana has been locked in. That does mean it's Brand support for PYL. PYL does like to mess around sometimes, but this is a big step.
Yeah, aside from the Brand, this is a very common LGD composition, right? When they pick the Lulu, you don't actually expect Godby to play it. You would have expected it to play in the top lane for Acorn, which was why it was so weird when they played Lulu mid on the first day of group stages that they played. Of course, the support Brand is just a whole bunch of AoE damage in this. The amount of damage the Brand puts out on support is basically mid lane tier, even with support items. That's why he's so effective.
And I guess it helps when you've got a melee AD carry role to throw those seers out at. As a note, this is game 19 of the group stages, and with Diana and Twisted Fate locked in, 19 unique mid lane champions. Somewhere, champion diversity celebrates, because we are continuing to see these exquisite champs. Now, lane swaps, is this going to be a thing? I cannot imagine Morden Thresh really want to lane into Callista Brand.
I think it's a pretty big factor in here. One of the major reasons Mordekaiser is strong is because of the mismatch you get on the opposing lane, and when you're level 6, you can force a turret dive, which then snowballs into a dragon. So if LGD can somehow deny the lane swap and actually negate that inherent experience advantage that Mordekaiser grants, that's one way to try and work around it.
We'll have to see what they decide to do. Those team compositions will be flashing on your screen in just a moment. Guys, at home, jump onto Twitter. Let us know who's going to pick up their first victory here. Both TSM and LGD 0-2 in the World Championships. Hashtag TSM win or hashtag LGD win. Who will be getting that W? Will it be support Brand? Or will it be ADC Mord?
So I actually just received words from our stats guy that Brand mid was played by Dade in the LPL in a game that had no consequences. So technically, it has been played recently, but not in any stage with how much is online. These are both 0-2 teams. The win is an absolute must.
And we are loading onto the ref for game 1 in day 4. Let's take a look how this cookie crumbles. Both solo laners for TSM and LGD are running Flash Teleport. So continuing to see that TP mid meta, if we can go that far, really establishing.
Yeah, this Worlds has been so much about global pressure and specifically just capitalizing on any misposition or misplay by any individual. When you have double teleport, it means you can just really find the position on the map where the mistake is being made and punish it even harder.
I feel like the other thing there as well is that we talked a lot about these teams having strong individual players, but maybe not the best cohesion in the first few games we've seen. So double teleport is very team-oriented. So I want to see if these teams can really line it up and make the clutch plays with the summoner spell.
I did see a slightly deep ward coming from PYL towards the red buff. It will have spotted Wild Turtle just a moment ago, but no lane swap deep vision that we've become relatively accustomed to. Safe enough starts, and it looks like it's going to be standard lanes, at least according to the current duo setup.
Yep, I'm really interested to watch this Brand versus Mordekaiser lane and how heavily the Brand can punish the Mord from farming. Because in standard 2v2s that teams have been scrimming with against Mordekaiser, he seems to crush. They do the one camp early, they hit level 2 first, and then they never relent their advantage. That means they're level 6 by the time the enemy bot lane is level 4. That means they rotate the jungler and mid laner down, and because of the level discrepancy, you either have to lane swap or just completely sit everyone under that turret. The dive executes, the AD carry goes down, then they take Dragon, then it all just goes in.
You make it sound so easy.
Well, the thing is, this is, when I talk to all the teams, this is how they explain Mordekaiser to me. That's how they say, this is why he's banned all the time, because this is specifically what you do. And if you execute it and don't make mistakes, you can't do anything against it. But LGD clearly has other plans. Again, they don't ban Mordekaiser, and they are ready with this brand pick. So I cannot wait to see it.
Let's see whether or not it is an effective counter. At level 1, PYL did take Conflagration, and at level 2 has put a point into Sia, so that stun opportunity will be up. And in contrast to H2K, when they ran Mordekaiser in their AD carry position, they did not run double Relic Shield. So this time we are seeing it.
Yeah, and just as a note with Brand, it's been so long since we've really seen him play that at level 2, he has a 2-second stun if he lands that skill shot. That is a long, long time for you to get CC'd so early on. So I like that we're seeing standard lanes. Imp and PYL, they've done it before. It's not very often, but they're just going to play straight up 2v2 and try and honestly just outclass TSM's bottom.
A lot of respect from both Wild Turtle and Lustboy, but you can see Wild Turtle takes a chunk there from PYL. He's going to try and farm up. Death Sentence does connect, and Lustboy goes in. That's an early flash away from PYL. Sia's going to connect. There's that 2-second stun. Imp is going to throw out
really early teleports.
That's double teleport.
Yeah, they're going to go in now. Now PYL's getting a move back. Dyrus moving in. First blood to TSM. Mort gets it. Now Codby exhausted, going to be chased down. LGD, though, they've already lost one. He's going to go in. 2 kills for TSM, but Imp gets the trade kill.
How much can he get back?
Wild Turtle now, maybe the next one.
Not over yet. We do see him trying to chase. Wild Turtle going to get some heal from that Harvester of Sorrows. 2-1 in the first fights.
As far as needing an advantage on your Mordekaiser to consistently shove the lane and get work done, that's about the best possible thing that could have happened for TSM. Lustboy lands a hook, PYL flashes. I think, honestly, he didn't need to use that flash early because Mordekaiser had not yet skilled Q and he just used his cooldowns on the minion wave. So PYL actually wasn't under threat, but because the flash was used, it prompted the teleport because then they knew he had no escape and they knew they could punish the play. So a misplay by PYL is punished properly by TSM.
And a second time we're seeing those duo lanes being punished. Yesterday, Imp and PYL got ran around in circles.
No.
Santorin's caught!
Could be trouble there. Stun's landing. TBQ's going to keep slapping away. Santorin, he'll flash body slam away, but they will chase. LGD going to get a kill back.
That's the 2-second stun that Brand brings so early on into the game. They invaded the jungle after the long and drawn-out fight, and it was just not respected by Santorin because the bottom lane was shoved as well. That's one of those team calls. You have to be heady enough to realize that the bottom lane is there. PYL will have been able to respawn. It's just a really smart play by TBQ and PYL to get into that spot and then specifically wait until Santorin went to face check.
So we'll see what TBQ can do with the additional gold. Got the makings of an early sight stone. I'll not be too surprised to see that completed. Imp with his kill. Picked up that recurve bow. So going to be able to hop, skip, and jump away from those Mace of Spades from Wild Turtle.
Yeah, there's so many cool picks here that I'm going to spend a little bit longer talking about the intricacies. So one of the reasons support Brand is so good, especially this season, is because of Spell Thief's Edge. The way Spell Thief's Edge works is when you have a spell or basic attack against champion, it will deal 10 additional damage and grant 5 gold. And it can occur 3 times every 30 seconds. The thing with Brand's passive, though, is landing a single spell will use all 3 charges of that. So you're getting the additional damage as well as the additional gold every time you use it. It's the easiest champion to activate Spell Thief's Edge on, probably aside from Morgana, who can just put the puddle underneath. But it really adds a lot of extra damage and gold to that Brand.
It certainly helps that Brand's E is point and click as well. We did catch a brief glimpse of Dyrus being shoved in on that top lane. He's going toe-to-toe with Lulu. Lulu's been really successful at shutting down Darius's throughout the course of this group stage. But Dyrus has got pretty close farm. Actually going a little aggressively. Not going to throw out the apprehend though. And I want to see what Dyrus can do now that he's not been really put far behind early.
Yeah, very rarely we've seen Darius in a normal standard 1v1 lane situation. Lots of lane swaps punished him, but Acorn should be just fine here as well. I like the comparison here, honestly. We talked about Acorn not looking that comfortable in recent games. He's very comfortable on a low econ top laner like Lulu, where it can always make plays.
Yeah, and I'm really tracking the experience in this bottom lane, but also how it interacts with teleport timers. Specifically the Mordekaiser, who wants to be able to pressure the dive once he hits level 6 because he has a level advantage, may not be able to since Darius in the top lane doesn't have teleport and Acorn does. If that equalizes, then the level 6 jump that the Mordekaiser gets because he gets full experience in share situations is actually kind of negated. Obviously, TSM had a nice play to use the teleport early, but because Acorn chose not to match, it means the bottom lane is actually much safer for LGD.
Yeah, Lustboy just avoided that C-up from PYL. TBQ is moving in. A lot of damage to follow up, but they've been nonetheless. Bjergsen's already completed his Ionian Boot of Lucidity with Home Guard as well, and the teleport will be available very, very soon. So we could see one of those plays in the not too distant future, Jack.
I was going to say, I think we're going to see just like we got an earlier glimpse of what can happen when everyone teleports down to a lane and fight. Yeah. That's how we started the first little skirmish to get these first 3 kills. And given the teleports are coming back and home guards are getting finished early, blue buffs even transferring to mid laners now as well, we could see a lot of early 4v4 or 5v5s.
Yeah, I think the 4v4 and 5v5s are definitely what's going to happen. However, one of the core strengths of Mordekaiser and why he's been banned wasn't actually executed on TSM. The small window they had where Wild Turtle's level 6 and Imp was not, was actually used up by Santorin handing blue buff off to Bjergsen. They had half of their team on the other side of the map and lost the window.
So we're approaching 10 minutes into the game, and despite the fact TSM are 2 losses, in both of their previous games, their early to mid game was not terrible. It fell apart after that stage. So TSM actually averages a gold lead at 10 minutes, whereas LGD averages that deficit.
So far at Worlds.
So far at Worlds,
yep.
Correct. In the last 2 games. It's a small sample size, still counts.
Yeah, well, it's one of the reasons that these teams are 0-2. They've obviously had their failings. LGD has been a little bit all over, pick and ban, some misplays in the game, and a lot of it just really on the shoulders of TBQ and Godvi not bringing up their end of the bargain. Imp and PYL have been playing generally well for LGD.
And I think LGD have done a smart thing here. Yes, Nunu's a pick we haven't seen in a long time, but it was another pick TBQ was relatively well known for in China. Oh my god, Godby, never mind. Diving onto Bjergsen. This is where the matchup can get tricky. Both mid laners have blue buff, but TSM just going to start Dragon instead.
They are, and somewhere, somehow, Deficio is talking about the Dragon. The ghost of Mordekaiser's Dragon, but there will be a challenge.
It's going to be a lot of damage, but they have the Dragon!
Oh, they've got him already! He's
Godby now could be in trouble. Good, back there. Gonna move Diana into the team. Moonfall's not enough. Toto gets another kill.
Not only did they control the Dragon, but they get 2 kills afterwards. The siege potential of this Dragon, even against a full team, is strong. Now they have a full Dragon at level 9 and a 4-man push mid.
They're going to put so much damage on this tower. Actually will secure it. There is no wave clear around. The question is, what do TSM do with the rest of that Dragon timer? It's only 1,800 hit points now. We saw how quickly it can get focused down when it's tanking the turrets.
Yeah, I think the first Mordekaiser Dragon we saw was a little unspectacular, unfortunately, but that's a nice little move as Imp has been changing things up here. Runet's Hurricane first is a curious pickup.
That's normally something you build when you're really far ahead in lane. You'll go Hurricane first and not go for an early lifesteal option. But he is behind. It's definitely curious here. LGD is behind on a lot of different aspects right now. Honestly, PYL and the rest of LGD just lost control of the Dragon Pit. A little bit inexcusable because they were all grouped up for a big fight, but just no one activated on that team fight. You would expect LGD, a team that loves to team fight, would be able to collapse down there.
And Dragon's so important for both these teams. We look at Mordekaiser's Dragon, pretty much got TSM a turret there after they got a few kills, and LGD have Nunu and Kalista on their team, so they have incredible neutral objective control on both sides, so getting the Dragon first and getting it is very important early on.
And you see how TSM continues to use it with all of the gold sitting in Wild Turtle's back pocket. He has a 10-minute Rylai's Crystal Scepter. I think that is incredibly powerful against the limited attack damage that Imp is going to offer. Santorin does have that explosive cask set up, and it could be snuck into the lane unseen. So Imp and PYL, they step out of position. They might get bounced backwards, although, there we go. TSM is going to walk over and clear the pink board.
Yeah, and another thing about these games where we have double teleport is once one team does get a foothold, it does kind of become a little easier to maintain, because any fight that happens, everyone can join, and the team that is ahead will generally do it, but LGD has the jump on it.
Oh, the Centaur, another good ulti, but Godfrey's trying to go around the side. He's actually caught now as Gragas, but Akon forced to use his ulti out. Godfrey looking around the back, and Akon, he's so low, but they're not going to get the kill. TBQ, nice ult. Centaur sneaks in there for a kill with his flash, and now Bjergsen's going to land the stun. Wild Turtle looking to chase.
Yeah, they've chased 1 for 1 thus far. Jungler down from Team Solo Mid, but LGD backed away. You did see the ghost of Acorn getting more vision, but aggressive start. I think Acorn started to TP first.
Yeah, and massive burst from Wild Turtle onto Acorn when he got chunked down right there, basically killing him through an ultimate. Now he has the ghost of Lulu, which isn't as terrifying as Kalista would be, but it still packs a little bit of a punch. Honestly, TP's burned, even trade, not that bad for LGD.
Not at all. Team Solo Mid still continue to hold their 2,000 gold lead. Doing a great job across the lanes, with the exception of Imp being up in CS. Even or advantage for Team Solo Mid.
Looking very similar for LGD as well. Again, we've talked about Imp. He's looking strong. He's had a decent lane, although Mordekai's are looking to get a bit out of control perhaps. And once again, LGD, who honestly were known for a very strong early game play, PYL roams, good strong laners, solid players across the board, backed up with good macro play. On paper, this team was excellent, but the start so far in Worlds, and even the start in this game, has just not shown that.
And even before Worlds, Pastry, LGD was talking about all the pressure they're feeling, because they were expected to roll over this very competitive group. And when your expectations are so much higher than your initial results, that adds even more pressure, an extra layer. And you have to wonder how LGD is responding to that. It doesn't look like they're responding to it very well.
No, definitely not. Yesterday's loss to KT Rolster threw LGD into just turmoil. They looked so destroyed on stage. It is only the third game of group stage. A win here and some surprise games next week could still help either of these teams. But we're a long way away from that. LGD, we touched on how they're usually down at 10 minutes. That gold lead accelerates. Their average in the last 2 games at 20 minutes is 3,400 gold down. So it falls apart, and it falls apart very quickly for LGD. In the small few games we've seen.
On the other end of the spectrum, TSM hasn't been able to take advantage of their small gold lead. So something will give in this match, and one of these teams will obviously pick up their first win of Worlds. TSM absolutely has the team composition to try and snowball a lead. Twisted Fate with Teleport. Every time the Dragon is up, they go there to force team fights, and they go take the Dragon to go and fight. The risk for TSM is if they get to late game without a big lead, and then the new Lulu brand starts kiting heavily the double Juggernaut setup of TSM.
I just want to see how they're going to handle all of the melee. On the side of Team Solo Mid, you have to completely change how you take towers and how you pressure the map when you don't have a ranged AD carry to push towers down. Luckily, it looks like Sheen picked up for Bjergsen, so he may be able to apply some split push pressure.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's going to be a difficult task outside of winning convincing team fights. Well, 2,000 gold will help them.
Yeah, certainly will. Right now, it seems like TSM happy to sit in their lanes. Turtle and Lost Boy don't really need to go anywhere. Double Relic's going to help turn through. Darius is happy. He's just scaling up now as well. I think 5v5, especially as they scale, LGD's comp has a lot of good tools against these melees. You look at Nunu, you look at Brand, even just all the Kai potential with Lulu in there as well. There are so many different things. Even stuff like Brand's passive being good against big health targets is actually quite good in this situation.
I also want to see how Darius handles himself. He's finally been allowed to play some League of Legends. Got himself a good, healthy CS. Black Cleaver completed already. Just going to synergize with that bleed. A lot of damage over time. But look, both junglers in the area. TBQ stood right atop of Ward, so Centaur will have information advantage. And Death Sentence going to go just a little short. This Dragon is live. So Team Solo Mid showing a focus on Dragon, but double sweeping lanes in the same bush.
Both teams have rotated down. The synergy between Lustboy and Santorin still not as clean as they'd like it to be. They'd love to have that sweeper now. And LGD is looking to brawl in this Dragon Pit. This could be a big game-changing fight.
Certainly going to have to see what they can get done here. Lustboy, though, now looking aggressive. Posturing with those boots of mobility. Hook does not land.
Godby is looking for a flank from behind. He's slow to the party, but because that hook did not land, it gives him time to catch up, and TSM has to be very careful they don't extend too far and open up their flank.
There is some vision deeper down the river for Team Solo Mid, but LGD, they've started the Dragon. TSM want to challenge. Pierce connects from Imp, and TBQ's left in the pit. The Pyroclasm is available, not going to get used. Zero to Wild Turtle.
Good stun there, the ulti channel by TBQ as well. LGD just trying to fight Godby around the flank. Dragon will fall there as Godby's kiting away. Dyrus going to look for the dunk, but Godby moves back in over to Wild Turtle. turtle. Moonfall to buy some time. LGD needs to get back, but Bjergsen, he'll get the kill onto Godby. And now Godby's Ghost will chase down his team.
Yeah, we do see the Destiny and the Gate from Bjergsen. Going to look for Imp and TBQ. They're on the wrong side of the map, but the gold card has timed out. There's another one lined up. Going to connect onto Imp. Imp's in trouble. Flashes over the wall, uses the cleanse. TBQ will get focused down by one more gold card, and the wild card finds Imp as well. It is a rout, and TSM are wiping the floor with LGD.
LGD went all in on the team fight from behind. They actually start the Dragon, and while they could secure that, they lose the fight terribly.
Yeah, Akon's just going to get domed now. Bjergsen here, looking for the lock-on, gets the stun. Hook will land. Akon gets alley-ooped, and Dyrus gets the dunk.
A 5,000 goal lead for TSM 17 minutes into the game. This team looks so out of sorts in their first two matches, completely lacking team cohesion. But in this specific instance, if both teams set up for a team fight brawl, they're showing they can brawl.
And look, we've talked a lot about LGD's kind of failures early on in the group stage in Paris, but TSM finally back to their old place, it feels like.
Yeah, and PYL actually landed a really good ultimate at the start of this fight. It bounced in multiple different directions to Turtle. I guess it actually did die on Turtle, but he landed the stun. Then TBQ had a really terrible Nunu ultimate that didn't have any zone control, and LGD reaches for this fight because Godfrey was caught on one side, and Lustboy actually takes all of the aggro and doesn't die by the end of it. So that difference of the support getting focused versus the mid lane getting focused really changes the dynamic of this chase down, since now the damage threats are gone for LGD, and at this point they're just on the wrong side of the Dragon.
Yeah, just a lot of cleanup here as eventually they'll have a chase down here. But Chinese teams are known for strong fights around terrain. That's where their strong team fighting comes from. Two excellent flashes from Bjergsen and Lostboy effectively won them the back half of that fight.
Absolutely.
Exceptional play from Team Solo Mid. They're going to take their third tower of the game, accelerate that gold lead. They've got fan support on their side, but it looks like it's going to be a tower trade. LGD on the outer turret in the bottom lane, but TSM, they're knocking on the inner turret top.
Yeah. Well, we were also talking about how the teams would push the turrets, especially since TSM doesn't have a ranged AD. So as far as actually getting turrets down, trading turrets is one of the best ways for TSM to get them down, as long as they can accelerate the game and get to the next Dragon area. That's actually not that bad. They get the inner turret, LGD does not.
And just trades everywhere here, but TSM are the ones with the gold lead. And it's funny, I feel like when I was watching the NALCS and watching TSM play, their mid to late game seemed very good, and their early game maybe a little shaky despite the strength of their laners. This game, after what we've seen already from them in Paris, has been a huge change for them. This is a massive lead.
You know, what a disappointment from LGD. You look at those goal differences between the players, overall team goal. I mean, Wildturtle and Lustboy, they're just setting up to bonk someone on the head with that giant mace of spades.
Specifically from Godby, like, what is happening with this guy? It's not like he was some bad mid laner in the LPL that was just for some reason overhyped. This guy was legitimately dominating people for the entirety of the year and earned the hype coming into this event, but he has just been completely underperforming.
PYL will get pulled out there. Imp's gonna throw himself out as Imp's trying to secure his own red. I don't even think he can do that at this point. TSM gonna take over the top left of the map.
Yeah, they will, but look at the bottom half of the map. Godv has found Dyrus.
Wow.
And that's just Dyrus out of position, really.
Yeah.
No vision and no support from his team.
LG doesn't even have to burn a single teleport for that. Slick play there by Godby. He's going to split push mode now that he has Nashor's Tooth on Diana, and will look to use his teleport to at least have some type of impact. That would be the beginning of him coming back into the game, because really, if they want to win, Godby's got to pick up several more kills.
It's going to take such a long time, though. You've got a scaling Rod of Ages on Lulu top from Acorn. You've got not even a completed Blade of the Rune King yet for Imp. So I think there still needs to be a lot more arsenal packed into the LGD punch if they want to look to win these team fights. Wildturtle's almost got an hourglass completed already. I mean, it's a terrifying position to be in, as we've crashed to 20 minutes. So here's a replay, and that's just Dyrus.
Yeah, out of position.
He has wards behind him, but he has no wards in front of him. And this has actually been one of the Achilles heels of why TSM hasn't capitalized on some of their early game gold leads, is because their deep warding is just inadequate for what they're trying to accomplish on the map. That honestly falls heavily to Santorin and Lustboy, but it also falls to Dyrus for respecting the vision you have achieved, and he reached farther than they had achieved vision.
Especially the entire team of Team Solo Mid is pushing the top half of the map. They're trying to set up for a death push, trying to set up with the vision control they had, and it didn't work out. PYL support brand, needlessly large rod, has been picked up.
He's trying to get something back.
Well, let's
Homeguard
see.
TF.
Oh God, Bjergsen just rushing straight for it, but Akon's already away.
Fizzled, that one, we could say, but you've still got Destiny available. And again,
He'll be
using the vision on the top half of the map to try and make a play. Maybe suboptimal, but it's keeping pressure, it's keeping LGD down. I think that's crucial. LGD are not going to be able to push past their river safely for a very, very long time. I want to see TSM get better deep wards and then try to push down that last inner turret in the middle and bottom lane.
Yeah, TSM certainly have the arsenal to start fighting now. Lich Bane completed, Abyssal Scepter done, Rylo's almost as on his Black Cleaver now as well. Dyrus even going tankier to try and reinforce some of the fight potential his team has. On the other side for LGD, Akon scaling with his rower, Nash's is up, but Godby still looking for a second. It's really just Imp that's got the 2 items. He's the big strength of this team now.
And I do have to mention that even though there's this large gold discrepancy, if it's not able to be capitalized on by TSM, LGD holds a late game team fight advantage. A nice hook to start this fight though.
TBQ's gonna flash the flay and get away. The body slam does connect. There's the ghost. It's gonna be a Children of the Grave onto Nunu. Absolute Zero does zero. Imp once again cleanses the death sentence, and LGD are backing away from the mid lane. Lustboy is playing a great Thresh this game.
He has landed hook after hook, and Lustboy was one of the main underperformers for TSM through the first 2 games, constantly being caught out of position, but this time he is landing the hook and the team is following up on his action. They're gonna try and push with this Nunu Ghost while leaving up the Dragon. They will actually want to take that later.
Another hook flash there, just gets pulled out by Imp. But TBQ's gonna keep taking it up, betraying his own team as TSM now 5 towers to 1.
Extending that gold lead. Dragon is available, but have TSM taken too much damage? We'll find out shortly. Teleport is available for Dyrus and both of them for LGD.
Yeah, they burned the Gragas ultimate and the Mordekaiser ultimate as well as taking that poke from Imp. They actually, because they decided to push with the Nunu, may forfeit this Dragon. We'll see if that's a call they regret. Looks like LGD gets this one pretty uncontested.
Bjergsen does have his ultimate, so if TSM want to try and fight, they can.
Could teleport in, actually. Bjergsen has been healed up. Dyrus is going. They're going to try and fight this one at their 7,000 gold advantage.
There's the ulti out. Lustboy looking for a hook. Finds Akon, but the Dragon's already dead. Fight's going to break out. Santorin jumps in. Might be a little too soon, though, as Imp now going to ravage through the back. The first kill has happened. Bjergsen round the flank trying to get it. Dyrus, a double there as it's absolute chaos. The dust goes down. TBQ dies. Huge from Lustboy. A triple out for Dyrus. And TSM clean up LGD.
23 minutes and Ace, a minion wave in the mid lane. What do they choose to do with this? Because they have every option open. TSM is turning this game into a rout.
There is a massive minion wave in the bottom lane. It looks like Dyrus and Wild Turtle are going to push that up. The rest of TSM are pushing through the middle lane. They're knocking on multiple turrets at the same time.
It's 2 dragon fights now that LGD have tried to take. They've gotten 2 dragons, well done there, but they have lost the fight horribly every time. This time they will pay with their mid inhibitor turret as well. The inhibitor itself will stay, but for how much longer?
10,000 gold down. Let's see what Akon and Godby can do. They're looking for TSM, who are split up. Dyrus is going to make it down to the bottom lane. Wild Turtle gets caught by the Glitterlons. So does Bjergsen. Here comes Godby. He's jumping in. The Lantern pulls Wild Turtle to safety, and Team Solo Mid get out.
This is not just about the play, it's the continuation of the play. This is LGD's final desperation move. They burned both teleports to try and get a kill. They didn't get a kill, so they are doubling down and going for Baron. This is so risky.
All in now, LGD. Can you get it? If not, you're going to be so far behind. Bjergsen poking around. Santorin does have his smite ready. The Baron's fairly low. Imp's got so many spears in the back of the head. Santorin's been stunned. They will get it, but will they get punished for it? Santorin dives in onto TBQ. Godby gets knocked back, tries to make it go back in. The Wild Growth pops in. LGD fighting to the death. First kill happens. Dyrus trying to duck in the middle. Imp with a double. Godby cleans up the third.
What a bold call by LGD. You have to have so much guts to go for that. Down 10,000 gold, and they force a Baron after a recall play. But TSM tried to stop it, and in doing so, make LGD's play even better. Obviously, TSM still has a big lead in this one, but LGD does stay in the game with that amazing call.
So crucial to get all that gold and now items for further fights. There's a replay of Baron being secured and then TSM re-engaging with no ultimates, no mana.
Yeah, Dyrus missed the outer ring of his Q, which is so critical for Darius, because if he gets one reset there, he triggers his Noxian Might and could go on a rampage. I'm not sure if his ult was still on cooldown. It actually was, because he didn't get it in the fight. So he had his ultimate up for that fight. If he could have landed the first outer ring in that Q, maybe that's an entirely different fight. So rare do you see a team up 10,000 gold actually still be in danger of losing the game, because it's now 4.
And I have to credit, honestly, some strong individual skill, like we mentioned for LGD. Akon had some wicked sick geometry after that teleport to secure the slows and get to the Baron buff safely. And Imp Just watch how he's playing in these fights. He's an excellent Kalista player, but you can tell Imp wants this so badly.
It was 10,000, now 5,000, and the Baron stats and the Baron minions. LGD have now got the tools they need to claw back this lead. Look at the items that were picked up as well. Rylai's for PYL, Last Whisper for Imp, Hourglass, Aegis, like all of these spikes are now being hit by LGD.
I think the Rylai's is the most important one, because if this gives them the ability to kite the double juggernauts of TSM, it could be game-changing. Obviously, we'll see what they can do with this Baron buff. I think they're already close to having one of the biggest Baron power plays we've seen here at Worlds. They could make this gargantuan.
Certainly could. And TSM trying to fight off these big Baron dot minions, but LGD have had new lease on life after I think we used the word bold. That's very fitting with that Baron play. Still got plenty of ground to make up though.
And what is going on with this World Championship? All the results we heard from scrims coming into this was this team's looking weak, and then you'd get a conflicting report. Oh no, they're actually really strong. I think that's because everyone was beating everyone else, and the same is holding true within this World Championship. LGD pushing up mid, another hook.
TBQ gets caught, gets apprehended, but the body slam doesn't connect. Absolute Zero will zone Team Solo mid away, and LGD will be happy getting themselves another tower and a few crucial ultimates off of TSM's cooldown.
Yeah, trying to close that gap here. LGD get an important tower, honestly. 3 towers is a much improved over what they had before, and they finally got a bit more space around the map. Dragon will be back in a minute 30 as well. And from what we've seen already, Dragon's been a big fight point. LGD are actually the ones with 2 Dragons, but TSM have won the last 2 Dragon fights.
Yeah, every time LGD's actually gone to the Dragon Pit, it's been a disaster for them. They've been able to secure the Dragons, however, and they actually might want to just do it again, despite the poor results they've had before, because they could have reached they may have reached the breaking point within their team composition. TSM's damage is starting to fall off the cliff, and Acorn now has a lot of tools, especially if they can catch Wild Turtle.
Let's find out. He's looking for the lantern, but he will not find it. And PYL and Imp, they get one of the most important keys from Team Solo mid. They're onto a tower as well.
If LGD can come back from 10,000 gold down, I don't know how TSM recovers for the rest of the group. They're up 10,000 gold, sub 25 minutes, and they are now in danger of losing the game.
Gap has closed a lot, only 4K up now for TSM, and that was like a full screen initiation from Kalista Brown. We didn't even touch on what they can do. Normally we see a support with Kalista, and there's a lot of synergy going on. Brand's a new one, but that was very stylish from the LGD bottom lane.
Plus 5,000 Baron power play. That is an exceptional amount of gold. And we just hit 30 minutes. What this game was looking to be a whitewash, a stomp from TSM in favor of LGD, has now turned into a, honestly, probably preferential LGD game.
Potentially, Mordekaiser's damage is going way downhill here. He's at AP damage, he doesn't have any magic penetration, he's itemized defensively. So TSM's ability to actually kill both Godby and Imp in these fights with shielding coming in from Lulu is not very high. So let's see LGD force this next fight with all 5 members.
Godby's going to join in. Santorin, way around the back. Imp going to get knocked himself away as Santorin has to get out. Acorn does ult himself as TBQ's looking for the zone. Imp gets the first kill. That should be enough. They'll keep chasing through. Acorn's going to run in for support. Wild Turtle pops his zonies, but the damage is just massive. Imp tearing through the team.
They really are LGD. They are losing 1 or 2 though. They found Wild Turtle as well as Santorin. Dyrus will survive. The bleed will give Dyrus a double kill, and I think that was a gold card to find another 3 members of LGD down.
Bjergsen's not done. He's going to look for the ult. He does not commit. I think he's gone mid instead here. Does use something. Oh, now he is. Going to go in. Gets TBQ. Cuts off Acorn around the back. Dyrus is in the enemy
Dyrus just hit the inhibitor.
And then it's going to chase. There we go. Dyrus straight on the mid.
Inhibitor in the mid lane is going to go down, and look at the minion wave up top. Bjergsen has teleported to find Acorn. LGD are aced, and TSM are destroying their base.
What a crazy game this is. Every single time LGD goes to the Dragon Pit to fight, it has ended in disaster. That fight was so damn close. Everyone on LGD walked away with slivers of health, but because Bjergsen could save his ult and teleport, he cleaned up all the kills.
And so much credit to Bjergsen. We've talked about his Twisted Fate, been banned before this here in Paris. And the combination of strong mechanical play and insanely good map awareness to use 2 different global cooldowns to move around the map was superb.
And now this is exactly what TSM needs to do to continue closing out this game. They have super minions in the mid lane. They waited for Wild Turtle so he can mark the Dragon. Now they have a 4,500 health Dragon. They need to use that to go and take objectives. Because of the level on him, the Dragon actually lasts an extended amount of time, so they can either go for a second inhibitor or save that Dragon to take a Baron and then go for a push. They have their options open once again, thanks to that incredibly close Dragon fight.
Super minions starting to pour through that middle lane. That will give a lot of options to Team Solo Mid. Destiny's available for Bjergsen once more, and that Banner of Command that Last Boy's been using, gonna add to the sieging power. We asked how you take towers. With Maud, you take
Dragon.
a giant dragon to do it for you. That's gonna fall in the next few autos.
So clever as well from Last Boy. No cannon minion. So the next best choice, weirdly enough, is actually a caster creep.
Gold cards.
Trouble though for TVQ, gets himself hooked up, gonna move back into the team. The Wildcard burn defensively. LGD will kite themselves away, but the Dragon is just fighting them. Bjergsen will zone Akon, and LGD will collapse.
6v5, not fair, bro. Acorn's gonna get taken out by Bjergsen as Imp throws a pierce on the back line. There's the super minions from mid as another inhibitor's going to fall. Team Solo Mid got Dragon, Dragon's Ghost, and an inhib all in one smooth play.
Yeah, it's a Dragon power play right there from TSM.
New stat.
New stat in Mordekaiser games. What is the Dragon power play? Huge for TSM. They had the 10,000 goal lead 10 minutes ago. It disappeared, and now it sits at 6. But most importantly, they have managed to get the sieges. LGD, though, we know they have a never-say-die attitude in these games. Their desperation moves are what kept them in this game. Expect them to continue to look for fights.
Well, we did see LGD moving towards the Baron pit, but there's simply not enough safe vision. So they're going hesitantly, using those Sentinels of Kalista to try provide more information. Team Solo Mid grouped a little more effectively. They'll need deep wards if they want to go for the Baron and then the safe close of the game. But more warding needs to be done. And TSM actually just going to start setting that up.
And Baron is going to be very difficult for LGD to get anywhere close to. Akon's busy in the bottom lane cleaning side waves. Pillwheel's trying to get some vision, and you can see TBQ has the lens sweeping away looking for vision, but TSM going to move up, push the waves out, and just start a very difficult choice. You either fight us, you lose your top lane, or you lose the Baron, and they're all bad choices for LGD.
Yeah, it's also been remarkable how well Bjergsen has played this game.
So well.
Santorin has also had really good splitting ultimates to bring targets towards the Juggernauts, because that was such a struggle for TSM. Dyrus did an absurdly low amount of damage in his last Darius game to champions. It was like 1,700 or something as low as that. This game has been much different because the setup has come from Thresh, Twisted Fate, and Gragas.
And it helps when you've got TBQ sitting on the front line, eating Death Sentence after Death Sentence. It's the second game, this group stage, where TBQ's been cured out.
They're going
this
for
time
it.
The Death Sentence not going to hit.
Yeah, there's an ulti, but it knocks Akon away. Bjergsen, massive damage! Legendary! Twisted Fate's going to clean out one. Now TBQ could be in trouble as the stuns are coming out at him. He's so angry, but he gets exhausted. He's trying to leap in. They won the fight. Huge AoE combo in. Got arrows in everybody now.
Now let's see Dyrus. He's in trouble. He gets taken down. Godby and him still alive. 2v3. They might clean this up. Wild Turtle gets him! Wild Turtle and Bjergsen! They may have just won the game! Pushing through the mid lane with the supers!
That could be enough here. There's only 2 left. Bjergsen does unbelievable amounts of damage. And to think coming into this World Championships, Imp, the defending world champion, could start his first week 0-3. LGD have so little time left now.
That is more games lost in groups this year than Imp lost at the entire World Championship last year. TSM take down LGD.
It's going to be it. LGD, another upset. And North America, one of their flagship team, picks up the most unexpected victory.
Unbelievable performance. Team Solo Mid again show their early game is okay. They made that fantastic this game until the poor Baron call. And the game just swung. Chance deserved for that victory.
Absolutely, and you can see the strength of LGD fighting very hard in this game with an amazing turnaround to almost pull the game back. But TSM keep everything cool. That man there, Bjergsen, made some unbelievable plays, and TSM pick up their first win against the most unlikely opponent.
Yeah, strengths and weaknesses being shown in this game too. Like, those team fights were so incredibly close, but LGD's willingness to take every single fight because they are so confident in their ability to out-mechanic and win those fights led to some disastrous occasions.
Yeah.
They died 27 times there to a team that has obviously Twisted Fate and Gragas, but with two juggernauts, kind of needs you to walk into them to fight, and then they're in their wheelhouse. That last fight in particular, I can't wait to see it again, because I think the Callista actually got hit by Q3 from Mordekaiser, and that's where the giant burst of damage came in. Because during the Zonias, he was trying to stay close, and he just lost count. 1, 2, 3 with all the other things going on. And that Q3 at that rank for Mordekaiser does something like 1,100 damage.
It's ridiculous. And while Turtle shows up, I think Bjergsen really carried hard. Involved in 24 of his team's 27 kills.
He just carried ridiculously hard.
Exceptional performance. Just as a note, the bloodiest game that we've had at Worlds was 41 kills between Fnatic and HQ. That was equaled by this TSM LGD game.
The last two games we've had.
It's
Worlds is heating
mind-boggling.
up.
It's mind-boggling. But I also, you have to now question the Dragon fights from LGD. They lost so much after each and every fight. Why? Yes, you can be confident in your abilities, but you need to have some restraint.
I mean, Mordekaiser, man. Like, you want it, you have to contest for Mordekaiser's Dragon. We talk about it that, hey, when teams get it, it's just a very simple play pattern to get yourself ahead. LGD had a plan. Nunu Callista, go fight a Dragon. And they got the Dragon, but that's about it.
Yeah, it got the Dragon and then all of their lives. That was the cost.
You know, you talk about the Nunu in the jungle. I also think you can talk a little bit about Imp's itemization. First item, Hurricane, with a Blood Boil Nunu on your team. Had there been more damage, had it been a Blade of the Ruined King, you know, how much more damage could those fights, could he have put out during a fight? I mean, it's all ifs and whens, of course, but I'm just not sure. I mean, let's talk about Brand really quickly.
Yep.
Final review, what do you think? Because you were so excited, Jets.
If you play it better, I think it has great uses, but PYL was almost over-relying on Imp to throw him out of the fight, and they constantly had to burn that cooldown to get him to safety, because I actually want to check the actual damage dealt to champions. I feel like Brand did a lot during that game, even with how poor he was performing. He actually did more damage than Mordekaiser, but that's a different... It wasn't enough to win, so that's it.
Well, Team Solar Mid, they do get a win on the board. We're going to head to Shox on stage to have a chat about that victory.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm joined here by Bjergsen from TSM after beating out LGD. Congratulations. What a game when it was absolutely crunch time for you guys, with some weird picks as well. Tell me first and most about the aggressiveness that you guys displayed, which is very un-TSM-like, if you allow me to say it. What spawned that?
Well, when you're 0-2 in a group, and after today, we go back to practicing. So if we lose another game, people are going to feel discouraged. So it was like, right now was just all in, you know? We had to win this game if we wanted to get the confidence back, to get better in practice, to come in next week and just feel like we have a chance to come out of this group. So I feel like everyone thought this win was really important. Then we got the Mordekaiser and TF combo, which it just allows you to be aggressive. It allows you to push up, look for dives, look for constant plays, and just when we see a comp like that and it's like all in, then we're going to play aggressive, and that's what we needed to do.
And you guys amassed almost a 10K gold lead in the mid game, and then that Baron happened. I can only imagine what that might have done maybe in the comms. Can you explain?
We just oversaved for the mid tower, and we just got a little bit greedy. We could have slowed down the game a little bit, and we could have just playing a little bit safer, but we took the risk of pushing mid and ended up giving them the Baron. But I think we all felt pretty comfortable because we had a pretty big lead even with them having Baron. So we were just like, all right, guys, just take it slow. We made a mistake. It happens, but we're still going to win the game.
And you guys did win the game. It's incredibly important. Before the game, you guys were two teams, in my opinion, on the brink of kind of breaking under the pressure of maybe the World Championship. 0-2, both of you. How did you try and use that to your advantage, knowing that they were also in that same situation?
Well, it does feel good because it gives us more confidence when we're both not doing as good. We're like, all right, guys, anything can happen in any of these games. And I feel like all the teams at Worlds are actually extremely close. We see teams taking up games from pretty much any team at this point. And I think that also gives us confidence that we can take a game off of anyone right now.
One game off of anyone. Any further predictions for you guys as advancement in this group?
Well, I'd like to get out of group. I think the group is looking really strong, and we're going to have to step up our play a lot for next week. But hopefully we can. That's all I can say. I want to get out of groups.
Well, Bjergsen wants to get out of groups, and he made a definite statement in this game to make that happen. Thank you so much. Congratulations. And guys, take it away.
Thank you, Shox. Guys, as a quick shot mentioned going into that game, 19 games, 19 unique champions picked in the mid lane. Crumbs, you said maybe these teams would play it safe going into these games. And then we have a champion select like the one we did. I'm not sure they yielded your advice there.
I want to know how long the queue time was to get into this kind of match. because it was quite a particular game.
You know the analogy or the metaphor I made for my World's Pick'em?
The dumpster inferno of nothingness. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. When you look at LGD coming into this tournament, most people would have put them in the top 3 teams. On paper, top 3 teams for the entire tournament. Had a number 1 seed for their pick'em. They're now sitting solidly at the bottom of this group, 0-3. I mean, it's a baffling thing that I want to try and dissect here. Let's start with Picks and Ban, though, because we saw this brand support come out. We saw the Diana come out, and that was with them on red side, leaving Mordekaiser up. So there had to have been a pretty good idea that the Mordekaiser pick was going to come through on the side of TSM.
You know, this gives some hope to TSM into the way that they should be taking drafts. Pick 3 melee champions that are always going to be soaking up damage so that Bjergsen can be left untouched in the backline and can carry. The damage that he did was equal to Mordekaiser, Darius, and Thresh combined, which is insane, to be honest. Like, that's more than 3 of your other teammates.
Well, I mean, and that, to take the damage into consideration, too, obviously Bjergsen had a very good performance in that game and really did carry the team. But people are going to be wondering about what's this brand about, right? Well, as it happens, if you're going to start kiting the Darius and some of these melee picks, well, if you get that Riley's on Brand, he actually does a lot of damage. Brand did more damage than either Mordekaiser or Darius in this game. Brand, support Brand.
I have to add, like, on a more serious note, it's like, I feel the trade-off, Mordekaiser into Lulu Kalista, is a really good trade-off in favor of LGD, because on paper, they have a team composition that is really good against these juggernauts, and still, like, that first dragon was just catastrophic.
Does the Diana pick, then, somewhat contradict the idea that you want to kite these juggernauts?
I think the Diana pick was fine because you're trying to play around the Twisted Fate with the teleport and you're trying to go into the bottom lane. Again, I think most of this game was a lack of coordination on LGD's part because the composition itself it's fine. It's fine. It's just that when you walk into Dragon 1 by 1 and just start feeding, that you have an issue.
You know, what we expected from LGD was the boldness and coordination from the play that they had when they made that comeback Baron. TP, okay, let's do something together and try to get something out of this game. That's what we thought we'd see throughout the entire tournament, through all their games. One play in 3 games is the only hope we've seen from LGD from the expectations that we had of them so far. And that's not enough to really get them out of groups.
And we know they can do it. Now, to TSM's credit, one of the best plays was the Dyrus' TP into that bottom lane, because one of the things we've been criticizing TSM about is do something, just anything before 20 minutes.
Being proactive.
But they were very proactive here, and that really helped out, getting that early kill. Dyrus was the faster one on the teleport. But also LGD, they're known as a team that's very coordinated around using 2 teleports, and I don't know what's happened to them, but apparently Godv and Acorn cannot push their teleport keys at the same time anymore.
Yamato, I think it is safe to turn a critical eye on both of these teams here. Even though this was a win for TSM, it wasn't clean. We saw a 10K up. A majority of teams in this competition with that kind of gold lead would be able to cleanly close out the game. And as you mentioned, Crumbs, there was that Baron blunder where they handed 5K gold back, and it became a much closer game again. So when we look at this game, and as we look going forward, TSM, what is it about their mid-game there where they seem to be making some interesting errors?
Well, there was that one mistake where they pushed up mid too far. But it's also like the way they draft, I thought it was very, very risky because, like, even though the draft was not really relevant in this game because it was this full clown fiesta in a way, the thing is they draft very risky. The Darius into the Kalista, and then they just overstay in the mid, turned into a Baron, and I was scared that they would have lost the game there. But then Akon got caught.
Well, I disagree. I don't think the draft was necessarily risky. I think the only really big criticism about it was the Darius, and that's just something that's been built up throughout the tournament as not a very effective pick. But I think it's a great win for them because they're not playing anymore this week. It's a boost to confidence, and it's really what they needed to see how the team can operate and if they can really be aggressive in this stage, and it shows that they can. So I think it's a big step forward for them if they want to get out of groups. The difficult part being is the team that loses the next match between KT and Origin is going to have to be the team that they need to beat.
All right, well, earlier we asked what has surprised you the most so far at Worlds, and Mad Piero tweeted, I was hoping to be overwhelmed by the Chinese team superiority, and I'm not even whelmed right now. What is this?
No one is whelmed. And let's take that. So the Chinese teams, people seem to be forgetting that EDG is doing just fine, right?
That is true.
Sure, they lost to SKT, but they made that mistake around the early Dragon Call. It's something that they can alter relatively quickly. I don't think we're going to see that same error again. And otherwise, EDG's look just fine. I still think they're a favorite to make finals.
All right, one final thing. As this is the end of week 1, these teams do have a few days to regroup. And as much as it may be an uphill battle for LGD and TSM being 1-2 and 0-3, what needs to happen in this next 3 days to regroup and come back looking stronger next week?
I feel like in LGD's case, I think they just need to find themselves again.
I think it's too late.
I think it's too late.
Yeah.
With the 0,
which is a fair assessment.
With the 0-3, I agree it's too late. But if they want to take some kind of victories, then I feel they need to start playing to the strengths again. They need to play these matchups that are where they kind of pressured the matchups. It's, for example, the Diana, I liked it. It came back. Good. The Acorn on Lulu, I want to see on something that can snowball the matchup. Gnar, something is split push. That's what I want to see from LGD.
From TSM, I think we need to just see more decisive and late game playmaking. Sure, their early game was looking strong right there. They capitalized on LGD's errors, but then we saw people getting caught out time and time again, and that's exactly what happened to them in their match versus KT. And interestingly, with how strong Bjergsen and Darius were, they could have feasibly set up some sort of 1-3-1 split push, and constant pressure on all 3 lanes is key to using Mordekaiser. But when they get picked off, they just can't do that. So there's a lot of flaws in TSM's late game play.
All right, well, they've got some time to regroup. Our next teams don't have too much, though. We need to step away as we gear up for our next fight in Group D between Korea's KT Rolster and Europe's own Origin. Don't touch that browser. We'll be right back.
Yo, Darius, make some calls so I can listen.
I'm TB.
I'm flashing. Alright, I got it.
Did you hear him flashing or?
Yeah, I heard the flash.
I'm dead.
There will be a challenge.
It's going to be a lot of damage, but they have the dragon.
Oh, they've got him already. He's down.
now could be in trouble. Good old back there. Gonna move Diana into the team.
I'm on Diana.
Diana? Kill him. Brand, Nunu.
I'm coming in. Nunu. I'm on Kalista. I'm on Kelly. You can do ban.
LGD fighting to the death. First goal happens. Darius trying to duck in the middle. In with a double. Godby cleans up the third. They'll keep chasing through. Acorn's going to run in for support. Wild Total pops his zonies, but the damage is just massive. Imp tearing through the team.
Now let's see Darius. He's in trouble. He gets taken down. Godby and him still alive. 2v3. They might clean this up. Oh! Wild Total gets it.
TSM take down LGD.
Welcome back to the 2015 World Championship, coming to you live from Paris, France. Getting a quick look outside the venue. Beautiful day out there in France. As we speak, though, Europe's Origin is setting up across from the LCK's KT Rolster in a fight to take the lead in Group D. Now, both of these teams have shown very intelligent drafts so far. So what specifically are we looking for going into that pick ban phase?
I feel to start off, you have to take a look at the fact that Origin is red side. That will leave them with the last pick, and I think that's going to be fundamental to SOA's success in this matchup.
So what we've seen from Origin so far, with Soaz, he's been having the opportunity to get some of these counter picks in, playing that Vladimir. But with KT, the first pick may be pretty instrumental, especially if we don't see a Lulu ban from Origin, which we'll probably see. But KT has flexibility in their bans on the blue side, and Origin has gotten Kalista. And obviously, Niels is very good at this champion. Niels and Mithy are playing around the Fate's Call very well. But I don't think KT leaves that pickup in this particular game. And that's going to force Origin to show something new out of their duo lane.
Not only have I been impressed with Origin's play, but the draft speaks to a lot of research done by their whole staff and the team members, because even though it does have some reactionary picks, the fact that they bait your opponent into picking picks that they haven't shown yet shows that they've done a lot of research. It's a very intelligent way of going about the game, and KT has also done the same thing, and that's why this is probably going to be my game of the day, because of how fun these guys pick. So, they don't lose games at the draft, and at first you may think that's kind of wonky, and even Soaz was outspoken about oh, we never practiced flat top, but we just picked it because we thought it was a good
That's
pick.
such a SOAS thing to say.
Very much so. Very much so.
I love that kind of play because you're able to adapt to any situation that way.
I have to add as well, like I spoke about red side, but on blue side, it gives opportunities to actually counter ban, because you have to ban these strong OP champions like GP, like Lulu, as we talked about. But on blue side, it leaves room to ban the Varus and the Kalista, as you spoke about. And I think that will put Nagne on the Azir.
Well, I think you can be a bit more creative, and some of these picks are showing that they're not so much so must bans. The only one that really appeared to be just completely unmanageable was Gangplank in all these games. Mordekaiser, even in that game that we just saw, TSM LGD, it looked like they're able to deal with it. If they played a bit better, Mordekaiser would have been dealt with effectively.
Now let's move on to the gameplay, where both teams, as you mentioned, have been playing quite well, but KT particularly playing exceptionally clean League of Legends this tournament so far.
Yeah, and that's my takeaway here, is that while Origin has definitely looked strong, they still have had their moments of weakness where SOAS will overcommit to a split push, die by himself. These are openings that if you give them to Someday, he will completely take over a game, and that's the big thing. Fortunately for Origin, they're going to force Someday to blind pick a top laner, most likely, which will be to their advantage, and we'll have to see exactly what Someday wants to play in that particular scenario, because he's got such an immense champion pool. But those kind of mistakes are ones that could absolutely sink Origin. So SOAS is a great player, but sometimes he can get himself killed in awkward situations. He must avoid that in this game.
You know, that being said, Someday is one of the few top laners who has had success blind picking Darius.
Yes.
So, you know, you speak to just the strength of Someday, they might not be too afraid to blind pick that
And
anyway.
Fiora. I think Fiora should be banned this game because he will blind pick the Fiora, and that is going to be something that will be very difficult for Origin to deal with.
All right, well, Crumbs, as you mentioned, it might be game of the day, so it's time to make the call. Who's going to come away with the win in this matchup?
For me, I'm going to go with Origin. I've been impressed with how they've been playing, and I really enjoy seeing these guys go for a lot of aggressive trading that at first you're like, wow, are they really doing that? It's like, oh, well, they did it, and then they capitalize off it afterwards. Mithy has been very aggressive in his play style. Niels, even though it's been 2 games of Kalista, he has Vayne as well, which I think he can play to the same level of the Kalista. Huge pick, especially in dealing with any snowballing champion from the top lane.
Monty?
This is one of those games that I really wish I could pick after the draft, because we've been talking about it. I think for all of us, that's the most fun part of this game. And I would have picked KT instead of LGD had I seen the draft, obviously. I'm still going to go with KT here just because I think their execution in terms of play has been cleaner than Origin's. And when we're looking at drafting phases that are very similar, I think they've got an advantage.
All righty. Finally, Yamato.
I have to say that I'm predicting that KT is going to just ban out the Varus, ban out the Kalista, and then just put Nagne on Azir, and that's going to kind of dissect Pekka's champion pool that he has played in this tournament. So I'm going to go with KT.
All right, well, we got people on both sides of the coin. It's time to send it over to Quick Shot, Jat, and Pastry Time to get us into Champion Select.
Thanks, Dash. And as the teams make their final adjustments, let's run down the rosters. On the blue side, the Koreans, KT Rolster. Starting things up in the top lane, it is Someday in the jungle score. In the mid, it is Nagne. Their AD carry, Arrow, support Peekaboo, and coach Oh Chang-jong.
Yeah, and it's going to be such an interesting draft phase between these coaches. On Origin, the red side, we will have SOAS in the top lane with the... I mean, maybe the crowd should just intro these teams. Everyone going crazy for Origin here. Pekka mid lane, Niels on AD carry. The Kalista has been so critical for him, as well as Mithy, who is their support. That's the biggest thing that I think needs to be denied from Origin.
I cannot believe that Niels has got Kalista both times. It was denied from them throughout all of the finals, all the playoffs, in the regional qualifiers as well. Niels is a rock that Origin keep leaning on because he does not crack under the pressure. He does not make many mistakes. And I just want to quickly touch on what the analyst desk said. If Origin do make positional errors, they will be punished because that is exactly how KT rolls to beat TSM. They played safe, they played reserved, and when TSM fell apart and came apart at the seams, that was when KT struck and then pushed through their advantages.
Yeah, and specifically with the Kalista as well, it makes Mithy more of a playmaker because he is really the unsung hero, I think, of Origin throughout both of their wins. Pekka's 4-man Shockwave, that was actually Mithy tanking of IAlt, I say that in quotations because it should never have been used on him in the first place. Getting Callisted and then 4-man ulting to set up the Shockwave. Additionally, his ability to work with Amazing to get deep vision, which sets up all the team fights that Origin has been getting, has been probably the most impressive part of their play.
It is, and it is the crux of their play. Throughout the entire summer split, Soaz has been able to finish games when Amazing and Mythy have been able to set him up to do so. So often we will see lane swap scenarios, and this is one of the teams that will adjust the priority and who will get the farm, who will get the bounce, who will get the wave. Often it has been Soaz, sometimes it is Niels. The draft will be very interesting. And I want to see whether they're going to pull something surprising out. They did a Nivea yesterday to take advantage of TSM's traditional passive play. What do Origin feel they can draft against KT Rolster to try and take advantage of their weaknesses?
And again, both these teams have just shown an incredible amount of promise in this group. I think we look at last match and think, well, this is, the fight to not be last. And unfortunately, that honor, at least for now, goes to LGD. This is the fight to be undefeated in your group now. Origin and KT. Some people may have predicted these two teams, but it's been incredibly impressive showings here. And at Origin, if one thing, they certainly have the crowd on their side.
Beyond a shadow of a doubt. And, we talked up Mythy and Amazing so much. I also want to see how Peekaboo's going to impact this game.
Oh, yeah.
Both Peekaboo and Mythy share very similar champion pools, and they both have a tendency to leave their AD carries and impact the rest of the map. So there's going to be a lot of reading one another that could impact the game.
And quick shot, the whole conversation about jungle support synergy actually kind of started with KT Rolster. Score and Peekaboo, their season turned around when Peekaboo started playing support, mainly due to their synergy together and their ability to take over the game once they were able to get penetration into the opponent's jungle. It's the way they win most of their games, as well as so far this group chat has said Callista was huge for Niels. Kog'Maw has been huge for Arrow.
2 games each. Yesterday, Arrow was a monster on Kog'Maw.
Yep, certainly was, and this draft is going to be the start to a very interesting game. We are into Champ Select for KT versus Origin, the battle to be undefeated for the first week of Paris.
It has to be Callista, and it is. I mean, there's no surprise there. FLICKR has not been an Azir player. Nagne's probably, it's my favorite champion in Nagne's hands. I think Origin should get rid of Azir.
Yeah, there's a lot of different things they have to do on the red side, though, especially if they want to be able to deny Gangplank, depending if they want to play against Mordekaiser. That will already eat multiples of their bans. Azir is the first one, though, as you wanted, quick shot.
Yeah. Pekka's not good in it. Sorry, Pekka.
Yeah, that's fun.
He showed multiple times, and against Febiven in particular, it was a major sore point. In fact, Pekka played a large amount of Vladimir into it as somewhat of a counter, or at least a farm lane, and just tried to outscale.
Now the bans are getting kind of tricky. Braum ban by KT Rolster takes out arguably the best support on this patch. We still haven't seen the standard bans. Lulu, Gangplank, Mordekaiser still open. There are 3 bans left. Yeah. We'll see where they go.
Lulu had been a standard ban, but it's sneaking through so much. It's banned here, which then leaves Gangplank, Mordekaiser, and if KT Rolster wants to control it, they can guarantee they get 1.
And of course, Gangplank in Soaz's hands is game-changing.
Which would mean it must be, if they don't ban Gangplank, you must expect someday to first pick it.
Yes.
Well, maybe that's the answer.
Well, it's because they've decided to board mount. This basically tells me that KT Rolster does not want to play a Mordekaiser strategy. Because either they would have gotten Gangplank or Mordekaiser, but now they're kind of opting into not playing with either one.
And Origin do the expected thing, they ban away the Gangplank Soaz. Very reluctant to let the champion go, of course, but does not want to give it to KT Rolster. Elise, however, will be the first pick. It's been a top pick here, and arguably the best jungle pick so far of Worlds.
The first time we'll see that in Score's hands as well. Amazing has played Elise and Rek'Sai in his previous games. We know he can play Lee Sin as well, but could default to the comfort pick for Origin. Knowing they're on red and knowing they can counter the solo lanes of KT Rolster, I'm expecting a support in jungle. It's the safest.
I think so. It's also locking down their synergy, and most importantly, I think it denies Peekaboo from Thresh. Peekaboo's Thresh is awesome.
Yeah. And a great pick away from Origin as a result, as they do go for support jungle. Very standard stuff on the red side, but Thresh Gragas, a little bit of extra bonus there, taking it away from Peekaboo. We've already talked about these 2 support players. Both Mythy and Peekaboo make a huge impact on this game.
They really do, and the 2 picks that Origin have locked in can fit into any team composition. There's literally nothing that you're locked into with either of those. Amazing, again, one of his most played champions throughout the summer split and one of his most successful. But what is Niels going to play this game? Siva is open and available. We've seen some of the LCS teams playing it over the last few days. If they want to go for the utility, if they want to go for a carry, Niels has also played Vayne in the past and hard carried.
Yeah, the thing though is with those 2 picks, I'm a little surprised that they picked the Gragas so early. Obviously, it leaves a lot of options open, but that would have been an opportunity for Niels to play Kog'Maw and deny it from Arrow, because it's almost a certainty that Arrow's going to be picking Kog'Maw on the other side. He does it immediately in this next rotation, and this is actually probably what KT's composition, it fits into their win conditions and their normal play pattern. It has a nice, good mid-game power spike, and then they can try and rush the game down after that point.
Yeah, I don't think KT could have asked for a better start to this draft here. Alistar Cog are their second and third to join in with that Elisa's Peke. Playing with the crowd a bit does flash Draven, which we'll see. But Niels will have to change champions here, so it's at least not going to be Kalista. And I have to say, for how good Niels has been, it's definitely been Soaz and Peke also stepping up to the same level. So the talent across these two teams, with the way they've been playing already on Worlds, Crumb's already called as his game of the day. It's going to be a good one for sure.
And I think the Sivir would be the safe bet. Gives you the team fighting power. If you want to put Soaz on a carry, something that can deal damage, you can enable him with Sivir. Peke, old school.
Very old school. And he is going to take it by the looks of things. Twisted Fate going to get through once again. Twisted Fate Sivir, Origin's 3rd and 4th.
The last time that Peke even played Twisted Fate was in July. So it's several months ago, right at the beginning of the summer split. It's not a champion that he's played a whole lot.
Yeah.
This split, but historically has played an exceptional.
Exactly. At the same time, Peke played in the Season 1 World Championship, and one thing about players that have been around for so long is, especially on legacy picks like Twisted Fate, even if they haven't played it in a long time, you know they've played in metas where Twisted Fate was dominant and had mastered that champion previously.
Yeah, the master of backdoors.
That's true, I did think about that.
You mean XOS?
Oh!
okay.
He hasn't picked yet.
The question is, does Nagne run an assassin into TF? You can punish him so hard.
Certainly hope so. Nagne is, I think people call him like the janitor style mid laner, where he likes to clean up from the back end of fights. Be cool to see him on something a little more aggressive here with the Echo, but
yeah.
KT rounding things out. Looks like it will be Echo and Olaf are going to be the final picks from the Korean side.
That, I mean, I'm excited to see the Olaf now blind picked. Also excited to see what Soaz has as a counter pick. They've used really aggressive counter picks for Soaz and put him on carries thus far. But honestly, Nagne, a person who typically sits back and tries to split farm and lane, now being on an aggressive assassin where he needs to aggress to shut down Peke, creates a really interesting dynamic in this matchup.
It does. It is something he's done on the odd occasion, but definitely not a traditional thing. The thing that I also want to know about the KT roster comp, Alistar, Elise, Echo, Olaf, they all dive forward. If at any point they pick an incorrect team comp or incorrect fight, Peke is going to be able to find Arrow really easily. There's not a lot of protection if KT are starting the fights. So I really want to see their synergy, whether or not Pickaboo is just going to hold Arrow's hands and try and pulverize and headbutt away anybody that tries to get to him.
And now Origin trying to line up their last pick. Yeah, I thought the Fiora was just for fun, but it might actually be the pick here for Soaz. We expected it from someday, but it is! Soaz in Paris will play Fiora!
Awesome.
And what a crowd for this to happen with.
So obviously a little bit less tankiness on the side of Origin. Triple threat. They're going to have to position and flank well in these team fights, but also KT, while they have a tankier lineup, still have the flank assassination. It's actually, as Quickshot mentioned, a very melee-focused team composition on the side of KT, with the one long-ranged artillery in the back with Kog'Maw. This will make some incredibly interesting fights in this one, because if KT overcommits in one direction, the Twisted Fate could then rain terror onto Arrow. So much of it will be in the start of the team fight and how much KT can get done when they initiate.
And the amount of pressure on both of these jungle and supports to get the correct deep vision down. It's going to be so crucial for Origin to place flanking wards to ensure that Olaf and Echo do not get in on the side lanes and wreck them. I think Origin have a small window of opportunity more because of the Destiny, the fact that that's going to give you vision at any time and allow him to get behind Arrow. But it's going to be pressure. I think Origin, a lot can be made or broken based on those flanks and side lane visions.
Well, we're going to have to find out soon and find out who, in fact, will take first in Group D. So send your predictions over to @LOL Esports with the hashtag OGWin or the hashtag KTWin. We know the crowd is rooting for. We'd love to know at home who you guys are rooting for as well.
And this is the hype game. I love Group D. Honestly, Group D is just amazingly exciting. But the two 2-0 teams, being 3-0 gives you such an upper hand in making out of the group.
especially after seeing Team Solo Mid just pick up a win. All of a sudden, that number 2 spot is going to be what's on the line for whoever loses this game.
And so important in the first half of the Worlds to get things going early. But Soaz now in the top lane with that Fiora as KT and Origin take it to the Rift for their final time, I believe. At least in this part of Worlds.
This week, yeah.
And you
Till
can see
next
KT
Thursday.
hanging out in a brush. Very defensive setup here. Some wards kind of around their blue, perhaps expecting a 5-man for Origin. But right now, just spread pretty evenly across the Rift.
Earlier on at Worlds, we saw so many level 1 kills and fights, but it's really been a bit tame. The game against TSM and LGD, we just saw defensive line wards by both teams and standard lanes even. You would almost expect Origin and KT to do a little bit more lane swapping because that's traditionally what they've been doing here at Worlds. But if they actually are happy with these lane setups and just want to kind of reach the mid game at a normal point, the way they're setting up right now, okay, now it has Arrow roaming up to the top lane, so it looks like we're going to be getting some creativity from KT.
And once again, 4 teleports in game. So something that we'll definitely have to look at the numbers, just how many games mid laners have taken that teleport in conjunction with the flash. We've had debates about the effectiveness and what it offers you in lane, and etc.
Well, to me, the mid lane summoner spells always go on a cycle. You have the really aggressive kill champions being in when the assassins are big, they're bringing Ignite, and that almost necessitates the use of defensive summoners like Barrier and Heal. But then sometimes people realize if you're just going to bring a defensive summoner, well, I'm going to take a utility summoner because I'm no longer under kill pressure. And it takes a big commitment of switching your playstyle away from utility to go back to the Ignite. So it's a repeating cycle, and until people are more comfortable playing around assassins and losing that utility, we're going to continue to see more teleport here at Worlds.
You can see Origin starting up their jungle. Peekaboo has had a look in there, got a ward down, at least has some knowledge, but won't be able to take anything away. Double jungles have been started by both sides, though, and we do have the 80 carries on opposite sides. And you know, they're both going to be fine. They'll get some farm, they'll get some experience. Probably favors Arrow a little more for the early additional thing. But Mithy now also going for a walk.
The mid-game power spike from Arrow is greater than that of Niels. But Mithy looking for an early roam.
Oh, not going to work this time round. Their sentence was just out of range. But we do see Amazing and Soaz still meeting up and holding hands in the jungle. Or fairly traditional double jungle start. And already 3 minutes in, both Peekaboo and Mithy have left their 80 carries alone. Relatively safe. Trying to get as much information as possible. That red ward not going to give too much info to KT over the next few minutes.
Yeah, and specifically KT has played this lane swap to not do the quick turret trade and dive because they quickly position their support and jungler underneath the turret as it would meet and are preventing a 3 or 4 man dive because they got the 3 people there early. So this actually makes an extended laning phase, and I think it's one that Soaz actually is not super favorable on against a Kog'Maw with the range advantage.
It's also interesting to see because OG have traditionally been that team that has gone for the early tower and then the tower dive, the European lane swap, if you will. But Soaz early teleport up top, gonna take a couple of autos from Arrow, and we did see Amazing just do that full jungle clear. He's now got that blue sentinel secured.
Soaz, we'll really have to see how things develop. Kog'Maw traditionally pretty good here, but Soaz can, you know, smart enough player, has played a lot of different matchups in his time, both competitively and, of course, when just playing in general in solo queue. Peekaboo is going to join up in the top side, though. Arrow is going to have a bit more protection. That is going to force Soaz much further back towards that turret.
Yeah, it means support has to go up top there. Right now, Mithy's actually not doing much down bottom with Niels. Someday can still CS from range with his axes, but because Peekaboo's gone and on the earlier roam, he's not being controlled or matched by Mithy as of now. It's going to be shutting down Soaz a little bit, and the rest of Origin isn't in position to dive Someday for not having his support there. Amazing's on the wrong side of the map, so really nice rotations there by KT.
Yep, no dives happening just now. You can see Mithy starting to zone a little more. Someday showing a lot of respect. Score, though, going to say hi to Amazing in the jungle. Is going to get the Raptor, just walks up and takes it.
Yeah, right now, KT is absolutely winning this battle. They started much earlier than Origin, and now since they have taken control of that jungle, they are then ahead on the dive timing as well.
Yeah, now here it comes. Soaz smart to back away. He'll be safe, but he might lose the tower in top instead.
Feels like Origin just a few steps behind KT right now. Amazing is going to make it to the bottom lane, but a few seconds late, and it looks like Arrow's going to get that minion wave up to the tower, so we may end up seeing a trade nonetheless.
Yeah, pace is slightly in the advantage of KT as far as the timing of the ganks and when the top laner had to leave. But as far as who actually got the first start on the turret, the Sivir was able to shove the lane faster than Kog'Maw, so Origin catches up based on champion pick there.
Yeah, big damage there by Nagne in the mid lane against P.E.K.K.A. We talked about the Assassin matchups being generally good for the Assassin players against the Twisted Fate Peke. No ulti just yet, doing just fine in CS for the both of them. Could see some early teleports for those quick Dorans, and then who knows where people are going to go. Peke just wants to survive in the lane and then move off somewhere else.
Once again, Origin's traditional. It's the side lanes that win them games. Peke is required in the mid to late game, but with the Twisted Fate, he can get involved significantly earlier. And obviously either get Soaz ahead in this unfavorable matchup that was against both Kog'Maw, and then once Olaf gets up there, we could see some very aggressive trading, especially because Soaz has no tower to fall back to.
Yeah, what Soaz is doing right now is classic Soaz, in a sense, because he's always going to be like, I wonder what would happen if I do specifically this thing. He has no turret, no wards in his own jungle. They don't have wards in the opposing jungler, so they have no way of telling where support and jungler are. He should be dead right now, but it may actually end up killing Amazing because there's a sense of security.
Well, 3 members of KT moving to the top lane. We can also
it's
see
a 5-man gank.
This is terrible. This is going to be so bad for Origin. Mithy is in so much trouble. He's been pulverized up in the air. Score is going to chase him down. Cocoon connects, as does the headbutt. They turn their attention to Soaz. He gets caught out. Time Winder will be not enough to kill him. Flash over the wall. Not sure if that was worth. Soaz goes back in, hits the Vital, gets a little bit of sustain. 2 kills to KT Rolster.
That was the result of a longer play. The fact that the wards had already been set up in the jungle of Origin created that really beautiful sidestep, and Core's gonna pay!
Nice juke. Score actually looking to be dead, does repel away. Now Nagne could be in trouble, but Amazing has to dodge out of the way. Gets comboed up by Peekaboo Peke. Probably can't save him from this point. Does flash out, that might be enough. Arrow still chasing, and Origin will be lucky not to lose 2 more.
KT always has more people where they need to be. If Peke didn't outplay that one, it would have been a disaster, but he actually does manage to force a flash out of Score despite them being caught in a 2v4.
Well, a little awkward there for Origin, and very well played by KT, and I think misplayed perhaps there by Origin in the top lane. So as though is going to return, already down 15 CS in that lane, and it's not going to get any easier.
Yeah, specifically to talk about that play, it was a mirrored swap, aside from the fact that KT had the vision down and Origin did not have the vision down. So Soaz took an educated guess that KT wouldn't loop around and go back for the gank, but he had no certainty. That's why it was a risky play, and that's why it was a misplay.
Punished really, really hard for Origin. They need to now scramble. A couple 100 gold down. Luckily, Niels has been left uncontested, so he's actually built himself up a 20 CS advantage. And the BF sword into Sheen will also give some favorable fights if Mithy can find those death sentences. And obviously will dwindle the longer this game goes.
I feel like a lot of Origin's success has been strong team fighting. Certainly the side lanes are looking good so far. Soaz maybe not so much, but he's pretty comfortable right now in the top lane, all alone with that wave. Someday's actually gone for a walk. It looks like KT might be setting themselves up for a dragon. Amazing in the area though to try and get vision back and prevent that play. As Peke does teleport back to mid lane.
Yeah, Peke's got a nice little cushion in the mid lane right there.
Straight stuns. Peke now going to get driven out. Amazing actually looking for the follow. Score repels up again. Peke trying to get it, but a good stun comes out. Peke will get the first kill. Now Nagne going to get chased. Mitty, flash play there as Nagne's forced him. Real get out there as Peke going to keep diving forward. Looks for the stun. Finds it onto Nagne. Ultimate out. Huge full man, but Mitty collects it.
What an amazing outplay by Pekka right there. He pulled the red card on the timing in which Score would be descending and threw it at Nagne, and that's what killed Score with the AoE. Then he translated that on to the rest of the play, and this opens up a big window for Origin to take Dragon. Such a good Twisted Fate play.
What'd you say about old champion mastery there for Peke? Certainly showing it there.
He's gonna have it. Oh my God.
If there's one thing that Peke has consistently done is show up at the World Championships. Another game, another strong play, and this time early on to counterbalance giving up those early kills. 2 assists for both Amazing and Niels. And of course, Peke picking up a kill and assist. Niels, do not face check.
Oh, Peekaboo face! Just flashes onto him with the pulverized exhaust is down. Niels burns everything to try and stay alive, but he'll get tower dived and Arrow gets the kill.
It's not over yet. Mithy gets caught by the cocoon and tower dive. KT say we want 2 more, and they put it in Arrow's hands.
And 3 kills on Arrow is devastating. So while Origin is getting their advantages with outplays, KT is just winning through strategic mastery right here. Origin's wards are lacking. KT has sufficiently better jungle control. They get all the way around, which easily sets up Peekaboo the confidence to not flash pulverize. He pulverized flashed out of the brush, so there was literally no possible way for Niels to spell shield that without vision. Gets the double kill because they had the people for the dive after the fact.
going to be a Dragon now for KT. Is Peekaboo actually the one to collect it? Dragon number 1 for this game does go over to the Koreans. And looking good so far. Gold fairly even. But you can see that first Dragon could start to stack up here. It's amazing. Checking very aggressively into KT's jungle. Going to try and steal these wolves.
Yeah, quite confident that Dragon was going down. At least get the Wolf Spirit, but take a look at the top lane. 4 members of Origin in this sort of northwest quadrant of the map. Gonna set up either for a tower dive or happily just for the tower itself.
Yeah, they're trying to match what KT just did, except this one is much more telegraphed because you can see the vision control from KT is higher. So instead of it being a double kill, it may just be some turret pressure.
Yeah, they get the tower at least. But every time you look at the minimap, it's just KT have littered. Everywhere on the map where they're focusing their attention is littered with wards. And Origin are simply not replying yet. They will get a few deep wards down in the blue buff area, but the tower's fallen, the blue buff secured, so there's not a lot of reason to stick around.
The impressive thing about this is, even before that turret went down, Origin had a gold lead, despite all of this, because Peke is so heavily out farming Nagne, and the wave clear from Niels is giving him a nice CS advantage on Arrow, even though the gold is down on him because of the 3 kills. But 3 kills to 2 assists, and it's an 80 gold lead amongst your 80 carries. Origin is really outplaying KT on individual levels, whereas KT is they're sacrificing some individual things for team advantages and executing on those team advantages. It's a really well-played game.
Certainly is here, and we'll see which style does prevail as you move further through this game. So the average first Dragon time's actually pretty long there for KT, at least so far in the group stage. But KT did get a nice early one there, so that'll bring the average down just a bit.
Significantly lower. It's a little early to start talking about 20-minute gold leads, but Origin have actually been a team that don't play very well from behind. In the 14 games they've been behind at 20, they've only won 4 of them.
Yeah, and that's in the European
That's
LCS.
in the European LCS Summer Split. So as a team, these next 8 minutes are going to be crucial for Origin because at least from the last few times we saw them, they did not play very well from behind. There has been a full boot camp. They have gone to Korea, so that can of course, have changed. But let's see what KT can do, because at 20 minutes in World Championships, they average 3,500 gold lead.
Right now, it's just a lot of split pushing for both teams here. Arrow getting stronger and stronger, almost up to that Trinity Force. Mithy and Niels poking around, trying to see if they can investigate this vision, but Peekaboo very valiantly defending that ward. They'll actually go back in. Peekaboo pops his ulti. Mithy caught out of position, but Peke gonna try and make his way in. Mithy still alive. Now Sunday gonna chase him, but Nagna's here as well. The flare's not enough to keep him alive, and Niels gonna get himself chased down as Sunday's gonna clean him up.
Double teleports expended by KT there to get the 2 kills. This is actually, yes, they pick up the 2 kills, but it's more about how Origin answers this, since a 5-man investment in the bottom lane is huge.
Really, really is. There will be a lot of damage on this mid-outer turret, but nothing further is gained. So Origin now have a 2 teleport advantage for the next few minutes. They have a tower to knock down in the middle lane, but nothing in top and bottom. So even if they want to get more with their TPs, they have to go incredibly deep into KT's territory.
I don't want to understate how impressive that play actually was by KT, because they had the vision control to teleport onto the wards within the jungle, and it's an extension of their playstyle. But now Origin is trying to match this with teleports from Soaz. He gets a little bit low early.
Well, let's take a look. Grand Challenges, their gold card connects, and here's the heal. Soaz will replenish all of the damage he's taken. Peekaboo gets caught by the gold card. He does not have access to that unstoppable will. Gonna get run down. No more mana for Peke. Mithy gonna swing for the death sentence. He missed the flay. He finds the death sentence. Soaz low on mana as well. The cocoon connects onto Soaz as Nagne is trying to chase him down. There's no more support from KT, and OG get 2 of their own.
2 for 2. You burn both teleports, you get 2 kills. You burn 2 teleports on the other side, you also get 2 kills. They get the turn on top of it, so Origin swinging back really well in this match.
Yeah, you can see the gold lead starting to creep up a little bit there as Origin, the 2,000 gold ahead now. You mentioned the 20-minute mark being very important for this team, so we'll track if they can get it any further than that. Dragon up and back up, in a minute 45. But the first items are starting to come out now for both sides as well. Olaf getting tankier. Morello Nomicon completed for Nagne. A Trinity Force done for Arrow. Niels has something in the bank, I'm sure. But we look at the big carries for Origin. Lichbane done first in the mid lane for Peke, and a Hydra already done for Soaz.
Yeah, big time Hydra for Soaz, big time Lichbane for Peke, but I'd say almost an even bigger Trinity Force for Arrow. He is going to be huge right now. Someday as well, against the fairly CC heavy Twisted Fate and Thresh, may end up being a big problem come these team fights, since he's picked up the 2 kills and can run straight at Peke's Twisted Fate.
Well, Peke is going to at least get some damage on the inner turret. He's got the support of Mithy. He's going to need to land those flays in future. Arrow will secure the second tower for KT down in the bottom lane.
And that's going to move that gold lead much closer back to even now, only 1,500 up for Origin or so. As we do wait around for that next dragon. I like the pressure that FLICKR is applying to the Origin and trying to be proactive, make sure KT can't get a second dragon, but we'll clear out some vision here. KT, though, they will be ready when the objective rolls around.
FLICKR actually has 1,800 more gold than Nagne here. Massive advantage. We saw Bjergsen also get a tremendous lead onto Nagne. It could be a big red flag for KT as they move towards more of Worlds. Nagne is losing lane by massive margins, and people always say he's great in team fights afterwards, but it is always a hole that KT has to make up for in those team fights.
We'll see if they can, because not only does Nagne have to make up for it, he's on a champion playing a style that's not necessarily associated with him. We didn't see any of the lane pressure from that Echo onto Twisted Fate, because all the action was happening elsewhere. And with Dragon spawning shortly, again, look at KT. They've got some wards in the river, at least one ward near the blue buff of Origin. Luckily for Origin, they have control of the Scuttle Crab.
It doesn't look like Origin is willing to play KT's game of just grouping up at the Dragon when Kog'Maw is sitting on his Trinity Force Power Spike. They were rather doing the split push game very early, 1-3-1. Classic, like, Season 2/3 Fnatic is how they're playing right now with the Twisted Fate and a split pushing Soaz.
And we might even have a dive here. Mithy looking around. Soaz, though, just slapping the tower. Someday trying to get him off. Does eventually move him away. But Amazing's also here as well. Good collapse from Origin as FLICKR pokes around. Now sees the dragon, actually.
And KT has actually been dictated to with that play. Look at all the wards they placed towards the dragon area, and then they completely abandoned their ward zones. So the instant KT moved out of that, they lost all of their pressure. It actually meant Origin could go and kill the pink ward. And because they're running KT around, they end up actually getting the dragon.
Exceptional. After 15 minutes, Origin now find the reins and take control of the game. They expended their double teleports to reply to what KT did, and obviously are now making the strategic decisions. We're getting closer to that 20-minute mark, and Origin are even in position to defend this mid-outer turrets.
Yeah, and KT is looking for that window where they can take over the game. They've had very close early games so far in this group, but they usually find a pick somewhere and then take 2 or 3 turrets, and then the game is over. They're trying to do that in the mid lane right now. FLICKR is split pushing, so Origin is trying to hold off.
Yeah, Amazing actually used his ulti just to disengage KT off the tower and keep it up for a bit longer. FLICKR bottom line, Lichbane starting to do some work, but Someday just popped the ulti. FLICKR has to get out. Someday can't cancel this. FLICKR leaves effortlessly.
Woo. Destiny's not even the longest of cooldowns. 1.5 minutes at rank 11 with his current CDR build, so not even going to be too painful, but you can see very clearly the strategy Origin are committing to. They want Fiora and Twisted Fate pushing the side lanes and leaving Niels and Amazing to wave clear.
And Jack brought it up already. If you're going to have double TP in your solo laners as a metagame, I feel like FLICKR and Soaz started this before it was cool.
They're real happy with this. They're real comfortable in the double TP game. All the way back Season 1 or Season 3 World Championship. FLICKR and Soaz obviously weren't on the same team during the Season 1 World Championship, but honestly, KT's continue to hammer this mid lane looking for a play. FLICKR's actually a little low.
Oh, FLICKR's dead! Cocoon connects as well, and Score sinks the fangs in. Amazing! Body slams forwards, yells nope, and flashes away. Parallel Convergence has gone to the wrong direction, but Nagne may still find Amazing. There is some slow from the barrel. Soaz was able to get a tower though, so they traded a kill for a tower. Grand Challenge is not going to be able to heal Soaz, and Amazing will get dropped as Score grabs another.
That's that near 20-minute explosion that KT is waiting for. They play the mid lane game, they get the dive, and then on the other side of the map, Someday just outstats Soaz. He's like, do you know who Olaf is, bro? He just, nothing Soaz could do in that 1v1.
And we're pretty much back to even now. We talked about Origin's leads being important, but game is practically the same as far as gold goes now. Niels and Mithy will get themselves a Scuttle Crab, and Niels actually starting to pump out damage as well.
This is going to set us up for a very exciting mid-game phase with both teams having teleports, both teams having their sort of primary carries enabled to a degree. It will come down to the vision and the decision-making around your objectives. FLICKR, risky being that low.
Yeah, they should have been forfeiting that turret. You could tell they were halfway between the decision, and they ended up getting caught for it. Then Amazing bailed out. Maybe he thought he had allies coming, but that's as close to a misclick as you'd like to give a player credit for, because there's no reason to body slam him.
There's still a Lantern hanging out there by Mithy as well, and Amazing's like, nope, gotta go the other way.
Oh, so as again, the ward control has been dominated by KT.
It really has. He's just going to get run down. 3 members of KT chasing him down. Teleport is up, but I don't think Soaz will waste it. Is going to riposte the Cocoon, before he gets sunk down. 4-0-1 on an Olaf. That's scary.
And despite being a favorite, so as we have seen this play pattern from him before, Origin gonna have to execute a little more cleanly on this split push if that's what they want to be doing. KT starting to find picks, starting to get more gold, and if they ever find a big explosion fight, KT can take over.
This is what cost TSM their lead against KT Rolster, being out of position, being too deep, not respecting the vision. This is exactly what the analyst desk had talked about. Origin as a team make these mistakes, and so as a player, is very greedy in those side lanes. He's done it multiple times against players like Huni in the European LCS, and he's doing it now against Someday.
Yeah, and I do have to point out the Rod of Ages on Peke. It's a very non-standard item on Twisted Fate. I'm guessing he's using it for a little bit of extra durability since Someday will be running straight at him, does true damage in a lot of his damage, so Peke won't be able to get resist to stop that. I honestly expected a Zhonya's with his next item because that's more of the thing you would use if you're going into the back of a team fight. But maybe he just doesn't expect his ability to actually dodge the CC with Zhonya's. He just wants to tank it up.
I mean, probably the next item is he does go back and get himself a need to see large rod. Someday will get spotted, but he's rather tanky at this point of the game. Black Cleaver and then possibly Frozen Mallet? No, not too sure, but could do just about anything there. Got plenty of health at least built up early.
4-1 at 4-0 at this point, so Frozen Mallet wouldn't be the worst. A lot of different directions you can go on.
Sterex, Deadman's, a lot of ingredients that
Sterex
could...
is probably the
My
one.
guess is Sterex, but we'll see. Niels, don't make the same mistake. He's got the support of Mythy, but Someday not going to look for an engage. And the pace of the game has slowed down. Again, all of the outer turrets being down. No real deep vision from either team. Defensive wards in the bottom half of the map from KT. So no aggressive posturing. And it feels like we're just waiting for this next dragon.
I would have swapped it up as well, moving Soaz to his Arrow's side lane now, instead of up against Sunday's Olaf. Peke still holding the fort in the mid lane here, because of the blue buff, and able to wave clear nicely. But Nagne, also second item, Abyssal Scepter actually for a nice cost-efficient little build, and Score does get the crab.
He'll be able to provide a lot of threat in teamfights with that pretty low-cost build. And I think the reason the game is slowed down right now is the 1-3-1 has been completely contained by Origin.
Oh,
my Origin!
Ladies and gentlemen, here's a European special. Origin on a 22.5-minute Baron. They're rushing it
Someday
down.
has home guard.
Here
so
comes Someday.
He's going in for it. Can he maybe get the steal? He's going to try and do something here. Ocean, Score! He's going to look for it. Gets altered up by Gragas. Can't move into the pit. Now Peke going to get vision. He needs to leave. He hits a Cocoon. Gets knocked down by Nagne. No, he can't chase it. The flash has come out.
Peekaboo saved him. Pushed him over the wall. Origin get Baron. And they get away. Igniting the fans in Paris.
That is a European special there, Crep. Not Crep.
I'll go with Creppa. I'll take it.
Because specifically, right as the dragon is going to be taken, there no KT. It's so clever to play on KT's tendencies in that specific way. They know their dragon is going to be littered with wards. KT is just like, all right, this is how we win the game. We do the dragon, we just wait for it. But they absolutely counter it. They get the teleport, they burn down the Baron, and then Peekaboo whiffs on his headbutt combo. The slowdown on the speed of that headbutt pulverize, Peekaboo did not time it properly.
When you are at the World Championships, you need to make big, brave plays. Origin showed that they can read KT Rolster, and they make the perfectly executed Baron call.
The crazy thing is, actually, Arrow was so far behind, Origin probably could have won this fight. But they were expecting a full collapse down, so they decided to run. Beautiful Cocoon from Score.
Opa.
And a whoopsie. Easy escape for Peke. Easiest escape.
Yeah, totally calculated there from the mid lane up. As they do actually move down. I mean, getting Baron's nice, but what can they do with it? That's the next big question. KT have shown plenty of strength and resilience here in this game already, but now a big moment for Origin. They can make huge leaps and bounds with this Baron buff. And look in the bottom lane, but haven't struck down any structures just yet.
And it's interesting because Origin as a team are not traditionally ones that go for those really early, really intelligent Barons. It's actually H2K and Fnatic that have built up a tendency. We'll talk about that in a second, as Amazing has found Someday.
They're trying to fight, but Someday's super low. He's got no ulti. Nails gonna pop a secret spots. Peke gonna dive in onto Nagne, but the chrono breaks out. Just gonna get himself killed. Origin find find the pick.
Yeah, that's a large amount of the wave clear from KT now out of the fight, and they might continue. They're just using the end of the Twisted Fate ultimate to see right there. This is at least one turret.
They will get themselves one, and there's Baron empowered minions being pushed into the top lane by Soaz as well. He does not have teleport if anything were to break out, but look at KT. They're scattered. They're late. They've lost an inhibitor turret.
Magne's dead, can't clear with that go. Arrow doesn't want to go alone, and Someday was too low to throw access at the wave. They had no wave clear to stop those turrets. They're getting a ton of gold right here off this Baron.
Pings down the bottom as well. Peke is going to run down here. See, Twisted Fate does so much damage to turrets. Peke going to do a good job taking this out. Niels, he's hanging out in mid lane, just doing it on his own. Going to go in on to score. First crit's good. Spell shield's not quite there, but he does get pulled away to safety.
Gets a lot of damage onto the inhibitor, and Origin now have a 3,000 gold lead. Baron still a couple seconds before timing out, but what a great play. Origin need to get deep vision down, and they need to rinse and repeat to get these lost outer turrets down.
Yeah, there were several weeks of intense preparation going into each one of these team matchups. And you said, Quickshot, that Origin wasn't that team to kind of do the really aggressive early 20-minute Baron calls, but specifically against KT, it just feels like something that was prepared. The way Origin has been drafting throughout this entire group stage, meticulous team compositions to attack teams' specific tendencies and weaknesses, and this was actually a play designed to punish KT's strength, which was vision control in the Dragon area on repetitive fights. It's awesome.
And they're executing excellently on top of it as well. Origin do find themselves with a nice lead. It's not massive, but it'll have to do. The Baron's one off and will reset for the next few objectives. Origin, though, have carved themselves up a nice spot to fight if they want it, so it's a matter of can they continue the momentum they've built.
And the thing is, we're still early enough in the game that even though that inhibitor is exposed, it is still incredibly risky to go for it. So yes, despite the advantage being with Origin after that Baron power play, it's going to be very difficult to continue capitalizing on. KT have repeatedly shown this game they can make strategic calls to slow down, shut down, and stop Origin's pushes. And that's what they're going to need to rely on. It's interesting to see some of the itemization. That Sterex was completed by Sunday's Olaf, but a dead man's plate on Scores Elise.
Yeah, well, he can slow once he repels down on him, and he catches Peke with the extra move speed.
And just dead again. Peekaboo's got a nice, really big target on Peke's head, apparently, because that's twice now that he's been caught out by the Alistar. Didn't miss that combo.
KT gets so many picks, and it generates so many plays for them. The entirety of Origin's advantage is actually off that Baron power play, and KT's fighting right back. Both these teams just throwing haymakers at each other.
Now KT going to look to try and push down the same turret Origin have already got to line things up. Arrow nice and aggressive on the front line. Decent ulti back. Peekaboo's sort of caught out, but Nagne has to phase dive out of the way. And no fight just yet. Origin will defend.
12 seconds now on Peke's ultimate, so it will not give them an inhibitor turret. It was a nice pick, but it gives them one turret and the gold for that. They actually don't even get too much vision control off of that play either. They have some nice wards towards the mid lane, but if Origin stretches towards their jungle, they go back into fog.
Maybe it is a little too early to mention it, but Soaz has already tried to backdoor Nexus once in the group stages here at Worlds. There was a ward a few moments ago in the exposed inhibitor from KT, and with 2 teleports and a Destiny, if Origin see another opportunity, some breathing room, some space, they could make a play on one of those objectives. But look, a minute 20 for Dragon, a minute 20 for Baron.
We know what happened last time.
Yeah, at this point in the game though, Arrow and Someday are also ridiculously strong. If they can ever run free in these team fights, so basically if Arrow isn't instantly gold carded by Peke early in a fight, he can shred any of the tanks on Origin, because Origin's mostly running a tankless team. Amazing with a dead man's plate, not that tanky of a dude. On top of that, that's all they have. I was going to say
that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
It doesn't go anywhere after
Everyone
that.
else is squishy.
The thing is, Mythy should be getting towards that Zeke's in a few moments as well. But if you look on the bottom, Amazing has found Peekaboo. Some days on Soaz.
Yeah, another fight, but Someday wins again. These duels, funnily enough, not going to the duelist, as Peke might have found a catch. Arrow could be the one they get. They'll nail it. There's so many stuns to send upon Kog'Maw.
There really is. Now they turn their attention to Score. Where is Someday? He's already used his Ghost and Ragnarok. With Dragon up in 20, Origin may be happy with the 1-for-1 trade if they can get more objectives.
Yeah, we call it a trade, but it was actually just 2 plays made separate from each other. Origin capitalizes knowing that the Olaf isn't there and just goes all in on Arrow since the damage threats are dead. And so it just loses another duel to Someday. Someday is carrying his heart up this game.
Let's just see if Someday can get KT back into the game. Dragon has been started. Nobody from KT is around to challenge this one, but they are maybe trying to clear some vision, at least set up some vision around Baron to prevent the double Baron Dragon play.
Seen this play before, but it's KT this time that find themselves around the Baron. So it's going to go back to bottom lane. Does have his TP, so can make a play and move into the Baron if a fight breaks out. Origin can also just try and shove up mid. Mithy and Niels are already there.
Yeah, it's an exposed inhibitor, so KT actually has to respect this. One thing that Origin is doing pretty well to get around KT's spectacular vision control is the fact that they know where the vision is superior for KT, and they're trying to draw them away from that point again and again. Obviously, Origin is still getting pretty heavily punished by KT's amazing ability to find picks, as we can see by the large kill lead that KT has. It's just a great game to watch.
Next big mistake can determine the entire outcome of this match. Score will find a cocoon on Amazing. Peekaboo's decided to go in. There is support, but the death sentence hits.
Yeah, they are going to look for Peke around the side. He wants to flank. Great ult there by Amazing. And now Peke strikes. Looks for Nagne. Poured in from Soaz, but Sunday's coming as well. Score is crazy low, and he'll get knocked off. Soaz will challenge Nagne, but Amazing's getting shredded. Arrow up to the sides, firing. And it's just one kill on Peekaboo. Hook barely connects.
Nagne and Score are so low, but the destiny's being channeled by Peke. Where will he go? Holds on to the cooldown. Soaz gets into the fight and gets a kill.
And Amazing's forced back, but it will be back relatively shortly. OG have a small window here with a 5v4 with Peekaboo dead and Score running back up from the base to try and make something happen.
Really tense moment in the game right now.
Oh, just got Arrow! What is he doing out there? Nails got it, now Nails going back in, gets a grid onto Nagne. What is so near? Pops a spell shield and just collects it anyway.
That has to be Inhibitor and then Baron for Origin. A massive misplay from KT.
Something that is so out of character. You just don't expect them to make that mistake this late in the game. But Origin, the stage, everything can contribute to people making mistakes. It's the human element of League of Legends, and Origin capitalizes.
Yep, they'll get the mid in him. Niels been so good already. We've seen him on Kalista. We thought his Sivir was going to be good. Can confirm, still pretty good here on the world stage.
What great positioning from Origin. They find themselves an opportunity. Peke narrowly dodged that undertow. We'll have some support, but no Baron from Origin. Let me take that back. They have started it. Yeah. Teleports not available, and this should be secured safely.
Safe secure from Origin. We'll have to see what encouraged Arrow to walk so close to the brush, because that was just disastrous in a game-turning event for Origin. They have had heavily superior objective control to KT, which is such a feat considering they have been consistently losing the vision battle. Right now, though, is a time in the game where they finally have superiority in that regard.
So we'll have a bit of a breather now as the teams go back and reset. But Origin, after that, Baron are going to look to quite possibly finish off this game. They're 7,000 gold ahead now to watch this again.
Yeah, we catch the tail end of that one, but there was just a smattering of wards there from Origin, and he walked into a ward that was pink ward, a brush that was pink warded. Niels then goes to finish off Nagne. Routine.
Zeke's Harbinger for Mithy. If Niels wasn't dealing enough damage already, going to be amplifying that opportunity. And
yeah, and the item threshold that Origin have hit are massive right now. The 4 items plus Zeke's Harbinger means the Sivir actually, if he was to duel the Kog'Maw and get in the range, would win the trade because he's critting all of his attacks for about 1,000 damage and he just 2-shot Arrow. Additionally, Peke can also kill Arrow with 2 shots. That much AP with a stack deck, gold card, and wild cards is about 2,000 plus damage.
Well, no Mordekaiser this time, but Twisted Fate will do a lot of damage if you can get on top of the key targets. Origin trying to close the game out. Peke in towards the top side, rest of Origin down the bottom.
Yeah, gonna once again play all 3 lanes. If that's one thing we have learned from this game, Origin has stuck their carries on every individual lane, the entirety of it. We did see a Cocoon almost connect on Niels, but he's playing it very safe.
I think it's pretty safe to say that KT has been playing the jungles and Origin has been playing the lanes.
I agree with that, Jat.
And that's been impressive. And that's another different strategy from Origin, as the French crowd are really starting to heat up here.
French crowd has been off their feet, quite literally. 35 minutes in, Origin once again.
How can you do a wave at a time like this?
Goals.
It's too important. They're pushing the base.
Sorry, I'm watching the picture-in-picture. But look at that, they've caught Someday.
Could be trouble, but he pops the ulti. That's a big cooldown. KT have to expand. Soa's going nuts. Pops straight into the back line. And OG are going to break the bottom half of the base.
They're going to get themselves onto the inhibitor while FLICKR is dueling 1v1 with Nagne. Super minions, once again, going to be pouring into the base from a second lane this time around. And Origin move themselves out safely. There's a Baron-empowered wave up top, and it looks like Origin want to go for clean.
Inhib sweep right here. There's no ultimate on Someday, so he can't storm in. That one hook from Mithy is so critical right now. I think Origin can actually just walk in and take the third inhib.
Starting to run out of chances here for KT. Spell shield there from Niels. We'll try and dodge the cocoon. Soaz, we're going to close the trap. This is so dangerous for KT Rollstar.
It really, really is. The more time they spend trying to defend that top inhib, the longer the Nexus turret threats.
Someday's Ragnarok is up now, so if they wanted to stop it, they'd have to go, but he's on the other side of the map dealing with Soaz. Origin just splitting KT open.
And look at that gold card onto Peekaboo. He's already used the Unbreakable Will. Nagne's gone in, forced back out with that Chrono Break. We do see Origin, supers in 3 lanes. Will they back out and play it safe? The answer seems to be yes. They've accrued a lot of gold, over 1,500 on multiple members. And with supers in 3 lanes, it is just a patience game. Work with the map, work with the minions, and then take down those lost turrets.
Yep, Dragon even coming back up soon as well. Origin can take a 4th and threaten the 5th if they need it to try and close out this game. At this point, it is Origin's game to lose. They have every bit of the map under control.
This has been a thrilling game, I have to say, and FLICKR has played out of his mind. Twisted Fate is an excellent champion to pick a snowball when you're against Nagne, who has never been able to pressure his lane so far at Worlds. And even on an Assassin, FLICKR had total lane dominance on Twisted Fate through that. And the most impressive thing here is KT was playing to so many of their strengths, continually getting picks again and again in the jungle, and they would get advantages for it, but every time KT got an advantage, Origin would answer back in turn.
Yep, rock, paper, scissors. It's just been going in a loop that eventually ended in a very giant rock, crushing KT's chances. If and when Origin close this out, they will be 3-0 in the group stages.
You can hear that crowd really amped up for one of their favorite teams and their favorite players. Souls has gotten so much love. You can see OG. Nice little power play there on the Baron. Not massive, but at this point, you don't need much more than that.
They were taking down inhibitor defending turrets, which don't actually give that much gold. So really critical moves. They got the inhibs out. That I think that's the true value here. Now 3 waves of super minions, split up team from Origin. Basically, we just need to track Someday's Ghost and Ragnarok, because that seems to be the thing that would make a difference in this fight. I think Arrow is basically dead because FLICKR can ult him, unless Someday somehow stops FLICKR.
Well, mid inhib does come back up as well, but Origin just going to knock it down about as quickly. KT really don't have any time left here. If they're going to go, they pretty much have to go now.
Look at the supers on the mini-map. They're about to hit those Nexus turrets. Neil's taken a couple of pokes from Living Artillery, and Origin have split up their forces. They're not running the risk of getting grouped up by Undertow or by that Pulverizer Peekaboo. Chipping away, that inhib will fall shortly.
No need to get impatient here for Origin. Have all the time in the world.
Maybe Peekaboo can get some type of Pulverize on a Peke. They're just looking for the opportunity, and Origin needs to make sure not to over-aggress. The minions will do the work for them. Supers will draw threats away, and then they can take the inhibitor.
Be one last stand here for KT. Niels, another great spell shield. Just goes in for the tower. Now Nagne diving in. Forced to instantly Chrono Break his score. He'll have to repel out as well. Mithy zones him out. Peekaboo caught. Eats a hook. Massive pulverize there. But it is going to peel away. Peekaboo's dead.
He's definitely dead, and will get the heal as well. 5v4 is minions onto the Nexus turrets. Origin pushing in with the numbers advantage. The Nexus turrets both below half HP. The final stand from KT. I don't think it will be enough. Niels is hammering away on Someday. He's got 2,000 hit points left.
And now Nagne diving back in. He's desperate for a play. Soa's gonna rip him to pieces though. Damage out. Huge hook from Mithy. FLICKR flashes in. He wants it, but they'll get one turret.
They will. They'll set their sights on the next, and Origin are on to the Nexus. Origin will place first in Group D after taking down KT Rollstar.
And with the crowd behind them, Origin go undefeated.
And just hear that crowd roar. for some of their hometown favorites. SOES on Fiora in France. Started as a joke and it ends with an undefeated start to Worlds.
Halfway through the group, Origin stands on top. The question will be whether they can maintain this through, because this was not expected. Against LGD, huge favorites LGD was against Origin. They win the team fights later, they take them down. Against TSM, EU versus NA, okay, that was fine. But now to take down the other 2-0 team by specifically punishing KT for their own strengths shows the versatility as well as strength of this Origin team.
Origin are showing they have the individual plays and player skill to match the best in their group. They're also showing an understanding of the strategic decision-making their opponents make. Punishing TSM's slow start, punishing KT's preference and penchant to focus around objectives. And they're showing they're prepared. When you look at Origin, despite some mistakes in positioning, despite maybe some over-eager lane pushing, there are very few things that we can look at to say there are glaring weaknesses and massive smiles on the faces of all the players.
Their preparation has been exquisite.
Yeah.
And Niels, who we saw right at the end on our screen, has played really well. Like, this is a team that obviously they have a lot of experienced players, but it was a challenger team in the spring.
Yeah.
And even after they won challenger, most people were like, yeah, maybe they're not going to be that good.
I didn't think so.
Then they ended up doing extremely well, took Fnatic to 5 games, which most people attributed to Fnatic underperforming. Maybe they were just two really good teams playing against each other in the final.
It looks like it. I've been spending too much time with Doa because seeing SOES playing Fiora in France, I was thinking to myself, if hypothetically he were to have a skin, it would have to be a baguette.
Yeah.
Sorry. I just, on the shot, SOES is standing waving to the crowd and there's some guys holding baguettes in the air. I got to do it.
And I have to
what
say,
a great performance.
Excellent game there from both teams, but Origin come out on top. And for, all the questions in Challenger, then through, the finals now in summer, Origin, great players across the board, and that's been the thing for me. Origin are winning as a team, individually very strong, but the world's buff on FLICKR really showing up in these first 3 games.
The level at which the European and North American teams have shown up in the first week of the group stage exceeded pretty much anyone's expectations. I'd almost say it's defying expectations. Yep. China has been the weakest major region at Worlds by far, if we look at the records. Europe and North America are winning a large amount of their games, and it's right competitive with Korea. Obviously, it's strange because we have EDG and SKT, probably the 2 strongest teams in the same group, not playing the heavy hitters from the other regions, but this is just going to make the rest of Worlds so fascinating to me.
Yeah, you can't deny that. You can see Mythia getting set up with Sharks for an interview shortly, but for Origin, as well as the European fan base and support, it's great to see how much of a real deal they are. Coming into the World Championship, everybody ranked Origin as the 2nd strongest team despite having the 3rd seed. Drawn into the group of death, and they come out of the first week looking fantastic. Great play, great prep. There is still room to improve. There are still mistakes that can be punished, that can be exploited. Maybe teams like SKT and EDG won't make the same mistake around Baron. Maybe they will punish those misplays even harder, and that's what we're going to have to find out if Origin can qualify for the playoffs.
And one thing I'm seeing at this World Championship is how heavily the true mistakes are actually punished. Arrow checking that brush that had a pink ward in it ended the game effectively for KT, because after that it was just execution for Origin. Most games used to be decided on those types of mistakes, but so much at Worlds here has been about the strategy of teams outthinking each other and taking the minor misplays and turning them into advantages. It's really cool to watch.
And on the other side as well for KT, yes, those mistakes cost them the game. Origin had some very creative ways to sort of get themselves into the game, get the lead, and then close it out. But KT played very clean. When you're making little mistakes and that's what's costing you the game, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to see now. I was going to send it down to Shocks for looking at Origin's perfect week 1.
Thank you. I was just fixing Mythi's in-ear because the crowd is loud. It's always with you and the in-ear. Let's blame it on the excitement. Well, yes. Fantastic cheers here for both Soaz and Mithy. Fantastic victory, so congratulations on that. Yet, when you guys stepped on the stage here, you were still discussing some of the phases of the game because am I fair in assuming that you guys didn't have your best game? Soaz especially up against Someday, it was pretty rough. Tell me how you lived the game and how you came back from that. He's gonna explain.
No, it was a lane swap, and they ended up pushing the top side, the tier 1, and they had a freeze on it. Kog'Maw went base, and they were waiting for Kog'Maw to come back, and we knew that they were waiting in our jungle, but we didn't expect them to go on Mithy. We expected to go on me and Mithy to give me the lantern, but we ended up both dying really early on, and Olaf got a kill, and he had like 20 CS lead. So after this first action happened really early on, I was really far behind already, so I was just trying to farming up basically.
Same actually went for you, Mithy, having a hard time because they did focus you a couple of times early on, and you told me before the game that you're very excited to play because you felt that as support you could really have an influence in these games. How do you think you played it after that to bounce back from that moment?
Okay, so my role this game was to be a lantern bot and to split push. So I did my job well. I didn't need to hit a hook. Basically, if I hook, I'm in danger because I'm standing still when I'm hooking, so I shouldn't even hook. So I played my role well, to answer your question. And in terms of what happened was that they were playing very well around like vision, around darkness, right? And we didn't anticipate what they wanted to do, so they caught us off guard. But I think we counteracted and did some plays too to catch them off guard.
Well, especially that Baron play. Talk me through the call for that. It's a European special, so to say, but still very ballsy to pull off in this situation. Where did the call come from?
It was pretty much everyone started talking about Baron because we expected them to push as like 2 or 3, remember? Like 2 maximum, let's say, like their bot lane or something, so they could stop us at Baron. But they ended up showing like 4 members or some wards that we have in our jungle. So we decided to just TP and go for Baron. And they didn't even push bottom, they just tried to catch us, and in the end they didn't got anything, and we got the Baron.
I think they were, I mean, their game plan was to catch us off around like their priority and so on. So they were playing towards their game plan, but then Nash spawned, and they were kind of getting a bit stressed out with all our split push, because it's pretty annoying to play against. You can't really catch anyone because there's Thresh there to save people and so on. So I guess they just made a really bad decision to try and catch us on bottom when Nash was an option, and we just capitalized on it.
Capitalized on it, kept a cool head. Now #1 in the group, still with that win. What a victory that was. It's almost incredible to believe not just you guys, but a lot of the other LCS teams as well have incredibly stepped up. How are you guys going to specifically preserve this momentum you seem to have, knowing that this is only the group stage, and it's only the first round of the group stage?
To preserve, I'm not sure. We just need to keep the same communication, have ideas in game. Yeah, so sometimes it happens that we are not so talkative. And yeah, as long as we have ideas in game of what to do, and we have a clue of how to get an advantage or something like this, we should keep going.
The way I see it is game by game. We just play one game at a time and take it slow. And right now it's working out for us, so we should just keep doing the same thing.
Definitely. One final thing, the crowd was absolutely crazy already. Did you notice the wave going on? Did that distract you?
I noticed after the Baron, but beside the Baron, like before and after the game, beside that I didn't pay so much attention in game.
Okay, but they're pretty crazy. How much is that giving you the strength to fight back even when you were 0-4?
Just top laner are never lucky, you know. So.
Never lucky.
I think, I honestly think it's good for us because I felt at least, or I mean, I didn't see the wave because I can't really look at the crowd at that point, but I could hear them cheering for us a lot. And I guess, especially when we are ahead and the other team is behind, after being ahead, I guess that tilts them a bit. So I think being in Europe quite helps us a bit.
Well, you heard it, guys. Keep doing what you're doing, you guys. Congratulations, #1 in the group, OG, and I'd love to hear Desk break that down.
Thank you, Shocks. OG 3-0, undefeated
Trust is best.
Halfway through the group stage, calm down there, buddy. That was my favorite game so far.
It was a
tournament.
pretty stellar game.
What a great game.
Now, we spent a lot of time talking about the picks bans. I don't want to spend too much time talking on it here, but how do you gentlemen feel it played out, since we thought there would be a lot of emphasis placed on it?
I feel like in a scenario where both teams have good drafts, usually it comes out even. I don't think the draft was what had the biggest impact in this matchup.
I wasn't a big fan of the blind pick of the Twisted Fate. I would have rather seen an Orianna there when we were talking about it during the draft phase. Now, I think the TF was played very well. I just found that dangerous because giving a counter pick to Nagne, he plays Echo, he plays Fizz, he plays Yasuo, he plays Diana. These are things that could have come out. It ended up that they went with the Echo, which is what I think he would have blind picked anyway, given the Azir ban. But I did think it carried just a little bit of risk.
I mean, with the way Pekka is playing, you could pick Teemo mid, and he was going to just be there was so much confidence and just sidestepping cocoons, not even.
That was a beautiful play.
It was insane. Him and Niels just had such a massive CS lead, over 100 CS, and combined was maybe like 180 CS total. That's before the base was cracked, which boosts the numbers of CS for KT Roaster because they have to defend the base and obviously get more CS while Origin isn't. So just fantastic play overall by Origin with a lot of confidence.
Well, we talked about fantastic play on both teams, clean execution. Throughout the early game, we saw both teams recognizing openings, presenting themselves to the team, taking advantage of those things, using the double TPs on both sides. It was a lot about the trading of leads and trading of cooldowns for kills.
Yeah, and that's what's so great. I mean, when you see this game, you're looking at not only the blow for blow, and just look at the timing on both of those teleports coming in from KT. In terms of using the double TP, we saw this blow for blow action going on that was very exciting and very well executed by both teams. But what I like too is that KT, they were playing for kills, they were playing for picks. We saw Origin playing for pressure, playing for farm. So we got to see how these two different styles were really interacting with each other. And that's really what the best games of League are made of.
The cool thing was it felt almost like a turn-based game in which KT would make a play, and then Origin, then KT again, then Origin, back and forth, but the lead was always in Origin's favor because of the massive CS that they had gotten. Even though Arrow had a lot of kills, Neil still had a huge CS lead. By the time around 32 minutes, I think, Kog'Maw had a Trinity Force, Bork. That's when Sivir had Infinity Edge, Static Shiv, Last Whisper, and Bloodthirster. It doesn't matter what champion you are, you're not going to be able to outcarry with such an item disparity.
I have to add as well, the fact that FLICKR managed to survive so well in a matchup that is bad for him. Like, he basically blind picked the Twisted Fate, as you mentioned, and I feel like the matchup-wise, sure, it's in Echo's favor, but the fact that he managed to have pressure in a lane as Twisted Fate is what kept him in the game, in my opinion, because they were 0-2.
I don't agree with the Twisted Fate being such a bad matchup. Like, with Home Guard's Rush, with Teleport, he's so easy to lane with and just farm safely. Wild cards, red card the wave, it's really easy to actually have good CS, good lane pressure, and always keep the other guy pushed in. It's such a good champion that is hard to punish even if you're an assassin.
And it helps when you play him as well as FLICKR did. Two, I want to point out, Niels, I feel like the two of them are playing tremendously as carries for this team. But now I want to move us ahead to where the even game was won for Origin, the first Baron call that they made.
Well, it really wasn't an even game. Sure, the gold lead was even, but I think what was so great about Origin's call right there was they kind of had to make that because playing around objectives with KT scaling out of control, they had the superior scaling in the late game, and Someday was kind of getting a big lead over Soaz. So I think a bold call like that was necessary to hold them in it. If they didn't do it right then, KT should have probably won that game. But when that Baron call came through, remember, there was a wave at tier 2 in the bottom lane. KT had 4 people in the bottom side jungle. I think they may have been able to take an inhibitor in trade for that Baron, which would have been a better trade for KT. But they decided to run back just like they did against TSM, very similar play. They made it work against TSM. They were a day late and $1 short against Origin.
I have to add as well the fact that Origin actually spent a lot of time around that area, 3 minutes straight from 20 minutes to 23, clearing wards. I think the play was kind of telegraphed. And sending Kog'Maw to the bottom lane, sure, they might have gotten the inhib, but I think it was a massive blunder to send the Kog'Maw there. I think Someday should have been there, but very well punished by Origin.
Yeah. All right, well, with this game closing out Group D for the week, let's take a quick look at the standings. Origin stands undefeated in first place, KT behind them at 2-1, TSM at 1-2, and LGD at 0-3. Gentlemen, this is not the way we expected this group to play out.
It's refreshing.
It's very, very refreshing. You know, as we look forward, Shox asked them how do they expect to keep this momentum moving into week 2, given that all the teams have a little bit of time to assess each other's power level. Origin specifically, how are we looking at them to remain on their undefeated streak?
Just how Mithi said, keep doing what you're doing. And I think the interesting thing that they should really focus on is not show too much. At this point, with this level of play, they're almost guaranteed to make it out of groups, probably in first place as well. Don't show too much. Make sure that you go into the quarterfinals with a good draft and have a lot of things that you haven't shown yet to just catch your opponent off guard, how they've kept doing it throughout the group.
I'm actually
group stage.
Looking forward to see how Origin plays in best of 5 specifically, because they've had these strategies that are good like once, and then you kind of have to figure it out in a way. For example, the Anivia and this Baron play, for example.
Well, they're going strong. We'll see if they can hold on. That's all the action from Group D for today, but it's on to Group B as the LPL's Invictus Gaming goes up against Westor and AHQ Esports Club in our next match. Keep it tuned right here because there's more Worlds 2015 when we return.
KT. Not quite SKT, but they're on the way.
Peekaboo pops his ulti. Mithi caught out of position with Peke. Gonna try and make his way in. Mithi still alive. Now Sunday gonna chase him, but Nagna's here as well.
Oh, Peke's dead. Cocoon connects as well, and Score sinks the fangs in. Amazing. Body slams forwards, yells nope.
Now Peke gonna get vision. He needs to leave. He hits a Cocoon. Gets knocked down, but Nagna, no, he can't chase it.
Boost. Run.
Yes!
That's what we do, actually.
Oh, just got arrow. What is he doing up there? Nail's got it. Now Nail's going back in. Gets a grid onto Nagna. What a sign is!
Origin will place first in Group D after taking down KT Rolster.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Worlds 2015. Up next on Summoner's Rift is a clash between the LPL's Invictus Gaming and the LMS's AHQ Esports Club. Now, to set the stage, some of the top experts in the LMS scene give us their take on AHQ's jungler Mountain, his strengths, as well as some of the obstacles he's faced on his ongoing quest to be the best.
如果要讲 LMS 区域的一个跟其他的区域的代表国家代表区域的代表队来比较的话，我觉得 LMS 的队伍其实在整体上面是比较偏向爱打架的队伍。
我觉得 AHQ 的整体 style 来看的话，跟欧洲有一点像，他们打的前期非常的侵略，而且只要能打，他们一定打。
They have a very high CKPM. They kind of play messy games where they're constantly skirmishing and fighting, especially around the bot lane. If you're thinking about Mountain, then he really represents the Cinderhulk meta, the tanky bruiser type of junglers.
那 Mountain 平常在打野的时候，其实可以感觉得出来，他的计划是在游戏前他就计划好的，然后在游戏的过程中呢，他并不会有太大的临场反应。
我的打野风格是在游戏早期的时候，透过视野掌握对方的打野位置，然后发育好自身之后，扩大一些优势。
He does what he wants to do, and sometimes it's to the detriment to his team.
这次比赛，我觉得我需要更全面的去注意到我线上的每个的选手，对，我要时刻的观察他们需要什么，去帮助他们。我现在是右手，就是从我打 LoL 以来就有的伤，就是一个慢性的肌腱炎，然后后来是神经也开始发炎了，对，然后我复健其实就是我一个礼拜大概要去看2-3次的医生，对，然后平常练习的时候就是要多休息，然后要用热水冲这样。
去年的时候我在台北狙击者队伍的时候，我印象很深刻的时候是在新加坡的时候，我们那时候打的是 S3 的资格赛，对，我记得打到 BO5，然后那场我选了李欣，对，其实我一直印象很深刻，就是因为我的手伤，其实我那场玩的 并不是那么的好，对我造成了很深的遗憾。因为那场我们输了。然后在今年我来到了 AHQ， 我一开始是在板凳的位置，然后一直到后来我出赛了，然后我一路就是跟着我的队友们，我们一路就是扣关斩将，对，到最后我们今年踏上了世界的舞台，然后我真的很开心，我今年可以站上这个舞台。
在每个选手的心中，应该都有同一个梦想，就是能够参与世界赛。
这次世界赛上，我觉得来自世界各地的每个打野都是一流的好手，所以我觉得我可能需要针对他们的一些弱点去突破。
我也很期待这两支队伍在世界舞台上面跟其他队伍发生的火花。
It is the ultimate stage. There is no higher competition. And I believe this is the stage where a lot of legends are born.
You know, the way they talk about Mountain, specifically how he comes into the game with a plan and can sometimes be to the detriment of his team, really speaks to the way of AHQ's play style in that they're slow to adapt. So when you come in with a plan and you're not very good at adapting on the fly, is obvious in the 2 games that they saw, in which they take a lot of time to understand how the games are going out, what the team compositions that the enemies bring out. And you know, that's a worrying thing for AHQ, that they're so slow to adapt. And I think that if IG just brings something fresh to the table, they might put up a good fight.
Well, that being said, yesterday AHQ did have a good come-from-behind win against Fnatic. So the question is whether or not they've found their form in this tournament and can kind of carry that momentum.
Yeah, and I think that's a great question. We saw Clement in that video, one of the LMS casters, talking about how Mountain is a player that is a Cinderhulk player, and yet he came out with a Rengar.
With the Rengar.
And looked very uncomfortable on it in the first game. Then they mixed it up. They went back to a more, what I imagine as more of an AHQ style, and then they pulled out a win here. That's what I want to see again. I think that this is where HQ is strong. Don't try and be something you're not.
And of course, Ziv has been performing very well for the team.
I have to say as well, like in terms for IG, I've been complaining a lot about their draft, but I think in this particular matchup, their draft is kind of clashes because Rookie has been blind picking these melee assassins in mid, and I think that is the matchup we have to watch: Westo versus Rookie, pretty much.
Well, let's pop over to IG then. Yesterday, again, a blunder for them. 0-2 now starting off the tournament, but there's still ways to go. They still have time.
If this matchup was in Twisted Treeline with only Kakao, Rookie, and Zatai, I would side with IG every single
All right,
time.
next year at Worlds, we'll have a separate 3v3 tournament.
But, I mean, I think they have to just figure out a way to isolate Kid and Kitties into something that is safe and can bring something to the team that doesn't require a lot of execution. Like, these guys are holding the team at Janet Corky. Just play that. It's so easy.
I mean, they tried that last game when they picked Sivir, where basically they just needed Kid to hit his ult at the right times. He couldn't even really manage that because he was out of position using the On the Hunt just to run away. So in this matchup, when we compare these duo lanes, Kid and Kitties, Ann and Albus, look how well Ann and Albus played on that Jinx Tom Kench played in their last match versus Fnatic. This is something that no one else has shown yet. This is the AHQ special right now, and I want to see it again.
Yamato, real quick. I want you to elaborate on this mid lane matchup that you spoke of and what might be the key factors in it.
So, of course, we have these two teams that kind of have shown that they play around the mid lane and have these picks that are kind of uncommon. We see Echo blind pick. We've seen it a lot from the Chinese team, sure. But it has been not working simply because teams have been picking these range champions into it. And Westo has shown all the time he's been playing that Fizz. So I think these are these matchups that are very explosive and very dynamic. And those are the matchups that impact the game the most.
All right, well, maybe we'll keep our eyes focused on the mid lane then. The stage is set let's head inside Ladakh Pullman for the call.
My eyes are definitely going to be on that mid lane and whether or not Westor gets Fizz once again. Before we get into game, we do need to check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it is Invictus Gaming from China with Zitai, Kakao, Rookie in that mid lane. And of course, the two players that everyone's talking about, Kid and Kitties, with their coach, Sung Young Won.
And maybe not for the right reasons, unfortunately, for the bottom lane there. But on the side of AHQ Esports Club, the team that's not looking too bad here, moving to the end of the day. Ziv there in the top lane. We heard from Mountain earlier there in the feature. We'll see how he can play. Westor, the big player for this team out of the mid lane, on the AD carry with a great game yesterday. And there's, of course, Albus in support and their coach backstairs. Those are some great names.
Yeah, and we mentioned how Westor is the big player for AHQ, but really, I don't think that's necessarily true. He's a big name, but as far as the way they play, it just is totally around others. Like Ziv in their game yesterday, Ziv hard carried that game on Gnar.
Yeah.
As Gnar top lane, he did more damage than Westor's Fizz, 2 champions, even though all Westor seemed to be doing is try to do damage to Annie, like the whole game. And I really think this AHQ team is almost Westor is the smallest player within the team.
And I'm extremely excited to see Ziv and Zitai do battle. They're 1 and 3 when it comes to CSD at 10. Their teams really enable them, really lean on them for victories, and we can see the Fizz and the Tom Kenj. The fishy business is not happening today, gents.
Just get them away. I mean, we've got AHQ to win yesterday. We see more standard stuff from AHQ with Gangplank and Azir both banned away. This could leave certain picks open, so I wonder what IG have for their third ban. A third target ban would really send a message here, and IG certainly need a win now.
Well, AHQ has banned Azir in 29 of their last 30 games.
Up. No, he's banned.
Lulu is
I didn't
up.
see him.
Lulu's up.
Lulu is up. We got you. We got you.
Oh my goodness, how are they not talking about this? Because he's banned, chat.
Well, at least actually the first pick from Invictus Gaming, so Lulu open for AHQ if they want to take it up. IG certainly can play Lulu as far as Chinese teams go. It's probably not Rookie or Zatai's favorite champion because it's not very aggressive. They're very aggressive players, but certainly an option here for IG.
Yeah, it's interesting. I liked how IG is so heavily just target banning things that did well for AHQ yesterday. And Westor's not the type of player to play the Lulu as well as Ziv wants to carry the game, and he's not going to be able to do that on Lulu. Therefore, it does let IG do the same thing. Maybe we see a carry top from Zatai and a Lulu in the mid lane from Rookie. That could be the strongest thing for them to do.
All right, we'll see if Invictus agree. For AHQ, taking a look at the Tristana, it was the Tristana that actually helped beat Invictus when it was in the hands of Sneaky. Invictus Gaming got pushed around by Sneaky and Lemon, and that Tristana got so big. They will swap away.
Oh!
So it will be the Tristana, and that will be in Anne's hands.
Maybe they actually couldn't decide, and they said just cycle them until it locks in one of them, man. Because that was the latest switch back to a champion that I'd ever seen, really, at Worlds for sure. But they go for Trist.
I'd like to not see Bod again from Kitties. I think yesterday it did not offer a whole lot.
Yeah, we didn't see him yesterday either. And nowhere to be found on that.
There we go. That's basically what it felt like. And it was frustrating, especially talking to Crapper after the game regarding all the possibilities, the things that could have happened. So for Kitties, maybe taking that Thresh will also deny from Albus, as we've seen, already shown and already played.
I think in general, IG just want to play around Rookie and Kakao. That's back to basics, really, for this team. They need to try and pick up a win. They haven't got one yet here. Chinese teams in the first half of groups really not doing very well. They're going to go with Shen and Kalista, though, so very safe as a tie, sticking to tanks again.
Yeah, unless it's another support Shen, that's a possibility. It's definitely still a flex pick. So IG really keeping their options open. I like the Kalista for now, but unfortunately that is on what has been a weakness for IG so far, Worlds.
There are so few flex picks left. It's nice to have that, but with Braum still up and available, you have to think somebody's going to grab that, or at least think about it. Such a powerful support pick on this patch.
Important to note as well that Lulu might actually drop through this draft with the way these players like to play. I feel like Westor, like you mentioned, Jack, isn't going to be a player to pick it up here. And Rookie might just want to be like, you know what, if you're taking an aggressive champion, best believe I'm taking an aggressive champion.
Especially with Shen already locked in.
Yeah.
Like, how heavy would you want to go in to protect the kid team composition? It just seems highly unlikely, so I think you're absolutely right about that, Pastry.
Well, that's Thresh. Actually picked already, I believe, for AHQ, so
locked in.
Did want that. Clearly a comfort for Albus, and Westor needs an assassin, does find Ari as his champion.
Going back to a safer pick maybe than that Fizz. Something that he has played most recently in the summer playoffs, in fact, when he was going up against Hong Kong Esports. So leaving the counter pick for Ziv. This is what we're expecting. Ziv is one of the primary carries. He played the Gnar yesterday, as you mentioned. Up and available, would also quite fit into this team comp as well. Give you the options to split push, give the options for tank. But do IG really want to go in with a somewhat protect the kid comp? Lulu could be up, Oriana. Or Rookie could play the Echo if he wants to.
I'm imagining a pretty aggressive pick here out of Rookie. He did play this 3 times in a row against Doinby in the LPL regional, I guess, loser bracket final to actually qualify for Worlds, and crushed with it all 3 games.
I mean, yeah, Victor's been a big pick for a lot of mid laners around the world, but it's just not, probably not Rookie's favorite thing to do. He can do it, and he's played Rookie once already in the World Championships. Did not go well from there. Team going to have to play much more around him, and Zatai's got a classic here. Cannon locked in.
Well,
and I don't
hang on.
Winter is the support.
It's still a classic, yeah.
Kitties.
It would be a classic. It makes sense now that the Shen will go top lane, and the Kalista Kennen would be a combo in the duo lane. It was the common combo of Kalista Kennen. So.
And Kitties has played this before, so something he does like. I think playing appeal support's more of Kitty's style as well. And given Kids been a little out of position here and there at the World Championships, nice to have somewhat of appeal support there for him.
Whoa, and a throwback too, the Maokai.
Wow.
Finally
Is
seen.
that the first of Worlds?
Don't think so. I think it's once
other.
already.
Yep.
Yeah, it was by far and away Ziv's most played and most successful champion during the regular season. This is very much just what AHQ played on patch 5.13 and before. Pretty much whenever the Cinderhulk patch came in, this is the team comp AHQ started playing, and that carried them all the way to MSI and all the way through the summer split, and then the patch changed. A lot of people have said AHQ hasn't been able to adapt well to the new patches. Well, they're just playing the old one.
And I feel the same is true for a lot of the Chinese teams. EDG may be a bit more modern, but I think IG and LGD have run into trouble in drafts playing more dated picks. This is a very classic IG comp from a few patches ago, but with the way the picks line out, Kakao's going to have a very aggressive at least game.
I'm also looking forward to seeing which of these teams' top lane tanks can get ahead. Kalista will take a long time to get through a fed Maokai and Tristana, while she can get rid of a Shen. Similar situation, quite difficult to kill a top lane beefy tanky Shen if they manage to get ahead. So let's see which of these sort of team carries can be the front line that's going to be big enough to pick up a win here in the group. AHQ, they picked up a surprise victory against Fnatic yesterday. Take a look at their team comp. Will they do it again against IG? Jump onto Twitter, hashtag IG win or hashtag AHQ win. I think a lot of the questions for IG's team composition maybe quelled a little bit. This is a more well-rounded team composition. More bland, less flavorful, but it's cleaner, it's easier to understand.
The reason this feels bland is because this is the League of Legends people were playing 2 months ago. Both of these team compositions would have made perfect sense in like week 5 of the regular season, but the game has actually changed since then. And I think this is one of the reasons these teams are sitting at the bottom of the group right now, is because they're playing the old champions. But right now, obviously, if IG wins, they need to win. They would be 0-3 and actually match with LGD as a Chinese team at the bottom of the group, which they don't want to happen.
And on the other side, this is a huge opportunity for AHQ there as well. They surprise comeback win against Fnatic yesterday. If they can win here, they'll be 2-1 and I think second in the group, which is great for them, who probably came in with maybe lower expectations, but have certainly shown up on the world stage so far.
Yeah, well, a lot of people were expecting HQ to actually maybe, I think maybe in some places be stronger because they were so dominant in the LMS, because they dropped 3 games all summer long. It was an incredible run. And now we need to see a slightly different flavor. Westdawn not on Fizz for the first time at Worlds, but on, again, a stylistic preferred champion.
And the big question I think AHQ has to answer is that are they a one-patch team? Because as long as the Cinderhulk meta happened, there were many patches in between, but I don't think large sweeping changes really ever affected AHQ. And now all the small changes throughout the regular season, as well as the large changes that happened between 5.13 and Worlds, ends up in a big change. And AHQ now has to play in this world.
Well, we do start things off with a lane swap, as we do see Arn and Albus going up towards the top. Double jungles will happen as well, as a Westar and a Rookie will face off. You can see Rookie already playing aggressively. He's certainly played this matchup countless times. He's been a big, strong player coming into the tournament. We'll see if he can have a breakout game here.
It's going to be a little difficult for Victor to find opportunities later in the game with the front line of Rek'Sai, Maokai, as well as that Thresh. Flash cleanse for Rookie, Flash Ignite for Westall. There are no teleports this game. It's the first one of the day. I believe the 14 mid laners have taken Flash Teleport mid. It's a pretty good win-lock.
Yesterday, Westar brought Ignite as well.
Yeah.
Very singular play style that he wants to play here. Ahri, though, is one of the most mage-like assassins. It's very flexible pick, I would say, because it's not just good at picks. It can also have some strong success in team fights. So even though Westar does have a small champion pool, the champions he does pick end up being relatively versatile.
And he's certainly used to getting banned out back home as well, so had to extend it by at least a bit as Kidding Kitties sweeping some minions out here in the bottom lane. See if he's looking to come down now.
Oh, yeah.
The tie, though.
Well, that's 4 people, so unless he leaves now...
Yep.
You did it.
Woo. Very reminiscent of what we've seen in the European LCS a lot. Early tower pressure. Traditionally, though, that top laner might consider returning. This is Zitai to his lane to try pick up a wave.
Yeah, looking at this specific lane swap, though, I actually feel like this favors AHQ because AHQ started in that side of the jungle and was able to clear away most of it, so IG won't have the ability to go and clean this side of the jungle as they're pressuring the turret, whereas the Trist and Thresh on the other side are going to allow Mountain to pick up not only the Scuttle Crab, but also more farm within the jungle. Could be wrong about the actual start of this game, but that's the way I see it right now as far as what they can pick up.
Well, we do see Kid and Kitties hammering away on that tower. Ziv is being starved of resources, but as is Zitai. If I look at that correctly, I think he's holding hands with the rest of the team.
Yeah, I actually have pretty large criticisms of this start from IG from a strategic point of view. If they're going to do the 4-person turret dive, they need to take control early of the 2 quadrants of the jungle that hug the bottom lane. If their play is to be bottom, because they allowed AHQ to start specifically in their jungle, clean out the blue buff and all the assigned things, and now you're seeing Kakao level 2 just now picking up level 3 like 4+ minutes in. Mountain gaining a large experience advantage because of this stuff.
And it's rare for Kakao to make this many passing mistakes, but again, it's been a tough world for him. He's got kind of 2 styles. You farm a lot or you gank a lot. This one is kind of going to do neither. He's going to have to catch up in farm now after the start from IG.
Well, tried to gank, but setup wasn't there for the gank to even happen. And Kakao, probably the most talked about jungler in many ways coming into this World Championship. So much expectation on his shoulders and criticism of the team and how they play around him. Really enabling him from the LPL, but this time around, the strategy didn't pay off. So it does mean the tower trade has been even 1-to-1. It looks like we're seeing a bunch of recalls, so I want to see how the lanes sort of settle down, but as it stands, advantages for HQ in terms of farm.
Certainly is. This Mountain getting quite low, but continuing to hard farm out his jungle. Rookie doing a decent job moving Westar off this wave. This is one of Rookie's specialties as a player. He's an excellent duelist 1v1, and he constantly forces people off waves in mid lane, which is very impressive for a short lane.
Yes. You can see it hasn't even really cost him many resources. He's sitting on 2 biscuits still, has nearly full mana, whereas he's burned Westar through all of his potions already with a 13 CS lead, as well as the lane is frozen. Rookie is destroying this lane.
And this is what we expected from Rookie coming into the tournament, so a good start for him, but can he continue it here as we move through the rest of the game? Like we said, he is going to have a big game here.
Yeah, my eyes are also going to be on when Ann and Kid eventually go toe-to-toe. Because of the early trade and the fact that Ann wasn't able to pick up a lot of CS, he's got that pickaxe. So the power curve for Kid on Kalista picking up the Cutlass and then eventually recurve bow is actually more favorable. It'll be a long time before Ann can pick up that BF sword. So if they do trade, can play out. Kakao Mountain wants to have a party, but Cocoon doesn't connect.
Yeah, got to recalibrate that one there for Kakao. His vision will go down. Kitty's actually doing a lot of walking and going back up to the top lane as AHQ looking to descend on the bottom lane because he's a Ty wants assistance. He'll leave the area, but Tristana very good at taking early turrets as well.
Yeah, I think Shen and Maokai are 2 of the hardest champions to dive in lane swaps, but also IG has sent assistance right now. But they're going to attempt the dive anyway.
Teleport comes in from Ziv. This is a 4v3. Kid is a mile away. The flay comes out. Zitai manages to get a 2-man taunt. Kitties has backed away. Rocket jump forward from Ann. He gets himself first blood, and AHQ pull off a beautiful dive. Albus is going to die. I take back. It was not beautiful. It was messy at the end. 1 for 1.
I love Arn's play there, just going straight in on the rocket jump for the dunk. Does hit a tower hit on the back end as well.
I was with you, Quick Shot. That dive was so well executed until he overtanked the turret. It's the strategy that AHQ and the style that AHQ plays through most of the year. Just pile down bottom lane and get on the kill. So everything was working out great until Albus gave one back.
Risky hit for Arn to stay as well, but doing good damage to the turret. Zitai and Kakao going to clear out what they can. But Arn having a good start to this game. He could see Westar, though, forced back all the way to his turret as Kid, busy taking this turret, might get it on this wave, might have to wait for the next one as it arrives.
Yeah, big advantage for IG though. At least they'll get this additional tower, some additional gold. And his Kid has been left uncontested, sitting on 1,300 gold, as he will now get the support of Kitties. And down in the bottom lane, Arn and Albus now, they're going in. The taunt actually connects. The death sentence finds Kakao. Tower is still alive. Repel goes up and Kakao goes out. And that could have gone way, way worse for Arn and Albus, but they get away unscathed.
Yeah, the Cocoon hit the cannon minion from Kakao, and they were trying to chain the CC with the Shen taunt. Otherwise, that actually may have granted a kill for them onto Arn. Either way, it gets both summoner spells, and now, because the kill was not converted, they will get the turn.
Yep, Arn is going to pick that up, so we'll have trades here. Kid still working on the top lane tower, but looks to be going down relatively soon as, yep, there's a couple hit points left.
So trading tower for tower, we heard Mountain use the Void Rush, and they've now set up around Dragon. So AHQ, no waves to really push out. We'll get an early Drake on the board.
Yeah, I have to say, AHQ, strategically and in the side lanes, is winning this game. And the thing that's keeping IG in this one is Rookie's dominance of the mid lane without any jungle assistance, just winning the matchup substantially.
And it's funny, because we used to look at Rookie and Kakao, even when they were back in Korea on the KT team, and think, oh, their synergy is so good, they just punish mid lane and jungle synergies. I already mentioned, Rookie is an excellent 1v1 laner as well, so all this swapping is isolating him here in this lane and letting him shine. This is what we expected from Rookie coming into the world, and he's finally showing it here against Westall.
He's going to have to show a whole lot more to help bring up some of the pressure from the alternative lanes. But truthfully, it's not really yielded a lot. 6 CS difference between top laners, nothing between 80 carries, with the exception of that kill for Anne. So still a very, very close, very even game. And quite a slow tempo in contrast to the previous game that we just saw from Origin and KT.
I expected this game, honestly, to be much more aggressive. So the fact that we've gone to a very long lane swap with lots of tower trades is interesting.
Yeah.
I wonder how much experience do the teams have in this spot, and what else can they do? Is AHQ looking for Zatai, but he's already backed off.
Yeah, I expect AHQ to continue to push the tempo. They will want to get some roams off from the mid lane. And every time Ziv's teleport is up, I think they're going to be going for a play that centers around On. So I think we're just kind of waiting for these things to come up to get the bloodiness factor back in this game.
I also like them using Tristana to take the tower where Shen currently is. Go to the source of the global, remove the possibility of a counterplay, remove or reduce the likelihood of all of a sudden a Stand United gank coming into play. The problem is Kid and Kitties are pushing all the way to the inner turret. Kakao's there for support, so you're going to most likely trade inner turret for inner turret, it looks like, as Ziv's going forward. He's stunned!
Oh, good stun there. Great Cocoon to follow up. Ziv, he's in trouble. Kid's going to get himself a kill.
It just looked too easy.
It was. There were no vision control within their own jungle. The deep wards were there by IG, so they knew it was a relatively safe dive. And they also had a Shen ultimate if anything were to go a little bit wrong with the dive. Nice move there by IG.
Now this is something I've actually seen before when the teams trade inner turrets so early on. It actually ends up stagnating the next few minutes because the risk of pushing further just continues to grow. We may see the next action maybe around the next Dragon, because you can assume IG will have a rough timer after they lost their tower, and they may be willing to commit to a fight, which is something that both IG and AHQ have shown a penchant for during the regular seasons.
Certainly have as Mountain gets out of the way. Kitty's going to collapse the tunnel. As Mountain goes back to his jungle to farm things up, taking a quick look at that gold lead. Still real even. As Rookie, the only one doing exceptionally in these lanes. Morello Nomicon versus Mark II Hexcore right now.
Yep, and I do kind of want to mention Mountain's play so far in this game. It's pretty much exactly what he said in the future. He'll pre-plan his jungle route, use his knowledge of the opponent jungler to out-farm and get strong from farming. And that's...
And build Cinderhulk.
16 CS up. You'll have Cinderhulk, and he has a 400 gold advantage on Kakao, despite Kakao being up a kill.
And Kakao, again, he's also going Cinderhulk, needs to be more of a frontliner for his team. This is not the same aggressive Kakao. It's actually caught Albus. Could be trouble there as the Flay also comes in. Now Stand United's going to follow. The flash is good. Box was good as well, and he will get to safety.
Does manage to get out alive. There's still some pressure in the jungle. Actually, it's pressure in mid. Rookie's going to chase forward, throws down the Chaos Storm, but Westall forced a Spirit Rush away and burns Flash as well. There's now an open mid lane turret.
The mid lane pressure is what IG is trying to work off of. Rookie's advantage. Let's see if they can get anything here.
Well, they're going to start things off here under the tower. Hook is good on the Kid. Gravity Field's going to follow in, try and zone them out. Mountain does get stung. Kid's forced to flash out.
Well, there goes their pressure right away.
Manages to get away alive at least, but does burn his flash.
Yeah, so unfortunate move there by Kid, kind of negating the advantage that Rookie had acquired in the lane. And I do kind of want to talk about this group a little bit because the results of this game could just throw this group into total chaos. Obviously, we have Fnatic and Cloud9 next, which is two 2-0 teams. One team, it's a 2-0 team versus a 1-1
team, correct.
So there's a lot of, Zatai's going teleporting.
Looking for a big play. On, gets away, nice buster shot right in the air. And Zatai's like, okay, I'm done.
Hashtag not worth.
Yeah, so depending on the scenarios, like if Fnatic actually beats Cloud9 and AHQ can win this, we would have 3 2-1 teams within the same group and an 0-3 IG. But if IG also wins this one, there's a potential they're only one game out of first. So anything can really happen still in this group matchup. And IG, it makes this game even more important because they're the ones in danger of falling really far behind.
There's possibilities of multiple 2-1 teams, and there's possibility of multiple 1 and 2 teams.
Yeah.
Cloud9 could realistically go 3-0 if they keep up this miracle magic run. But before we get there, Victus Gaming is still holding very, very even with AHQ. And for IG, that's not a terrible thing. They've been really, really poor in their 2 previous games. Down 500 gold at 10 minutes average across their 2 last ones, down 3,000 gold average at 20 minutes. We're now set up for a much more even, much more competitive match against AHQ.
Well, Midland is going to collect their blues. Westor just barely missing that charm out onto Rookie. Is Dragon back in about 30 seconds. We'll see if the teams convert onto it and try and look for a fight. Just popping down quickly. Thanks for getting somewhat tankier. And a Blade of the Ruin King up for Kid could also give them initiative on the next team fight if there was to be one.
Yeah, Dragon in 20 seconds. If we're going to see a team fight, it's going to be there. Stand United is up on Zatai, and Teleport is up on Ziv. The concerning thing for AHQ is how far behind Ziv is. 25 CS behind, has yet to even complete his initiation item in a Righteous Glory that he's going for. And additionally, Westor is not strong either. Ziv's the guy who carried their win against Fnatic and has been described as a guy who just strictly doesn't lose lane. But because of the way these swaps have worked, he's fallen behind.
Yeah, and that CS discrepancy is also matched by Rookie against Westor. So the 2 primary carries for IG in Zatai and Rookie are ahead. Uncontested Dragon here as IG will even it to 1-1. AHQ show face, but they're simply too late to contest. And
good.
Some golf claps from the audience.
Yeah, good news there for IG, as they will equalize those Dragons. 1 apiece now. They might even look for a fight here. A pick could give them a tower here as they do shove out mid lane, but again, a very much slower game than maybe we expected. And with the way teams have picked, a little outdated, sure, but certainly very safe in how they've approached the game as well.
And of course, because of all the pressure on those inner turrets from 5 minutes ago, the teams are still trying to find a safe lane to farm in. You keep seeing Zatai pushing up the top wave to about the tri-bush, and then he has to back away and let Ziv catch it. You can see in the bottom lane now, An has just gone to catch the bot lane. So we're going to keep seeing these lanes being challenged and pressured. But for AHQ, a small misstep, maybe. No, take it back. IG not going to commit to get tower damage down.
Ari has spectacular wave clear, as does Victor. It's really hard for either one of these teams to get actual turret pressure. And despite the early advantage that Rookie had, Westor is clawing his way back now, even with Morel and Omicron on Ari. So he will be a threat to Kid in team fights as well. This game is very much going to be decided by probably Dragon fights.
And Ziv's also caught up as well. So AHQ all of a sudden back in. It actually have 1,000 gold up right now after all those last few movements. On does have an item also coming through his Mountain. Gonna take away the Raptor camp.
900 of that gold lead is concentrated on Mountain, though. Over Cacao. Rek'Sai not necessarily known for his scaling. So I would say as far as gold distribution goes, the fact that there's mid lane gold on Rookie is slightly more advantageous.
Luckily for AHQ, Mountain's getting a little beefier. Got that Cinderhawk, got 2 Ruby Crystals. Also got the fan support behind him.
Yeah. Very close vote there between the two. Really heating up towards just a big mid game here. Dragon down, of course, means probably not too much action given the pace of the game so far in the next 5 minutes, but they're going to get tankier. It's going to be very traditional looking League of Legends here. No big carries, no juggernauts, just play front to back, tanks in front, carries in the back.
So, P.E.K.K.A and Soaz take us a few years back with double teleports and split pushing, And IG and AHQ take us a few years back to 20 minutes of laning and then team fights to determine the victor.
Yeah.
It's a World Championships, Jack. We're having a history lesson with teams from around the world.
Think of the analogy. So when Origin does it, it's awesome. But when AHQ wants to throw back, it's suddenly boring. What's up with that?
What I do like about it, though, is the team fights are going to get chaotic because everybody's getting to these power spikes. Cacao, wow, you don't have a lot of support. Kitty's just gone in with a slicing Maelstrom. The box has gone down, and they've called Mountain out.
Yeah, Mountain now going to look to that. Kitties will get it as Westor trying to find the flank, but IG get the pick. What else can they get as Rookie eats the charm?
Yes, that's the whole gold advantage just gone. He gets evaporated because of the wave started, and a brawl in the top lane as Ziv interrupted to stand united.
Wow, the flash taunt does connect, or taunt flash rather. Ziv is now running back to lane, just gonna get the siege minion and some sustain. He's even gonna dash forward, but I do think Zatai will run him down.
Oh my god!
The taunt hits the wall! That's a face plant of note. Ziv's gonna look for some more sustain. If a Vorpal Blade goes out, there's more regen from the passive.
W again!
This is fantastic! Sap Magic is not enough. Maybe could have run further away, but Kid was there to close.
That was ridiculous. That was just an absurd fight. It all started, though, because Ziv did want to interrupt the Stand United, so that was a continuation of the pick that IG found in the Dragon area. I actually thought that Ziv was just going to get farm, and then I was like, he could actually escape off of this. This is amazing. And then he actually should have just continued to farm.
I definitely think somebody has to hit that up with a hashtag PTL or hashtag Penta, because that was one of the most interesting top lane duels.
And again, normally the top lane duels are really exciting right now. There's Juggernauts smashing into each other, Soaz is running headfirst into an Olaf trying to fight with Fiora. Instead, it's all the way back to Shen versus Maokai. The fights are long, tedious, but very amusing.
Well, Paisley, 2 minutes until the next dragon. AHQ snuck the first one after the lane swap played into the bottom half of the map and into their favor. Then IG took an uncontested dragon, where AHQ were just a little late. They didn't really show any signs they wanted to fight. I feel like now they will. Look, they've grouped up middle, a minute and a half to go, applying pressure on this outer turret. Victor's waves clear is good, but against 4 members, it's risky.
Yeah, he can't get close enough to use all of his spells there. He's just trying to spam down the turret and the flank.
Good flank. Kenny's here as well. Massive ulti out there from Kennen as the slashing Maelstrom pops up. But it's called use double knockout after the gravity field. Top from Zatai. Mountain goes down. Ziv is low. He will fall as well.
Massive fight right there for IG, and it's because Rookie held out for so long. HQ wanted to take the turret down and then retreat, but they overstayed because they couldn't get the damage down, and it gives time for IG to get around for the flank.
They do manage to get the team fight, they get the tower, and they can even peel back to get some vision around the Dragon Pits. I'm trying to look at wards. Only Sightstone is with Kitties, so a little unfortunate that IG can't get deeper vision. And you can see AHQ's ring just beyond the Dragon Pit into the red buff area of IG.
Yeah, seeing this fight again, the Ken and Kalista combo is awesome, but the Kalista is actually pretty far away at the start of this fight, so Kitties has to do it himself. Finally, when he was about to die, it gets triggered. I love the fact that Rookie also had the presence of mind to put down the gravity field during that to get the double stun. And then Kid, he just gets so rewarded for being so far away at the start of the fight. Double kill at the end.
And I have to say, Zatai Shen, not something we would maybe consider to be a big pick for him. He's much more of a carry player, but I think the fact that he's able to make very obvious plays with Shen and then still be a threat with his split push is actually making quite a difference. Kakal's also nailing his cocoons. So that frontline initiation that saw IG get so much success and set up their carries is finally seeing a bit of play here.
We've not seen any of IG's carries under threat. They are the ones that are dictating the tempo. They're the ones making the aggressive, positive plays, and AHQ are scrambling. The first positive play AHQ tried to make in the last 5-6 minutes was that mid lane push. They didn't necessarily respect or ward their flanks appropriately, and then they got punished for it. So I quite like Kitties. He's playing forward. He's using that ulti very aggressively, and the rest of the team is backing him up when he does.
Dragon does go over to IG now. Masol, that's 2 of 3 here in this game. Maybe that's something they can look forward to as far as win conditions go, but items are really in IG's favor right now. They can just look to fight, although Westor on the other side, certainly not too far behind. The Luden's Echo, very common Ahri item.
He's really caught up in CS on the Ahri. The person who hasn't caught up though is Ziv, and I think that's so core to AHQ's strategies. When they're trying to get ongoing, they really need a big tank to jump in the backline and kind of buy time for Westor to find kills and On to have strong positioning in the backline. As long as Ziv is behind in this game, I don't think AHQ is actually comfortable making aggressive moves.
It's significantly harder for Westo and Ari to get behind and blow Kid up than it would be on a champion like Fizz or even a champion like Twisted Fate. So positioning is going to be so key. We're still even in gold. You know, we've crested 22 minutes. IG in their last 2 games were down 3,000 gold on average. This is a much better performance.
It is, and it's such a deliberate game from both the teams. Never mind, Rookie may be caught. Travel lands! Hook! Oh my god, that cleanse!
And the max charged explosive charge isn't enough to kill, thanks to Zatai making that nice ultimate in right as Rookie needed it most. Jeez.
Certainly did. As they'll now clear out the lane, since they're in mid, and actually Kid's in the top lane. Hopping away, going to clear some things and try and get initiative for IG.
So a little bit of freedom and respite here from AHQ. They know Stand United is down, but they need to try and funnel some farm and some experience to Ziv. There's a 3-level difference between Ziv's Maokai and Zitai's Shed. It's 30-something CS, and look at this, 23 minutes in, taking a page out of Origin's book maybe, knowing that, you know, the Void Rush is down, knowing Spirit Rush is down, they're in the dark, and this looks so safe with the Rex side.
Well, this is just
Kalista.
This is much different in my opinion because it's a lack of vision control. They finally figured it out, and this could be a post-Baron fight if they want it, but Ziv does not have the tankiness to engage.
Zitai's sort of on the wrong side now, but they actually are chasing Ziv, I believe, who's trying to get out of things. Kitties has found him, needs the stun. Doesn't quite get the last Q, but and very strong call from IG, much different again from what we've seen. That was an excellent Baron.
Well, this group is getting more and more interesting as IG are finding some stride, and AHQ, can they do it again? They were behind Fnatic yesterday, a little bit earlier in the game, and they managed to claw it back in. And they're going to need a lot of time to get this Maokai to be more relevant and then buy enough time for Arn to actually get kills. He's going to need to get a Last Whisper. There's already a Randons completed here for Zatai.
Yeah, HQ normally such a bloody team when they play 1 kill in 24.5 minutes is really uncharacteristic. You'd expect them to either be snowballing ahead or taking the fights and losing the game because they're taking the fights when behind. But this is kind of just a completely different feel for them in this match. Really strange watching this game after knowing a lot about HQ.
Yeah, and especially for AHQ's team composition, it's going to be so difficult to deal with these Baron minions. Ari's wave play is great, but so much less effective against the Baron empowered minions. We do see Arn moved around to this top lane. Charm connects onto Kakao, but no further follow-up. And finally, 5 members of AHQ were in the top half of the map, but Zatai, with Stand United, with TP, he's pushing the bottom lane.
Yep, he's already in reserve here as IG will go back. They need to make some ground here with the Baron, try and see if they can knock down some towers and get some additional gold. But again, it's really been back to basics here for IG. Pick a very safe, very standard team comp, take your lanes, navigate through the swap, and just play calm League of Legends. It's still a very close game, but IG are keeping the tempo very deliberate.
They really are, and you can see Mountain on your screen. He's got himself a 40 CS lead over his opposite number, Kakao, but that CS is somewhat hurting Ziv. No major item completed outside of that Cinder Hulk, so even Mountain's build path is still yet a little while away from getting some of those additional auras or Randuins or etc. added in.
There'll be a big power spike when Albus gets to his Aegis because of the Spectres that went on to Mountain, really trying to make him a super tanky Rex side. I do want to talk about Kid though. He's been the beneficiary of some kills in the late parts of this fight, and beyond even at Worlds, Kid takes more criticism than the community than pretty much anyone. Like if we think the North American and European communities are bad, Kid had a 443 total damage game during the regular season, and the 443 game comes up every single time Kid has a bad performance. So now that he's been able to get 3 kills and IG is down 0-2 in this group, he needs to be able to perform in this game just to fight back at some of that stuff.
QSS has a 3rd item to allow him to deal more than 443 damage in the next team fight. I think that's safe to say. He's been in the right place, and because AHQ have been in trouble, it's gonna work out. Mountain's gonna get stunned up as he actually takes the Lantern to safety. Teleports have come in as Kitties will get pulled back by Fate's Call.
Fate's Call's good, but the tower needs to go down. Kitties pops back out. Tower will fall. Now IG will rush in Ziv. Tank it up at the front line. The Chaos Storm will zone them away. Rookie gonna get the kill.
Yeah, really nice job there by Kitties, flying in and out of the fight, and the rest of IG, because they took AHQ so low, now they all have to back. They thought they could get the push on. Unfortunately, the minion wave did not cooperate.
And IG taking no chances as Mountain Nope.
He wants to interrupt a recall.
Gonna get no one.
Rookie.
Rookie's charm lands. Cleanse is there, but the flash will keep him safe.
Well, that's important. No flash on Rookie. Dragons up in 20 seconds. By delaying the backs, this may allow AHQ to get their hands on the objective.
Really important as well to keep the Dragon race close. The gold is starting to get out of control, but if it's the gold as well as the Dragon snowball, then the late game teamfights just become less and less favorable for AHQ. Mountain, though, was maybe trying to get a resto, probably just some vision control.
Yeah, we'll see. Now all of a sudden, IG have got enough numbers nearby, and AHQ, they've dilly-dallied. They did not rush the Dragon instantaneously and pushed out that bottom lane. They have started it now, but this is close.
It becomes so dangerous as well because Ziv is also not in position. IG actually has superior positioning for this team fight. AHQ's gotta run.
And now IG is gonna try and fight them. They'll take the Dragon first. AHQ forced completely off as the tie looking for something, but he's got no team.
4,000 gold. They've got their third Dragon. They've got 5 towers. A stolen blue buff now as well. Invictus Gaming have got all of the tools they need to start pressuring and closing this game out. Kitty's initiations on Kennen have really been fantastic. Every single time he has gone in, despite it looking a little risky or a little brave, it has always been net gain, net positive for IG.
Specifically that last fight under the turret. Takes a bunch of turret aggro, Kalista pulls him back when he's at a sliver, and then has the confidence to chain CC with the rest of his team, and because he connected with players, bounce back to auto attack range, which put him into safety and he could just escape. So really nice heady play by Kid and Kitties, who have taken so much criticism thus far.
Yeah, I mean, Kalista has been very popular actually at the World Championship, so I'm hoping, especially if Kalista still gets it, we'll see more of this lane. It was kind of a thing for a while, I felt like, and then dropped off, but Kitties and Kids showing that, hey, we can still do this. It's still quite strong.
Yeah, approaching 30 minutes on the clock, and that gold lead staying quite comfy at 4K. We do see the makings of that Randian's Omen for Mountain, and Arn is a little brave. That's the third time I've seen him rocket jump forward onto Zitai, and I just panic because that's a long cooldown. There's the risk of being caught if you're not fully aware. We do see Mountain getting pulled to safety as AHQ have got their entire team in the top half of the map.
And I can't believe how safe IG are playing this game, but I honestly don't blame them, given how the group stages have started for them. One of IG's really wonky strengths, if you will, is actually adapting to the enemy team and either playing your strategy and beating you with it or playing around you. They're very, with how deep the champion pools go for the top half of the map, they can do a lot of different things. So they know, you can tell with Arn's rocket jumps, AHQ always want to fight, so IG just doing everything they can to only take fights they can win. If not, back away and just keep playing the map.
Now they're getting vision control of the Baron area, knowing it's spawning in 26 seconds, as well as setting up the split push. So they are really just executing this classic Shen strategy that we really haven't seen much of at Worlds, and using it to strangle out AHQ, who is falling farther and farther behind.
Strong items there for AHQ. Aegis was picked up, Randian's was completed, Last Whisper for Iron as well. So their ability to fight is continuing to grow. My one concern for IG, the slower tempo of this game, the slower pace, is allowing Ziv to get tankier, is allowing Mountain to get tankier. So any mistakes on an IG engage or being caught out of position could and might actually get punished.
And this game sort of rides on this next Baron. Mountain just missing that ward. But really nice Thresh Lantern to get him to safety. Mittatai's in the bottom lane, ulti and TP ready. You know that there can be a fight if they need to, but IG, they know they just have to play around this objective, and if they get it, it should be an easy closeout from that point onwards.
And the objective control is stronger with Kalista, which makes it even harder to respect. Sorry. It makes respecting the Baron a top priority for HQ.
Oh,
I knew where you were going.
Words are hard
I was in
sometimes.
a few sentence traps there.
Well, you did manage to save yourself at the end. The Baron dance has begun. If you look at the minimap, you can see Ziv and Zitai. They're still going head-to-head. The Cocoon catches Mountain mid-tunnel, but he's got another one to ride out to safety. And we do see, once again, the Vision Wars trading supreme.
And that should be enough for IG to go ahead and start this. Look at Zitai. He's waiting for a potential port. They do hear Mountain's ultimate, so they might not want to go straight in. In fact, Mountain's checked it, but they're just going for it. Yeah. United Tears are going to commit
secure. You have to
completely
fight
to this. And now we'll see what happens. Mountain's going to dive in. Baron actually, oh my god, he's stolen! And Mountain gets it. He might get away. Oh, there's a double kill now as IHQ get 3
kills already. They'll chase out Rookie. How did that happen?
It's exactly the mistake that we were saying IG couldn't make. They played the game so slow and so measured up until this point, and then they say, yeah, you know what, we should just do Baron, not control the jungle, not make sure Rek'Sai's gone, and then also not bait out the TP for any reason. They lose the fight afterwards as well, and they're gonna get snowballed on here. I think their inhibitor's gonna die off this.
Unbelievable. We had just talked about the item thresholds that AHQ had hit. They used the Stanchion item to tank the Baron, and Mountain steals it from under the nose, from under Smite and Rend. That should never happen. But it did.
And now AHQ completely caught back in gold on pretty much, and are going to keep shoving things down. They did keep their inhibitor turrets though, did IG, so that's all good.
Well, because of the Baron steal, just heads up, there's a double chance to get a legendary skin for mystery gifting. But
So much wrong with this. So first off, Kid doesn't even use Fate's Call. Kitties is getting wrecked, and he doesn't help him throw in. And then, I didn't get to see the Baron health right at the end there,
I was
but
watching the
it was
people.
2,000 something. I think he ended up rending early. I am going to check.
Well,
the rest of it sort of continues. Rookie gets himself away, but a great combo there. And AHQ, what's their big strength that we've heard? Team fights and fighting often, and they've got a good, very easy composition to team fight with, and that's exactly what they did in the Baron pit.
Baron was at 2,050 health. Kid rended for 1,800 and then let it smite. Why do you ever rend at a number that high? You know exactly how much the opponent can smite for. 800 damage at this point in the game. Smite in a safe range, 1,500 to 1,000. He smites way early. And, well, he rended way early, and they get crushed.
And Jat, this is why all the criticism has been laid at the feet of Kid.
He panicked because the fight was starting.
Up until this point, the gameplay had been good, and one decision costs them Baron, and it may cost them more. AHQ have closed the gold gap to 1,000. They set themselves up for Dragon, but they may want to peel away. There's the fight!
Yeah, Kitty's going in for it now. Dragon is going to go over to AHQ, but they're going to keep moving in. Zib taking up so much damage. Mountain, they're charging into the back as well. Kakao is trying to fight. Mountain does fall there as Kid gets the rend off. Kakao, though, caught out of position. On has to rocket jump away. Kakao goes back down. Crit gets a crit and takes him out of the fight. Now's the tie. He's going to be in trouble. AHQ looking to keep going.
We'll see if they can find anything more. The fight ends up being jungler for jungler, but it could not have been closer. On gets a fadeaway kill, and AHQ get the Dragon as well.
This game is now wide open. Baron still kind of alive, but not a giant advantage from AHQ. They pick up a Dragon, so the 5 Dragon timer is also delayed. IG can, as soon as they can get that, would be 40 plus minutes, 46 minutes. And this is trouble.
Yeah, the tie, big teleport flank there on. Rocket jumps away, but Albus maybe not so lucky. Good juke there. Oh my god, I think he's going to be okay. Zatai, he's still chasing, looking for something.
Don't talk too soon. The charm connects, but here comes Kitties, and they shut down Albus. The rest of AHQ have peeled away, but they got a tower, they got a Dragon, they've closed the goal gap, and they've pushed us even later into late game. Frozen heart now for Ziv. He is getting beefy.
Worthy sacrifice for Albus to try and save on. He actually delays his back a little bit to pick up red buff. I wonder if that's going to give the window for IG to actually take some damage. I don't think they caught his recall with the end of that ward, so they don't know how delayed he's going to be to pace.
And running back already, so he's going to be there to defend things as AHQ look to regroup after a couple losses around the Dragon. It's 2-3, by the way, in that objective, so IG do have the lead there. If the game is going to go late, which at this point, given how close it's been, how back and forth it's been, it very well may be.
We're 37 minutes in, Pastry. That's starting to get late.
Yeah.
Now that there's a window in the game, I do want to kind of be like, in Kid's defense at the Baron area, they were already losing the fight by the time he decided to rend. I don't think there's any excuse for saving the Fate's Call. He should have popped that as soon as Kitty started taking damage. But as far as rending early, that might be one of those times where you want to be like, yo, Kakao, let's pick a number, 2,000 and go there, and it could have just not been coordinated that way. Since a lot of chaos was happening, they were being initiated on, and you can't be mid-fight while still securing Baron, so he tried to rend early. Also a bad call from IG. Still bad play from Kid, but there are reasons that it happens.
Yeah, a little more justifiable, and we can see AHQ putting pressure on the bottom half of the map, getting some wards into IG's jungle, and now they are the ones that are somewhat dictating the tempo of the game. We've seen them push multiple waves for the last few minutes, and it's going to be up to IG to reply.
Yeah, and now their split push is not as threatening unless they can get a major force with the 4 main members. The biggest amount of strength that IG has is Rookie. He's gone the Lichbane build, which is so aggressive. No Zhonya's, but if anyone walks in a melee range of him, he gets to pop him. It's specifically good, I think, against Rek'Sai and Maokai, 2 of the tankier guys who do have to get up close and personal, but can't burst him. So the Zhonya's doesn't need to be a burst guard for him, therefore he goes for a higher damage build.
Victus Gaming still trying to find a foothold in this very even game. 6-5 there in turrets as well, so no real opening as the tie is going to go back as well. Might have an aggressive item on the agenda. Could just be the Sunfire. It's actually Thornmail that he'll finish as the next item. So the tanks get tankier and the carries start to pile on those damage items.
Yeah, I agree with his decision to not go Sunfire there because the split pushing, it doesn't matter how fast he can do it at this point. The Bomby Cinder will give him a little bit. He really just needs the Thornmail to survive through On, who's picked up 4 kills.
Well, we'll take a look at that hit. Even with Randion's Cacao, it's chunked down very heavily by On, I-Edge, Shiv, Whisper, and BT. Very, very scary. Whichever AD carry is allowed to get multiple auto attacks off in a fight could turn the tides. We're coming up to 40 minutes on the game clock.
Yeah, and that next big breakpoint starting to hit as well. Baron in 30 seconds. Dragon will follow about a minute and a half after it. So again, these teams have really taken their time. We've seen a lot of fighting around objectives, and that's about it apart from a few picks. So they're playing safe. Again, a very important win for both sides. For IG not to go 0-3 to start their group stage, but AHQ actually be positioned very well in their group after their win against Fnatic. So it's an important one. I can understand why they're playing slowly, but the longer the game clock ticks on, the more those mistakes cost you.
Yeah, and I think it's mainly the mistakes that are the problems here because I think IG does scale a little bit better into the late game. It's just the death timers will continue to grow in time, and IG is showing that they're not playing aggressively or necessarily to their advantages. All of their strength is really going to be channeled into Rookie, and it's kind of bad to have such a singular point of failure within the team.
Yeah, I like the idea of Shen split pushing a little more than Maokai. The Stand United will find combat effectiveness while simultaneously porting in. So if IG or HQ want to start some fun, and obviously you could have a Kennen plus Shen delivery system all of a sudden. AHQ peel away from Baron. It is live. Dragon will be up in 50 seconds. And there are no more inner lane turrets to knock down for HQ. So they have to push all the way up to the inhibitor turrets if they want to be pressuring IG's base.
An example of how close this game is we don't even have an exposed inhibitor. 40 minutes in. First day of Worlds here, games were about 30 minutes long. This is a throwback in a lot of different ways. It's an older patch, also it's a slower game.
Well, Mountain's going to go back. He's going to continue being tanky. Hit Cinderhawk Rek'Sai pretty massive. Ziv actually, I think, just got Spirit Visage as well, so 3 tank items now there. I mean, Rookie's also getting stronger on the other side. Perfect Hexgog being added in with a Void Staff on the way. Full damage for the IG mid laner.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned that, because if West or On get caught by a Cocoon, by a Kennen stun, by a Taunt, Chaos Storm and Death Ray will disintegrate them. There is simply nothing that will remain. So for Rookie, the amount of damage is built up, sitting on a ludicrous amount of AP, 795 versus the 458 of Westall.
Yeah.
He just needs to have somebody in place for half a second to a second, and that's it. They'll be done.
Yep, Rookie's also gone cooldown per level on his runes, so he's very, very close to 40% CDR with just the Morel and Omicron. It begins. Another Baron.
Well, let's take a look. This one looks scarier. The death sentence connects, but it's on Zitai. Slicing Maelstrom is out. The box goes down, as does the gravity field. If it's an AoE, it's for me. That's it. Is down. Kitties is the one that secures the kill. AHQ are in full retreat. They managed to take down Ziv. Albus follows shortly thereafter. It's only Westall and Mountain left, and Mountain will get run down. 4 members of AHQ killed by IG.
And Rookie's damage was absurd. You mentioned it right before it happened. He blew up On, who couldn't get out of that. Zatai and Mountain gonna have a battle. Also, Ty needs to do is buy some time as they have a flare off there. Zatai, very colorful player, and gonna buy time because IG just shoving down mid.
Yeah, this looks like IG actually wins the game off that one fight. Some mistakes in that fight on QSS before the taunt. It's so crucial.
20-second death timers. Invictus Gaming 0-2 before this game. They will pick up their first victory against AHQ and keep their playoff hopes alive.
And Rookie, the man we wanted to watch for all worlds long as Cacao chucks a trademark grin up on the screen. He did so much damage. We've seen carries drop very swiftly today between Mordekaiser Qs and really big Victor ultis. It was a very long game. They only needed one fight, but they got it. Invictus Gaming, keep the dream alive.
I'm just a little bit in shock because On had played so well for the majority of this game, and then as a taunt is traveling towards him, it's much like what Kami did in day one. He's preemptively trying to cleanse the CC, and he used his QSS before the taunt, which then, obviously the full damage Victor can completely wreck him. He had flash up, so he could have QSS flashed aside, and actually, HQ would have been in position to have a great fight. But those are the tiny mistakes that can cost you a chance here at Worlds. Because of that, IG takes this incredibly close game and snowballs it through to kill the Nexus.
That's what we talked about. It was the mistakes that the individual players, the decision-making, that cost major swings in this game. That Baron could have changed everything for AHQ, but slow pace, much slower than we're expecting, almost non-traditional from both teams in many ways. And it's IG that comes out ahead. 42 minutes on the clock.
And again, I can't blame IG for the way they're playing. It does worry me after 1 week of groups that, apart from EDG, and even then with some of their picks, that the Chinese teams do seem to be playing some outdated picks, or at least comfortable picks that maybe don't fit the meta as much. But IG, they had to play this way.
Well, look at AHQ.
It's because they know how they lost. They know how close this game was. And AHQ had so much momentum from their comeback against Fnatic, and based on the way this was going, they thought they were going to be able to do it again. But maybe if he QSS's that Shenton, they can win the fight. Maybe not. But the fact that was a non-flashed Shenton, that is something that should not beat you as a world-class AD carry. It shouldn't connect, and B, you should QSS it afterwards. But the fact that he QSS'd it preemptively, it's thrown the whole team into disarray, you can see.
Yeah, nobody, they're still sitting, only just starting to leave the stage now, moments ago, and heartbreaking for AHQ. After getting honestly embarrassed by Cloud9 on day one, then pulling off a massive win against the favorites Fnatic yesterday, to lose, it's such a heartbreaking loss. It does mean IG do get a win though, so this is very positive for IG.
It's
1 and 2 in the group.
It's a massive win for IG because this group is wide open right now. Initially, the thought in this group was like, oh, it's a 3-horse race for first place, and Cloud9 is going to finish 4th. But Cloud9 is atop the group. Anyone can still do anything
If
here.
Cloud9 beats Fnatic in the very next game, they are 3-0, and the other teams are 1 and 2. It then becomes a 3-horse race for second place, which is something nobody expected coming into this. There is so much riding on the
old
very next
switcheroo.
game. It's mind-boggling. And if you step even further back, LGD are now 0-3 in groups. IG 1 and 2, and then EDG 2 and 1. Not really what we were expecting.
No, not at all.
No. So anyways, on that note, we're going to head to the interview lounge. You can take a look at Invictus Gaming's very first win.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm joined here by IG Kakao after finally a victory for Invictus Gaming. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Tell me about this game. You guys came in 0-2, and this was a very decisive game, yet it was so incredibly close, rather. What are your thoughts on the way you guys ended up playing?
이번 경기 이제 2패를 아는 상태에서 매우 중요한 경기인데 유리하게 시작했음에도 불구하고 바론 스틸로 좀 살짝 어렵게 경기를 풀어갔습니다. 이번 경기에 대해서 간단히 평가해 주세요.
초반에 되게 싸움을 많이 이겨가지고 저희가 무난하게 이길 줄 알았는데 초반 그 이득에도 불구하고 바론 스틸을 당해가지고 좀 비벼지나 싶었는데 마지막 한타에서 잘해가지고 이긴 것 같아요.
We thought this game would be pretty easy because we were pretty ahead in a lot of small fights, but the Baron steal it hurt a lot. But we managed to win the last team fight and close the game.
I hear you mentioning that you thought the game would be pretty easy once you were into it. Did you have any of those thoughts as well when you were facing Fnatic on day one and then Cloud9? And how did that match up to what you were expecting of those games?
그럼 그 이전 경기 프나틱과 이제 신현 경기할 때도 좀 어떤 기대치를 갖고 경기를 했고 그 뒤의 결과에 대해서 어떻게 생각하는지 말씀해 주세요.
유럽이나 C9이랑 경기할 때는 저희가 싸움을 걸라고 했는데 그쪽에서 되게 싸움을 안 걸고 타워 위주의 운영을 하시더라고요. 그래가지고 저희가 오늘은 좀 저희가 걸고 싶을 때 걸 수 있는 조합을 들고 나와가지고 저희 스타일대로 하니까 이긴 것 같아요.
So for the two previous games, we were trying to keep on picking fights, but they kept on like avoiding those fights and win the game through like game management and based on the towers. So for this game, we tried to base on our composition, so we can actually make the fights when we wanted to, and that's how we were able to win the game.
I also noticed that you were very, very aggressive this game, something you weren't as much in the previous ones, when in Korea you were known as being one of the best and super aggressive junglers. How come you haven't always been able to play that game?
카카오 선수 이전에 한국에서 활동할 때부터 이제 최고의 공격형 정글러라고 이제 평가를 받았었는데 이번 대회에서는 되게 소극적인 챔피언이랑 플레이를 많이 보여줬습니다. 그 이유에 대해서 간단히 좀 생각을 말씀해 주세요.
저희 팀 자체가 초반에 무난하게 넘기고 좀 한타를 보는 성향이 짙은데 그래가지고 저희가 스카너나 그라가스 같은 챔피언을 좋아하거든 저희 중국 선수들이. 그래가지고 팀에 맞춰주면서 그런 챔피언을 뽑은 거고요. 이번에는 좀 제가 공격적으로 하고 싶다 해가지고 앨리스를 뽑게 됐어요.
Our team likes to focus on the late game, just like farm early, mid game, and then focus on the late team game. So that's why I try to pick like champions like Skarner and other like very solid champions. But for this game, I just told my team that I want to pick my old like aggressive play style, and that's how I picked Elise.
And that worked super well for you guys. Finally, from 0-2 to 1-2, that means you guys still have a future in this group. And you, Kakao, you finally made it to the World Championship. What are your thoughts on how this group is going to progress in your chances?
2패를 안고 시작했음에도 불구하고 1승함으로써 이제 8강에 이제 살짝 희망이 보이기 시작했는데 되게 어렵게 진출한 월드 챔피언십만큼 좀 앞으로에 대해서 어떻게 이제 진행할 예정인지 말씀해 주세요.
어제 푸나틱을 AHQ가 잡아줬잖아요. 그래가지고 저희가 AHQ를 이기고 푸나틱이랑 한 번 더 해서 이기면 저희가 올라갈 수 있다는 희망해가지고 AHQ 전에 임했거든요. 그래가지고 저희가 오늘 이겨가지고 다음 경기에도 꼭 이겨서 8강 올라갈 수 있을 것 같아요.
So since HQ beat Fnatic yesterday, I thought if we beat Fnatic today, there would be a little bit of hope for us to go to the quarterfinals. So since we won today, we're going to try hard to win our remaining games.
Well, you won one here already. Thank you very much, Kakao, and congratulations. As for us, we're going to go back over to our guys and our dudes over at the desk.
Thank you, Shox. A necessary win there for IG in order to keep their quarterfinal hopes alive. Coming to you first, Yamato. Let's take a look at the steps they took to ensure a victory here in this game.
I feel like what I thought they would do was play around Rookie, play around Zetai, but they took the different approach to kind of cover up their weakness in the bot lane. Pick one of the strongest bot lanes in the game, and the Shen and the Lees kind of set them up for success.
Well, that said, they didn't fully cover their weaknesses, right? Because at that crucial Baron steal, there's really not an excuse to lose a Baron when you have the Ren stacks on there from the Kalista. He seemed to not know the right calculation, allowed Mountain to sneak that smite in there, and that's what nearly lost them that game. Not to mention he just team fought very poorly in the ensuing fight afterward.
He didn't even ult.
Yeah, he didn't even ult.
And he didn't ult. So still mechanical misplays there on the side of IG. We saw some as well, though, for AHQ. One crucial one being the early QSS on the Shen taunt, which wasn't even Flash. Crumbs, I know you have a bone to pick there.
I mean, that's the kind of stuff that you're not allowed to happen. Like, you cannot make those mistakes when you are playing a hyper carry. Like, you are the sole damage of your team when you are built around you. You have Maokai, Rek'Sai who are building tank. You know, you're eventually going to get a Zeke's Herald. When you put so much to one specific person, maybe the pressure gets to you and you're unable to perform at the level that you have to. I mean, a play like that, it's actually better. Instead of flashing out of the taunt, you get taunted, QSS, flash out, all of a sudden, Shen's in a really poor position. You mow him down, and then you win the fight because of that. But that just didn't happen at all. And even during the laning phase, I really didn't enjoy watching AHQ just lose lanes kind of passively.
All right, well, so with this game, we have multiple teams at 1 and 2 now, both HQ and IG. We'll see what happens in the Cloud9 versus Fnatic game, but it makes this group very interesting. And so given the fact that these two teams that just played might be in a race against each other to move up that ladder and fight for the second spot in the game, what do they learn from this game looking into their rematch that'll come next week?
Well, I think that next week, actually, all that we've learned this week is going to be useless. I think it's going to be even wilder. And trying to predict what's going to happen. I think they're going to even come up with new metas to the whole thing, because I think the interview was very telling as to the mentality that IG had. I mean, we're sitting here criticizing Kid and Kitties, all right, ignore them, like play around your other strengths. They're doing the opposite. They don't even see it that way. They just see it as, let's help them even further. And obviously, it's a nice approach, but we were wrong in that, and it's cool to see it come to fruition like that.
And coming into this, no one really knew what 518 was, right? We've seen all these teams sort of suss out the patch, suss out each other's strengths on this patch. But now, going into the second round robin, you've got several days to actually buckle down, really look at the film, and start preparing new picks and counter picks. So I'm not sure it's going to make a big difference, what we saw this last week.
I feel as well, speaking of AHQ, in this particular game, they didn't really give Ziv that much responsibility. I think they should have given him more responsibility. The Maokai, it's a very generic pick. You can't really do bad or good. It's like, Maokai does what Maokai always does.
Especially given his past performances so far in Worlds, you would expect him to be able to perform on a slightly more diverse champion. Well, in just a few minutes, Cloud9 will go up against Europe's #1 squad, Fnatic. So, again, the question is, EU got the better of NA last time, OG versus TSM, but this time around, who's greater, EU or NA? Crumbs, we're starting with you.
I'm going with Cloud9, and that's not because pride or whatever. I actually looked at it, and in the first 2 games that Fnatic had, there was a key trait that was they're really good at punishing the strength of a team. So in the game against IG, they shut down Zitai with the Shen, with the counter pick in the top lane. Then the game that they had against was it AHQ? Yes, they were very good at shutting down their strength again. So with Forbidden really snowballing off the mid lane, it was very impressive. But they're not that good at punishing the weaknesses of a team. So when Cloud9 played against AHQ, they shut down Mountain with the bans, put him on Rengar, bam, game's over. When Cloud9 played against IG, at 13 minutes, they had the tower and a 30 CS lead in the bot lane. At 13 minutes with Fnatic versus IG, they didn't even have first blood. CS was even, and they only got the kill with a TP play at 14. Like, they really need to step up their game in punishing the weakness and really being able to take an advantage off the weakness of Cloud9, which at the moment is balls. But Huni, in the 2 victories from Fnatic, didn't really have a big impact. 1 victory, by the way.
All right, moving on. Monte Cristo.
I agree with some of what Crumbs said, but I think this is the game where we see the problems with Cloud9's group push, fast push strategy. Get wave clear if you're a Fnatic, and then pick a strong split pusher. When they group, you punish them by splitting in the side lanes. Fnatic's the team that can do that. This is where I think Fnatic wins.
All right, and finally, Yamato.
I have to say that I'm going to go with Fnatic simply because in the past they've shown they're really good at bouncing back. I think the game against AHQ, they had a good advantage, but it was very sloppy play that kind of threw it away.
All right, there you have it. The battle for the Atlantic gets underway in just a few minutes, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
But right now, obviously, if IG wins, they need to win. They would be 0-3.
Blitzcall's used, double knockout after the gravity field. Top from Zatai, Mountain goes down. Ziv is low, he will fall as well. Blitzcall's good, but the tower needs to go down. Kitties pops back out, tower will fall, and now IG will rush in Ziv. Tank it up at the front line, Mountain's gonna dive in. Paradox, oh my god, he's stolen! And Mountain gets it, he might get away. And there's a double kill now.
Kitties is the one that secures the kill. AHQ are in full retreat. They managed to take down Ziv. Albus follows shortly thereafter. Invictus Gaming, they will pick up their first victory against AHQ.
And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Welcome back, mesdames et bonjour. I'm David Freak, Turley swapping in on the analyst desk alongside my two favorite supports in the entire world, Martin DeFischer Lunga and Mitch Kipo Vorspels. How you guys doing today? I had to pull a pulse on that one. I liked it so much. Guys, we're kicking off the back half of the day with the Battle of the Atlantic here. Cloud9 versus Fnatic, and who would have believed that this is going to be an amazing one. It's a long-standing rivalry here for the last 2 years at the very least. Back in Season 3, these guys fought in the quarterfinals. Fnatic won that one. Good job, Europe. I'll give you that one.
Thank you.
But now these guys are fighting for control over Group B. C9 sitting 2-0 so far. But if Fnatic wins, they tie for first place.
Yeah, who really expected this group to play out the way it did?
Yeah.
Cloud9, I'm incredibly impressed with them, mostly so because they have been so far at Worlds the only team to actually play around the losing top laner that I've seen and successfully do so. Balls got incredibly far behind, partly due to his own mistakes, but mostly due to the way the team played and just didn't prioritize him at all. I even spoke to Hai a little bit about it. He said, you know what, 75% of that's on me, but I told him, I'll carry you, cross-map him, deep vision, and it worked out for Cloud9.
It's what we see in the Cloud9 lane swap, how they put all the farm onto Sneaky. They're fine giving Sneaky a one-on-one lane against the enemy top laner. So we need to see if Fnatic wants to use that for Huni, because yesterday, their performance versus AHQ, I mean, that was sloppy. Especially from Huni up in the top lane. Like, he had a decent start, and suddenly he randomly goes in like 1 versus 2 twice in a row, and he just dies for it. We also need to see what the rest of Fnatic can do, because they've been solid all around. I mean, Feb and Honest have been great in the mid lane. Reckless had a good performance. Him and Yellowstar, they have to be able to at least go even against Sneaky and Elimination, because that's been like the winning lane for Cloud9 so far.
Yeah, and Fnatic, they just went back to old tendencies. This is the Fnatic that we've seen in spring. You know, just a little bit too aggressive. Didn't work out. Keep going aggressive. Keep going aggressive. Not the crisp, clean gameplay that we've been used to from them in the summer split. So Fnatic going back to old mistakes, that was actually worrying to see.
Yeah. Well, I think you need Fnatic to get kind of kicked in the teeth a little bit before they realize they got to play correctly again, because, I mean, after SKT took them down back at the Midseason Invitational semifinals, well, they dominated all summer long. And then, okay, they got a close matchup against Origin. Their first game looked okay, and then like, oh, we're so good, we're topping the group. Whoops, AHQ's better than we thought. So maybe that's going to help them keep it all in line. But we're going to see what happens as the teams get into the game. But for now, we're going to check out the starting lineups for both teams. On the blue side, representing the North American LCS, is Cloud9 with Balls up in the top lane. Their jungler, Hai, the big shot caller, the MVP of this team, I gotta say. Incarnation, so good this split here in the mid lane. Sneaky on AD carry, one of the best North America's ever had. And Elimination, the man behind champion select here, and a great support player in his own right, C9.
And of course, on the red side, we have Europe's #1 seed. It is Fnatic. Up in the top lane is Huni. Ray Nova is in the jungle. Febivent, fantastic season so far for him. The mid lane, Reckless as the AD carry. Of course, the captain, Yellowstar, is next to him on support. And Daylor standing behind the team right there as the coach.
And this is going to be an interesting battle for me, because both these teams have had incredibly dominant wins where the team loses their Nexus like 23 minutes in. That's how both these teams really started their tournaments here. And we move back a couple of more games, and now you've got a very close match between when you got to consider now two of the favorites from these two continents.
Yeah, crowd's going wild here. Teams are almost already in the lobby, and this pick and ban phase will be very, very interesting to track.
Yeah, because we have here a situation where Cloud9, their best picks is not what we normally see banned away. The Tristana for Sneaky has been so important because he's been winning the laning phase, takes that first tower, goes mid lane, and this siege composition kicks in, and they just take down all these outer turrets. Azir and Vega are the two picks we've seen for Incarnation. He's been playing fantastic on both, and they work so well with the Tristana. So we were talking a little bit, okay, what will Fnatic do? Will they try and target ban? Maybe the Tristana away here, will it ban the Vega as we saw yesterday? The problem is they're on the red side, and it's so difficult with these top tier picks as well there.
I mean, so many different scenarios can happen. The conclusion that we kind of came to is that Gangplank may get through in this pick and ban if Fnatic allow it to be so, because Riven is a notorious counter. We've actually never seen it being played out, but obviously Huni can master that lane, and there's other champions available, and that would leave an extra ban or an extra pick pressure on Cloud9 side.
Yeah, and because Cloud9 in their lane swaps, again, they favor getting farm on Sneaky. So this Gangplank pick, we saw it on day one for them. Balls fell behind. He didn't have much of an impact in the game other than his very good ultis, but it means that if Fnatic lane swaps on C9, they can get Huni ahead with that counter matchup potentially and use that to keep Gangplank down and then again stop this siege come from happening. Obviously, there are other picks we need to respect. We know Sneaky plays a fantastic Kalista, but if you're forced to pick the Gangplank, that goes over to Reckless.
And then later on in the pick and ban, I do think the analyst desk made a good point. Febiven, is a player that's notorious for just playing these wave clear mid laners, control mages throughout the entirety of Summer Split, and that seems to be a stylistic answer to Cloud9's very rotational heavy game, where at one point in the first 20 minutes they will try to siege mid.
And that's the thing, though, is then it comes down to Cloud9's ability to become inventive. And it's actually one of the biggest strengths this team has ever had, and especially for Hai as a shot caller, is this man will never bash his head against the wall doing the same thing that doesn't work over and over again. Instead, Hai finds a way to crack the team open.
And sorry to interrupt you. The very cool thing about Hai for C9 is he doesn't even require any attention. In the pick and ban phase, they're the only team who's not early picking a jungler in almost every single rotation if Elise is open. They delay it because the other members are more important than what Hai can pick himself. He's mainly there because he's such a fantastic shot caller, but he's also stepping up as a player.
Yeah, and his mentality in terms of shot calling, I was asking him about it earlier when he's sitting ready to get into games. Like, you know, some of these teams, when he was watching the other game that I just played, he was like, yeah, they're waiting for the enemy to make the mistake. I don't like that style. I like to be proactive. I like to get stuff done. And hopefully he brings that to the table, because it'll be interesting. Yellow Star versus Hai in terms of shot calling. That could be a very interesting dynamic. Fnatic, relatively more passive, so they do fall in that category that wait for the others to make a mistake, whereas C9 is looking to be proactive.
Well, that's the thing, though, is if you just compare how the teams function on an individual player level, C9 has two big stars as far as individual carry power goes. Incarnation, finally late in the Summer Split, got very good. He's a justifiable mid lane threat here, and Sneaky got back on form as well. But it's always those two players, always those two over and over and over again, whereas Fnatic can reasonably rely on three different players, three different lanes to carry their games through. So even just in a passive sort of farm game, that's actually better for Fnatic, because Huni's likely to be able to make plays on balls. So I think it does come down a bit to Hai to crack that open, get ourselves into the picks and bans, and Fnatic actually not allowing that GP through at all.
No, just gonna take it away instantly. We were just trying to see what Fnatic could be thinking, maybe if they want to get rid of some of these picks like Tristana, like Azir, we've seen Cloud9 use so well in these siege comps, because it's the only strategy we've seen them use, because they only played 2 games, and why would you change it when it's working so well for them as a team?
If they don't end up banning the Tristana early, we could actually see it picked up on the first rotation, especially now that these teams have been learning that picking Darius that early may not be the best choice. Leaves up an open spot here for potentially one of those strong trading AD carries.
Elise ban as well from Cloud9. We mentioned it just before how they don't need to get a high priority pick for Hai, because he can play multiple picks for himself, and
Mumu
is like one of them, of course, standing out we want to see. But they don't value his jungle picks so early in the draft, and also they ban it away. Don't want to risk in case one of these top tier picks are open, they can first pick it. Maybe a Kalista comes in for Sneaky, or he just says, you know what, I don't care about Fnatic in it, because I can play Tristana into it.
There's the chances of Braum right here. It's one of Elimination's biggest champions, and just getting a big front line for Incarnation and Sneaky in the background. But no, it's Darius actually going to start with a top lane front line.
I mean, for all we've criticized rather Darius overall, he still has a positive win rate in this tournament, I believe. Maybe today he evened out, but coming in today, he was still 6-5 overall. So
I think he's 7-5 now. He won at the very beginning as well with Darius, or Dyrus.
And one thing about this early pick is often when he is picked, Lulu is still open, or the other team is already first pick Lulu, and the team pick Darius into him, and then obviously they get hard countered, they get kited around so easily, they get denied that the kill with his ulti and the reset. Now Lulu is banned away from C9, so they were setting up for this one, and they're really also saying, Balls, we want to make sure you're on a comfort pick. We don't want to have you just run down the list and then suddenly have a matchup that's not in favor of you.
Kalista, open now as well, has been very strong, especially if you have a support that likes going aggressive. Yellowstar doesn't really strike me as that play style, whereas Miffy is very in your face, and then having Fate's Call to reposition helps you a lot. And Fnatic, that's locked in. So early Sivir, Gragas here, very, very safe picks.
Yeah, 2 times already Fnatic's played Sivir. They really value their picks so highly on Reckless. The entire team benefits from it when you run triple threat. The movement speed, the team fights they have, and again, the wave clear it's going to give them is important. Gragas is interesting because normally Rek'Sai would be like the go-to second pick, but because it's against a Darius and you want to run a composition that can also kite back, Gragas offers more utility for your team than a Rek'Sai who just have that knock-up.
Well, that's the thing, though. C9 doesn't really play around balls anyway. He's off in the side lane getting a bunch of split push farm and knocking down turrets people leave alone. It's the other core members of Cloud9 that do a lot of things. So even just compositionally, I don't know if counterpicking Darius matters here from the C9 perspective.
Yeah, that's definitely a good point. Their playstyle doesn't really revolve around him all that much. And even if he gets behind, he still has that peeling in teamfights, because this guy right there, Sneaky, is the one to watch, and looks to go with another Tristana. Interesting matchup with Sivir. Relatively easy spell shields, but Tristana doesn't get threatened that much, especially since Elimination. He really likes playing range supports or Braum both work well against Sivir. Either you poke her out or you just simply destroy the boomerang every time she throws it.
There are things, though, I like about Sivir against Tristana. Not necessarily the matchup itself, but more what happens outside of laning phase. Tristana is one of these AD carries who's good at taking down towers in the mid game, but her overall damage when she's sitting on just an Infinity Edge is not the greatest. She needs more items. Sivir is one of these AD carries that can always force plays on the map, who can fight early on because it's not about her damage, it's about the rest of the team as well. So Fnatic might look to really speed up the game in the mid game and say, C9, if you ever group to Siege, we will hard engage with Gragas flashing in, another reason being picked and not the Rek'Sai, and of course the Sivir ulti.
And again, you can always just play support for a carry for top lane Huni. They know it's going to be Darius up there. They can take their time to figure out what they want Huni to play. And Fnatic are actually going to leave.
It'll be surprising if they don't pick top lane here.
Top lane for last. I would not want to play Yasuo.
It is a flex pick. It is a flex pick. But yeah.
Since Fig just mentioned, that matchup is absolutely brutal. The wind wall has absolutely no use, and that's why Yasuo actually wins a lot of those matchups. So technically this is mid Yasuo being already locked in.
But again, it's Fnatic saying, hey, C9, you've been running siege compositions. Here's some hard engage. Here's a guy who can instantly get onto your backline and chain that CC.
It is some hard engage, but at the same time, it has zero wave clear. All it can do is block some projectiles once they're at the tower. So if Fnatic find themselves out-rotated at any point, that middle lane tower is going to drop, and it's going to drop quick.
I want to see if Incarnation is going to play the Azir. Now the Vega was banned away, and he looked good on it yesterday against Rook. He only had that one moment where he got solo killed, but that was about it. He was out farming by like 40 CS or something and always poking down the tower. But it's, again, it's the siege composition for C9. No surprise, elimination with the Black Shield is going to be key as well.
Yeah, I love the Morgana pick against Yasuo compositions, especially now that Alistar's W has slowed down a little bit and it becomes relatively predictable. Clutch Black Shield can change the entire scope of a team fight because Alistar will very often flash in for the combo. Yasuo expects it to hit. Black Shield could even be used against Gragas' barrel. Body slam, so much outplay potential there on elimination.
I wonder how much magic damage Fnatic has. Can they break the Black Shield, or are they, forced to succumb to the fact that nothing's going to happen? Now, from what I've seen of Elimination's games, though, his actual reflexes on Black Shields have been a bit slow. I think we're going to see multiple. We'll see some he'll hit. We'll see some that he's going to miss this game.
Sure. I wonder if Fnatic, if they have an AP top laner in mind against this Darius, Ryze could be potential up, but it's just way too slow, really. Unless they move Yasuo top and take an AP mid lane with wave clear.
We saw the Heimerdinger hover.
Wow.
But we'll get back to that hover later. Orianna locked in.
So one thing about this Yasuo into Darius matchup is, one of the things we always look at is who can close the gap on him when he swings the big axe.
Yep.
It's very easy then for Yasuo to dance around minions and get close to him and get these small fights where the damage from the Q is of course reduced from the Darius, but Yasuo has to be so careful he doesn't get caught out.
In top lane matchups, you always have to rate the 2v2 as well, so that can snowball it forward. If Reignover can successfully gank for Huni, then he can start maybe snowballing and playing around with that mobility. If at any point though Huni dies and he falls behind against Darius, he's going to have an incredibly hard time in that lane.
But again, they're looking at balls and they're saying, you have been the weakling of this team. You are not the focus of this team. We can take this matchup and then take it into these team fights where if we look at the amount of knock-ups, Alistar is there, Shockwave is there, we have Gragas coming in. So many ways of chaining that CC and getting the knock-up to the backline, and enough hard engage from Fnatic to say, once you start grouping on the side of C9, we are going to engage. It's not like AHQ had no way of starting fights or the Mountain on a Rengar trying to engage. That's not going to happen here for Fnatic.
This is going to be really interesting. I want to see how well that top lane matchup goes, because in my mind, it looks so brutal, but Huni can maybe do it here. You guys at home, join into the conversation. Hop on Twitter and tell us who will rise by the end of the hashtag C9win or hashtag FNCwin to at LOL Esports. We'll be checking in throughout this game to see how that one goes.
One thing we haven't talked about is, yes, Huni can use his E to dash out of the creeps. He can also dash on top of Darius and greatly reduce that damage from that spinning blade.
Well, as we get ourselves onto the Rift, here we go. Who's going to be in first place at the end of the day in this group? It's going to be either Cloud9 or Cloud9 and Fnatic together. Otherwise, FNC falls to that tie for second at 1 and 2 in the record here. We move in with Fnatic actually camping a brush.
You see this so often. When they're expecting the other team to invade in on top side jungle to get all these early wards for the lane swap, you just hide. Reignover might be baiting and trying to show, hey, look guys, we're doing just a standard 5-man cover all the way down. I'm all here, I'm all alone.
But this play, we've seen it multiple times already. The to the point where if you see the jungle, you can expect that stack almost. So that seems like a very standard play. I haven't seen the blue side mirror this at all at any given point, so it seems only red team wants to do that. Lamination, confident.
So again, they only see Reno. They think for now, or at least what Fnatic wants them to think, is it's only one guy standing there. They're gonna check smart behind.
That's big. And then, you know, okay, Alistair's not supposed to be there when this kind of invades, so they don't get deeper wards than this.
And now this level 1 for Fnatic somewhat backfired because they didn't get to mirror what C9 just did. There's 0 wards in that jungle because Fnatic were all stuck there trying to set a trap.
It is up to Fnatic right now to at least secure 2 quadrants of their jungle. We've seen HQ fail at this before, where they basically got essentially tree buffed, or the convention, or the similar thing that happens right now, where you just lose so many jungle camps in a matchup and you play behind in tempo.
But look here for C9. Because they're starting in their own jungle on the top side, Fnatic can do the same near their own blue buff here. So no invades yet, but sneak elimination. They're moving in. Fnatic are going to do the same on top side.
These guys get spotted by a ward, but it looks like it's going to be enough to force Gragas and Yasuo to run away. So Elimination is being a little bit aggressive. Makes it a bit of a slow start.
So important thing about this ward is it means Fnatic could move away from blue buff and then try and sneak the wolf camp without being stopped. C9 though are going to check it. They see it happen. Fnatic gets that one and then back away. Same thing happening for C9 though. Completely mirrored with the two teams.
And Yellowstar going to be harassing what he can. Hopefully they don't give him the ability to steal. That's not going to happen here. Ball's going to get level 2 off this.
Difference though is C9 is getting 2 camps at that side and got zone off the blue buff. They may return. Fnatic had to only do 1 camp and move away, so C9 get potentially more experience if they can continuously keep on farming.
And of course both teams ending with 4 members on the strong side of the map for them, where the AD carries are standing as well. Fast push happening on top side. Should expect exactly the same for C9 on the bottom side. And then, look here, they've already sent back balls and elimination. They do this very, very often. 2 guys going to the vent, but the problem is, 2 guys is not enough. 4 members can easily dive 2, or you just zone them off the tower. You see if Fnatic is already moving down with 3 guys and Reignover is coming, so this should not work for C9.
Yeah, just like yesterday, when Lee Sin, or when Hai's on the other side of the map, that's when Balls needs him in the top lane. Again, he's not there to defend, and they will get zoned off.
Very, very lazy almost lane swap for C9 in the sense you just send 2 guys late first of all, and then your junglers on the opposite side. Right now, Huni could technically TP down to the bottom side and just take off that entire wave, but he's a little bit afraid of where Hai might be in Lee Sin. And he probably also wants to stay on his top side and get the tower gold and then bounce the wave back.
Alright, looks like Sneaky's going to be solo pushing this turret down. Did get it down to half, and even still on both these waves right now, just to keep track and do some bookkeeping. All the waves are getting lost, but this will be the first turret kill very easily.
Yeah, we've seen similar things play out over in Europe when Giants, for example, would try to defend against this European lane style, even with 3 members, and very often they would get zoned off and lose so much. So right now, Fnatic playing it out perfect. Bounce again here for Huni, so the wave will freeze. He won't be zone off experience, and he can do with that wave whatever he wants.
And a key thing is that Reckless, if you notice, he stays close enough to get gold, so he gets enough for a pickaxe when he goes back. The difference normally would be you give all to the AD carry, all to your top laner, and your AD carry only gets the average blade, and he's a lot weaker then compared to now with the pickaxe. Sneaky though, as always, gets solo experience and farm in these lane swaps, so he's going to be stronger than a level 2 Sivir, and C9 has to use it.
And this is the funny thing though, is this is one thing that Cloud9 is so good at, is their actual pre-match, like 1v0 preparation. They've essentially timed how long it takes Fnatic to kill this, and they were able to solo push, but Elimination already on the wrong spot here. Yellowstar and Huni both going for the fight, then knockup comes through, and a level 1 Morgana forced to flash away. Maybe they didn't quite expect that, but Tristana is far ahead of the Sivir when that matchup finally does play out.
Oh, they're going for Reckless down bottom lane.
Spell shield used on the rocket jump. TP in for Balls, and Reckless has basically nowhere to go. Somebody he'll pop, but Sneaky's gonna be fine. He gets away from the pole, has to flash to deal damage, and Reckless gets out. Huni TP's in, and he's on the chase. He's got the knockup available.
Elimination still running around, he's trying to execute.
Oh, the flash! Femin's gonna get it! First blood goes to Femin from Fnatic.
And what a big misplay by Balls. That apprehend has to stick. You can even flash first to guarantee that you landed. C9 could have had a first blood, but instead they get turned around. Reckless lift, that's a kill difference again. And they drop first blood here. Hai.
Reckless though needs to know that more people can be on the bottom side, because we haven't seen Hai yet so far in this match. He only showed very, very quickly and then walked back into the jungle and hit himself.
And that was good by Hai. He dropped that ward knowing the AD carry may go pathing into the lane. Balls teleported, but the play backfired due to poor execution.
The Balls gets a freeze now. Based on how everything that happened, that we've now got a lane freeze set up for this top laner, he can immediately catch up with Huni's money. And with the fact that Reckless had to go back to base and has to hide, he's getting behind.
But very important for both teams. First of all, you just said it. Ballsy gets the big wave here. He catches up then. Reckless is also getting some minions on the bottom side, but he's sharing it with Yellowstar, so he's still going to be behind in experience. And overall, C9, as long as Balls can get this entire wave, which he's sitting with now, should have an experience advantage after the lane swap.
It's actually very interesting to see, because if that initial screw up didn't happen, C9 could have been vastly ahead of Fnatic here.
Yeah. Not for elimination dying. The 400 gold first blood, no assists, so 400 gold worth there. You can see Fnatic up 300 right now in this game. 3-2 based on how that all goes, but this got pushed in. Sneaky was able to back for a BF sword, so he's got an item lead over that Sivir.
Remember though, the time it cost Featherman to path all the way to the top to chase elimination, he also used his flash, so he invested a lot into that kill, so overall it wasn't that bad of a trade if you look at the big picture.
Really the only difference I would like to see in the C9 lane swap, now that they do favor the farming experience on Sneaky's, just keep Balls to 2v2 jungle a bit longer with High. Because there's no reason for him to walk into that top lane and just get zoned out. But again, it works because Sneaky gets so far ahead. Let's see what happens here though. Reno is coming in.
Goes for the pull under the tour, gonna get knocked up there, but the slows come through. Huni takes a bit of damage, but Balls can't ult. He doesn't have enough. The kill comes through to Huni. Assist for Rainover.
Rainover coming in first, hits the minion, but it was still enough to get the kill. No flash for Balls, and High now looking to fight.
Pretty aggressive. Huni's gonna have knock up in 2 more Qs. Fighting over the Gromp. Smite is up for Rainover. Easy pickup, level 5 now. Rainover out-leveling High in this one.
Big turnarounds happening here. We see so many small things with TP down behind someone if he overextends. Elimination got chased around, and now here the 1v2 against Balls with no flash was enough to give another kill for Fnatic.
Cloud9 keep this up though. They may be about to do their signature move. They just pushed in bottom. Featherman has to base in the mid lane. This could be a little bit of damage on that mid lane tower.
We've crossed 7 minutes, so that debuff that reduces all your attack damage has dropped down. Sneaky's got level 3 explosive charge. This could be some real damage.
If they know he's in base, this could be a good push.
We need to see Yellowstar also leave this bottom lane. He's sitting and holding hands with Reckless against nothing really, because it's just big waves being pushed against each other. So now he's rotating extremely late compared to elimination, and he's not here to assist Featherman before now.
Well, gets it down to half, but the wave clear is good enough. Everyone gets back in the lane. All is well.
This is something we've seen Cloud9 do every single game so far. Push up bot with Sneaky in a push and experience advantage, rotate mid, find an opening, whether there's no wave clear there, the wave clear is in base, and somehow they managed to do it again, even against a team that generally prepares so well for their opponents.
And I almost think C9 is happy that teams ban Veigar and not the Azir for Incarnation, because when you play Azir with this Nash's Tooth build, the way you can instant shove waves in the early game so quickly means this rotation is even more effective with Tristana, and they keep using it now.
Falls to 6, Huni's only 5. There's going to be so much damage available. The Q lands on the blade. That's the easy kill. Dunk not required. First kill of the game for Cloud9.
Yeah, your wind wall means nothing here at all. Maybe a sonic wave, but so much damage on Balls, and somehow, even though we keep talking about how he gets put behind, that massive freeze that we pointed out earlier, that propelled Balls forward, and then a good gank from High.
That was what Cloud9 was famous for back in Season 3 when Meteos and Balls played together. Balls would always find a way to push the wave on level 6, have the momentary XP advantage, and dive the turret with the jungler. Textbook, Rainover didn't see it coming.
And more importantly, how is Huni going to continue playing? Yesterday, when he made a mistake, he tried to make up for it too quickly and kept on adding to the mistake pile. Instant teleport to match it out. Now he's down 20 CS. Gotta keep our eyes on him, and especially the player cam too, if he's gonna be emotionally affected by these plays.
And we just keep seeing the same move for C9. Incarnation instantly push out the wave. Sneaky walks in because he already pushed the bottom side. Now he has to go down and catch the wave, but he's still fine because he keeps slowly chipping away on the mid tower. And it's how this siege composition always gets rolling. And then add in the fact that now Balls is winning. It's just making it even better for C9 compared to the 2 other games we have seen.
You know what's funny though is they've cashed in all of Sneaky's CS lead. He was up roughly double for Reckless, but with all those trips back down to mid lane, Reckless is completely caught up on this Sivir now, and it's a threat again.
I will be happy to trade CS for taking down these towers though, because again, Reckless catching up means he didn't do anything other than just farm minions. Sneaky's always applying pressure on the towers.
More importantly, if you look at the efficiency of the build path, having to invest early in Boots 2 with a pickaxe as opposed to Sneaky, who can now base add up more damage. He doesn't need mobility, he just needs to get into that mid lane and whack away on that tower with just very high AD. Right now, Rainover.
Pull in, the dunk comes through and Balls gets it. He's got the Noxian Might. If he can reach Huni, it's an easy kill. High gets the kick flash. The dunk comes through, a double kill for Balls.
So Fnatic is falling behind on the top side of the map, and yet they were looking to make a play. Huni's only level 6 right now. These components for him towards the static shift doesn't make him very strong. Getting a static shift though is a big power spike, but before he has that, you don't really want to take any fights when you're already falling behind. Greedy play from Fnatic on the top side, C9 responds perfectly.
All-Star plays to the pink, C9 is aware of it, but good kick as well from High. Kick flash into the dunk, that was a beautiful combo overall, and that is just has to give you so much confidence in this game as well. C9, they're heading gold, but more importantly, they're heading map pressure. Let's watch it again. Rainover actually goes into contest to Grump, but uses his gap closer doing so.
And again, Elimination is here, ready to join the fight. Yellowstar is trying, but he's on the other side. And look here, so first kill comes in. What High does is also super smart because he knows he's very low, so in case Huni gets off his ulti, but then he just flashes, kicks him back, and he's not in any danger.
And so greedy. Rainover could have flashed that binding. He saw it coming, but he thought he could live. He also decided to use his gap closer aggressively. So Fnatic simply not respecting C9. Now Fevin's getting jumped on in mid. He's zoned out.
Black shield. Yeah, shield's gonna be fine. Not a lot of damage taken on either side on this. Finley gets pushed out.
You just gotta be careful though next to that ball.
Good shockwave, down to 500 health. Summoner heal forced out of this.
Doesn't care about your ball. Shoot you in the face.
He's got 2 on his team.
They got good walls around it as well for C9 on the bottom side. So, sorry, for Fnatic on the bottom side, C9 take more on the top side for them. But they don't really care about this vision coming in for Fnatic at the moment because they're just moving so easily between the lanes. It should be very predictable because whenever C9 is pushed out the bottom side and Sneaky goes missing, well, he's obviously running mid to push the tower. So that vision for Fnatic right now, they haven't been able to use it. And it's just Febron sitting, trying his best to wave clear, while Reckless is constantly sitting in a side lane, catching up, or trying to catch up at least.
Right now, it's an 800 gold game. C9's lead, turrets equivalent. Dragons none taken, 1 kill up.
What I do like about this game is that we haven't really seen an early Dragon because it puts you so far behind in lane swap situations. They rather trade the potential time that it took them to do Dragon to hit towers, and they create map pressure, open up the map, then get deep vision, and then easily pick up. This is about the time they can actually start looking to pretty much gate a free Dragon.
Hey, we just talked about how Yasuo needs that static shift as the first big spike for him. It is completed for Huni, and instantly Fnatic is saying, okay guys, we have fallen behind on the map. Our mid tower is slowly but surely going down. We might need to force a fight and get this Yasuo into the backline to get him back in the game.
C9 can even just trade a Dragon for mid tower here, even though it's already low. It could be a favorable trade that they could leave Balls in the top lane and get teleport advantage, but they opt to fight.
Well, this is going to be a bit tricky.
Well, Fnatic is on the wrong side right now, so if C9 just stays mid, they will get the tower for free, and there's nothing Fnatic can do. So they're getting the both of both worlds, honestly, here. They stop the Dragon, get the tower, and again, Fnatic is not getting the fight. Huni is just so far behind.
This should be their Dragon now. With that mid turret up, they have perennial control over this lane.
Yeah.
They get ahead in terms of pressure though. They do have teleport advantage. So Fnatic have been known for having fantastic teleports earlier in the season when they were just playing smarter, quicker, and better than the other teams. But right now, C9 seem to have their number.
1700 gold lead, 2 turrets to 1, 1 Dragon to 0. Cloud9 got to have their cake and eat it too. Mid got pushed and they got that Dragon. As you mentioned, they did cash in the summoner teleport from Balls. So, yeah, if I could teleport for a turret and a Dragon, I'd hit that on cooldown.
Every single time. They're already down towards the bottom side. That's always the beautiful thing about Tristana Azir. They're never really going to stop pushing your towers. They're just going to look for the next one. And they're going for it. The wave is Reckless at the moment. Peppermint is stuck in mid lane because C9 is always pushing minions faster.
All 5 are here, and this reinforcements are slowly walking in. Huni is still pushing the top lane out, but bot lane tier 2 will already fall out of this one.
Yesterday, C9 played Azir Tristana, and Balls was behind on his top lane champion, and he kind of didn't do much in the early game, but still worked later in the game. Now Balls is actually ahead, so these should be some very destructive team fights for Cloud9 later on, especially once we start approaching Baron timing. Those baits will be punished very, very hard.
There's a small benefit here for C9 after that bottom lane tier 2 turret goes down. Their outer is still up, which means C9 can actually push the wave even farther, and often reduces the chance for Reckless to actually kill the outer turret as a trade for something else. C9's ability to push top lane with their AD carry is actually here.
We're only 15 minutes in. They've
Yeah.
already taken out 3 towers. Top lane tier 1 is still alive. And Fnatic has barely been able to do anything in a response because they're always just trying to catch up. Keep highlighting how fast C9 can push their waves and then rotate before Fnatic can even react. And unless we see that hard engage 5 versus 5, Fnatic won't be able to stop this push from happening.
C9 are punishing Fnatic here for opting so much power into the team fight. Just picking that Sivir early, just picking it for the team, really hasn't done anything in this matchup. Sacrifice some farm to get Huni ahead. Huni then misplayed Garkar. How does Fnatic really answer this? They need to force a favorable team fight with a good shockwave somewhere, but I don't think C9 will let that happen.
I think you have to sacrifice your top tower and just hard engage these 3 guys down the bottom side with teleport.
TP advantage.
And just try and
go.
get that fight and the tower. He's TPing in now behind them, so they're going for it.
Flash engage comes in, Black Shield onto Sneaky. High can disengage someone with the kick, flashes in, and binds on different people. High's the first kill though, goes to Reckless. Hooney's on the chase, Sneaky has to flash away. A 1-0 so far for Fnatic. Top lane outer should be going down, but the flash engage, holy cow! Hooney gets it by himself.
And that was the play to make for Fnatic because you're just slowly losing, but you had that TP advantage you guys highlighted earlier. Yes, the tower will go down, but you get the bot tower as well, and 2 kills. Yellowstar, though, for some reason, just died.
In the wrong spot, didn't pop his ulti.
Again, this is similar to yesterday. C9 was making a losing play, but then somehow Incarnation shows up and gets 2 kills. Right now, he's zoning up 3 members, keeping 4 of them busy.
Top
But
lane's
Balls
getting hit.
is walking away at the top tower.
Well, Lemon walks in and gets himself killed on this one. 4 assists. Well, assistant. Killing 4 3 assists. There we go.
But every death from Lemon Nation so far has bought so much time that Cloud9 can use and invest mostly into tower pushes. They don't care about dying if it buys them time to get this tower. And Balls is going to pick it up.
Cloud9 actually able to use Balls as a battering ram here. A good matchup. I'm still a little curious that Huni picked into it, but C9 also setting up that laner has gone well.
So again, it is the correct play to pull here. The Black Shield and Sneak, and Huni's not here just yet to jump on any target. So right now, C9 is just buying so much time for Balls and for Incarnation to move down from this mid lane in the end. Fnatic invested more than they wanted to get these kills.
Actually, I think Huni going back into creeps, Sneaky thought he didn't have any flash. That's why he re-approached, because otherwise he would have assumed Huni would have already flashed on him. Huni actually did have flash and surprised Sneaky there. Good move by him. A little greedy on Sneaky's side, but overall, we can always see how much value that Black Shield is going to bring later into the fights. Once Sneaky picks up 2, 3 items, gets more mobility, he's going to be very hard to catch.
And you saw even his reflexes were good enough to buffer Rocket Jump against the body slam flash as well. He was even able to get away from most of it himself.
Yeah, because that Black Shield was late.
Yep.
And luckily for him, it didn't get absorbed by the body slam, and then Yasuo Q couldn't proc it.
Yeah, I think Fnatic went a little bit too early, honestly, because Huni was running from that ward at the red buff, and he was trying to get in range, but just wasn't there when the engage happened. I didn't see if the minions were dying for Fnatic, and it was kind of like the last call to go in, but just a little bit too early. They get the kills, they get a tower, but of course, because C9 could take 2 up on the top side, they're still going to be okay.
Definitely need to keep our eyes on Yellowstar too. He's usually the one to at least make a good play and engage, but so far, hasn't really showed up on that Alistar. See if he can finally get a flank somewhere and set up Huni for that combo.
Around this mid lane though, C9 for the last 5-6 minutes have had full control when it comes to the vision. A lot of defensive pink wards always being invested from them. They respect what Raynova and Yellowstar can do when it comes to roaming into the enemy jungle, take control and set up some of these dives here. And it's very smart when you had the TP disadvantage. And you just try and keep them out of your jungle. Don't give a good teleport location for Huni. He found one though, but still he had to run quite far around, and it was enough time for C9 to respond to that.
And well, ward's going to be important then, and as we get ourselves into this dragon, 38 seconds away. Balls has TP, Huni does not. Problem is, not many turrets to kill, it's only mid lane tier 2.
Yeah, this time there's no cross-map objectives really for that dragon, unless you count Baron Vision as one of them, so you may actually see a fight.
Both these teams are known to take Baron instead of a dragon. Right at 20 minutes, the European and North American LCS, the most common to have early Barons in.
I'm just looking at the confidence from Incarnation on this Azir. Always just standing there, poking away in Fnatic. He was stopping the recalls before. He's been pushing his lane 24/7. Not really been afraid of anything. And whenever he can perform like this, it opens up for Sneaky then to become that tower-killing monster and really give the goal lead to C9. Teamfight will break out here. Darius is running down as well from the top side. And Yellowstar is setting up for a flank.
Let's see if it comes in here. We've got the team skirting around. 800 health left on Dragon. Easily picked up for Rainover. I will not find his way in just yet. The All-Star's low, but he's on Alistar, so who cares about this one? Mid lane is under control for C9 if they want it. They're going to fight over blue buff for a second.
Might find in a choke point here. Look for the Orianna Shockwave coming in.
Oh, Balls is low. Knock up on a one. They're going to go right for the Darius. Has to flash away. The knockback still coming through. Reckless gets a nice crit. And the bounce come through, but now mid lane, again, is here for Cloud9 first. The team is still coming around. Huni does not have ultimate. That is an important cooldown miss, but Shockwave is up, as is Yellowstars.
And again, we see the value of that Black Shield Yellowstar flank got completely negated, and then they didn't chain combo Balls down there. Balls could and would, or should have died rather, in that combo, but he managed to flash out in between the knockup. So, slightly misplayed there from Fnatic. And again, they left their mid lane open.
Yeah, I like their positioning for C9 after Dragon went down. Said, you know what, we're just gonna zone you to the right side then, so you can quickly get back and defend your tower and at least get some damage on it, but not risking going into a straight up 5 versus 5 team fight, which is exactly what Fnatic wants. So they keep us avoiding the thing Fnatic wants the most.
Yeah, there's a tremendous amount of zone control really on that Fnatic lineup. You have Sivir who can relatively tend to herself in these team fights, walk forward, backwards with a lot of mobility. Then you add Orianna Ball to that equation, and if you add a wind wall well placed in a choke point, it becomes incredibly hard for C9 members to follow up on a lot of damage. So we saw that's what Balls tried to do there, force his way in, but he just immediately got knocked up, and the rest of C9 had to disengage.
It's an interesting item choice here by Lemonation. I usually like a lot of his item builds. I think he's one of the more unique supports in the world. But I personally don't really like Frostbeam's game, especially when you're matching up against the Sivir. I feel like matching the movement speed, getting Talisman of Ascension, and allowing your team to match that strength would be pretty valuable here.
The gold you put into that item for no real defensive combat stats, you may as well have invested it into a Zeke's and just buffed up Sneaky.
It is something we have seen a long time ago though against these Sivir compositions. So when she speeds up the team and runs at you, trying to slow them down. But definitely agree with you. It seems to be the thought process behind it. Huni though, he's not really going to enjoy this one-on-one.
Gets the knock-up Hopseal. He's going to get a shield back down. That's going to be enough to kill him. Oh,
flash!
Gets him out in time. It's still a flash down. Can you really call it an outplay? Huni's missing a lot.
If it bleeds, you can kill it. Not if it has flash. Really close. I was so close to actually finishing the animation, and Huni's even wasting a flash at the end there.
And again, we so often see it's the other top laner who wins that one-on-one against Balls, but he's having a great game, honestly, on this Darius. He's winning those fights against Huni. That wasn't even close. I mean, he was so far ahead of him. And Huni even going for Trinity Force, so he's going to delay Infinity Edge. You want to be a little bit more, you want to be a little bit stronger in the one-on-one, but he's so far behind, he's not going to get that in time.
C9 now have 4 pink wards on the map, Fnatic none. And that actually tells a vision story entirely. Fnatic struggling to even get vision on Baron.
Literally 2 wards.
3 lone ward around the Baronet is keeping them safe. And once C9 figures out what ward Fnatic is reacting to, because you always change your behavior once you get spotted by a ward, then they can sweep it, or it will simply expire in about 50 seconds. Then Fnatic is going to be in trouble.
C9 can also just wait for Balls to take another fight against Huni, and then once he's down to barely any HP, or maybe even dead, you can then go for that play around the Baron, and Balls can always TP in for himself, and you have a small advantage. A few seconds always matters quite a lot in these fights.
There's a small item lead right here. If Sneaky backs, he has Static Shiv, and Reckless cannot, but right now they're playing around the Baron bait instead. They look to find Yellowstar. The knockback is there. He will get himself on the other side, but it's still 1,000 health left on Yellowstar. High force to run. Huni cancels the teleport, but the rest of Fnatic get out. However, that is a TP down. Balls in the exact same scenario.
Huni has to run now from the bottom lane, and there's no ulti for Yellowstar, so he's basically out of this fight. Maybe sacrifices himself for a knock-up to get Huni going in.
But he can land the knock-up, though, and the thing is there's no ult left for Incarnation. It's going to be onto this one. Binding hits on one. Ferrinova's close by. He's going to try to get this one. The kick comes through. Shockwave onto a few, and down goes the big members. But Incarnation took the Baron. Reckless on the chase, though, picking up a lot. Only one survivor. It's Lemonation.
Is he going to buy more time?
I mean, it's a 1v4. He's going to die.
Ace for Fnatic.
Even though there was the Baron, that is better for the European squad. And here they go.
C9, you're running this siege composition. You're not looking for these fights where you're stuck in a Baron pit. We saw the engage come in, Shockwave, Rainova as well, and suddenly it sets up Huni. And C9 are just stuck there. They cannot kite with the composition suddenly because they're at the Baron, and that was not the play they were looking for.
Yeah, the initial play was fantastic. Bait and try to punish the support. Luckily for Fnatic, that support was Alistar, didn't drop, and they got some vision into that pit. And more importantly, C9, they fought without Emperor's Divide. They fought without one of their most important ultimates, and then they bunched up, they clumped up, making it for a very easy Shockwave, very easy combo. Huni, he was definitely in time because C9, they hesitated. They walked back from Baron and went back and that may have been their downfall.
And this really shoots Huni back in the game. He's sitting on like 2,500 gold from himself. Let's see it again. You have this siege composition. You want to kite back, but you're stuck in the Baron pit. Sneaky especially. Shockwave pulls him back in.
That was a
everyone dropped.
fantastic-
Febiven, we so rarely talk about him, but every single game he plays, he's just consistently so good, and he's always that backbone for Fnatic.
Even him walking into the bind there was exactly what was necessary, because C9 didn't have the time or just the audacity to turn and focus him, because he would not drop there. Then his ball was perfectly placed for that shockwave, even denying the rocket jump from Tristana there, and he really carried that fight. Huni came in the end. All he had to do was press hard to pick up a couple kills, but Fnatic pulling the trigger.
And he gets the Trinity Force now for himself. What I did like about it for him is he never really had 1,550 gold to go back and use. So he had this cheaper components of the Trinity Force. It is ready. Another fight is going to break out though. Black Shield's down now.
They break the Black Shield. Yes, they do. And off on the side is High. He's taking so much damage. Ball's low as well. Team's disengaging back and forth, but Huni gets the knock, but he kills off one. He kills off two. Fnatic completely in control here of a 1,000 gold lead. They grow it to 2, and they grow for Dragon number 2.
Huni Houdini makes Lamination, and balls disappear instantly. So far behind in the early game, but this time Fnatic can get him back into the game, and now we can start carrying.
And he's going to keep carrying. 5, 2, and 5. Everything's going well now for Fnatic. That one bad Baron call opened the game back up, and Fnatic said thank you very much, kicked the door down, and now they're setting up shop.
C9 even had that mid tower they could have gone for instead. Like, it wasn't like there was nothing else to do on the map than go Baron before. We're gonna see another fight though. Elimination of Black Shield onto Bolts, but not really the right target.
Yeah, you can't Black Shield. Yeah, even though you prevent the combo, Bolts is gonna drop. Bolts should have instantly flashed out. Look where Sneaky is. In a lot of winning fights for Cloud9, Sneaky is always positioning at the edge, continuously dealing damage. This time he is zoned. He didn't hit a single target in that fight, so overall, C9, they were not on the same page.
With this build here from Huni, again, as we just highlighted before, some of the cheaper components, so he kept being okay, at least, even though he was behind. Now he got that massive boost from some of the kills we've seen the last few minutes, so he's really getting towards his late game, where of course this Yasuo is going to be absolutely insane. And the same we can say for Febiven. Just sitting in that mid lane, going even at first with Incarnation and Farm, but the shockwaves in the team fights, they're gonna be key in the future for Fnatic, and he's obviously already sitting on 3 items as well.
Yeah, both these mid laners actually scale fantastically. Two of the best scaling mid laners in the game, in my opinion. So going late game, it is still anybody's game, because later on Azir can turn and fight around, but the same way Orianna can.
And being two of the best mid lane players here at the World Championships so far, both Incarnation and Febiven had great games all across the board.
Oh, dear Lord. Elimination. Black shields himself to survive, but he's gone, just out of range. 2 ults popped.
Barely made it out of that one.
Barely. Oof. Fight was explosive. All right, well, Fnatic get turret number 5. They've equalized this score for themselves. By all rights, this team is now winning here. And again, it is a 3-threat composition. They've got very big tanks in the front line, a full tank Gragas plus an Alistar. C9 can't hope to compete with that.
Yeah, this is the style we're used to seeing from Fnatic. Triple threat consistently, similar to Origin, both European teams here. Really like playing that style, having a disengage or at least appealing support on the Alistar. Very often favors Alistar. Used to play some Janna too, just to keep people alive there. It does have some weaknesses if it falls behind too early, but there's always a comeback potential, especially with Baron, because it's so valuable for all these carries.
Well, baited all C9 in, and Fnatic felt good about this one. So 4,000 gold now puts Fnatic squarely in the lead as we crest 30 minutes into this one. A Righteous Glory now done on Yellowstar plus Distortion Boots, so a lot of flash combos, a lot of engage potential here for Fnatic. Of course, many of these members can set up for Huni's ultimates.
And that's where these siege compositions really start falling apart, when they can never get to groups safely, because there now are so many ways for Fnatic to start the fight. C9 then has to opt into basically what's gonna have to be the perfect team fight for them. The Black Shield for elimination has to be either Sneaky or Incarnation, whoever gets comboed from Fnatic, but there's enough AoE explosions to hit both of them.
Especially later on in the game, these fights don't happen that very often, so everybody has flash avail, and on Fnatic's side that means flash combo, flash body slam, Huni carry over the knock up with his flash too, so many dashes and just flashes that C9 has to worry for, and they only have 1 Black Shield.
And of course C9 knows it's gonna be all about team fights, so I quite like that Balls in this game went for Randuin's Omen instead of the Dead Man's Plate, because you want that reduced damage on the crit, obviously reduced attack speed as well for both the Yasuo and for the Sivir. So at least he's also building just to be a frontline tank right now. The problem is just that Fnatic is always going to look to get to the back line instead of him.
Oh, High gets Black Shield, finds Featherman, kicks a couple guys back, but he only gets Yellow Star the farthest. There's the knock-up, there's the explosive cast, but no follow-up yet for Huni. They chase down the support, there's the only find the pop. Incarnation goes in, he knocks back Huni. He's got a flash over the wall, Balls can't quite reach
Reckless
it,
is not
but
here.
they're still looking for Featherman. Reckless is pushing the base on the top side of the map. Fnatic disengage the 4v5, and they're killing the base. Huni's in already, that's at least an inhibitor.
C9, they saw that Reckless were pushing. They thought to themselves, we can get a 5 versus 4 team fight. High went in, but I think he kicked back Yellow Star, and they simply couldn't lock down the rest of the members.
Yeah, there was no way to produce those resets that Sneaky needed to clean up this fight and potentially then later on trade inhibitors right now. Yeah, High goes in, yes, but he selects 2 out of the squishy, like 2 of the non-squishy members of Fnatic. They have 3 threats, but they have 2 tanks, and those 2 tanks were peeling in the front. Nobody was threatening Featherman, even though he was out of mana at all. They walk backwards, teleport top, take a free inhibitor, and now Fnatic can easily control the game.
Let's see, Baron has spawned, and C9 is already here trying to clear away the vision from Fnatic, but they spotted at the same time, so they're gonna be here ready to fight. Not a lot of flashes though on their
Huni
side.
has a flank to look at the top left.
Damage, 3,000 health. Here comes a team massive knockup. Oh dear lord, that's gonna be brutal. Blue team does pick up the Baron. The kills are trading. Balls does so much damage. A spell shield from Reckless. He gets crit. Here goes Sneaky. The ult is not quite
Incarnation!
but Incarnation gets it. 2 deaths versus 3. Cloud9 come out ahead.
That was a fantastic combo, going in, shooting his enemy into his mid lane to produce a reset to then get out of fight. That was an incredibly ballsy play.
Holy cow, and Huni never got to ult in that one, I believe. He wasn't there quite in time to make the whole combo work.
But again for C9, they know when they're fighting in this Baron pit how difficult it is for them. Huni flies in, but exhaust is onto him, and I'm not even sure who he's ulting. I think it might be Elimination, so there's not enough damage on the correct targets. And in the end, Balls gets that first ulti off, he gets the second one. Sneaky knows, okay, I need to get Reckless down or at least close to someone else. Incarnation says, thank you very much, picks up that kill.
What actually happened there, Huni pulled the trigger too early. Alistar W also procs a potential knockup target for the Yasuo ultimate, but later on you obviously want to chain the ulti on a triple Q. That's what Yellowstar was looking for. He eventually knocked up multiple people, but Huni procced it too early on the W already, and that actually meant that he only got the support and later on just didn't do any damage.
One small thing about the mechanics of that ultimate is it does give you a small grace period to get additional targets, actually. I didn't watch closely enough to see if that happened there, but there is, sometimes you can get multiple even if you ult early.
I really just want to highlight, with these 2 teams, the calls that are being made in this game, how insanely hard they are to pull off when you're sitting in the heat of the moment, where Reckless is pushing down on the, at the top side, and Fnatic is saying, you know what, we can buy time for you, and C9 is saying, you know, we can engage, we can look for that pick, and now after, C9 rushing to that Baron saying, this is the call we need to make to get back in the game. And there's so many insane calls, and they're so risky, a lot of them, but they're working so far at least.
And it also tells you that shot calling just trumps individual play. A lot of these teams coming into Worlds with very highly mechanically gifted players, proficient, you know, in terms of ranking, solo queue, so skilled at the raw elements of the game, but then they fall apart when it comes to macro play. And C9, they've shown before what they can do in the map. Yellowstar now leading Fnatic through some really good rotations, getting an inhibitor right there, almost stealing that Baron too.
Infinity Edge now done for Huni, so now all that's left to do is build tanky to keep this man alive. Of course, on the other side, if you kind of start counting hard carries, Elimination finally has a Zeke's Harbinger done. Problem is, this Morgana is dying very quickly, and she can't buff Tristana very much if she's dead, so that is one thing to actually be a bit concerned about, is Elimination's 5 deaths is a worrying trend for C9.
Yeah, it does put Sneaky on 90% crit in these fights. That is
if he gets it.
If he gets it, which he can get easily. Zeke's Harbinger actually allows you to focus frontline for a little while. Once you engage, you can jump in aggressively because there's not a single person, maybe Featherman, that can actually outrate you once you jump in with that 90% crit.
Gonna be something to watch then if Sneaky can have the auto attack uptime to kill whatever he wants. Blue Elixir picked up for Elimination, so he's gonna have some more damage in team fights. And a little bit of ability power for the Black Shield. Bottom lane is the target here. Even though Cloud9 is a team that had killed the Baron off, they're still the defensive ones here.
Also, a lot of winning fights for Fnatic did come from flanks, and as C9 pulls back into their base, it's incredibly hard for Fnatic to make that happen. That could be something they have to look out for, that they don't over-engage, because it's incredibly easy to play Morgana when all the enemies are in front of you. It makes Black Shield life a lot easier compared to having to watch multiple flanks, potential flash scenarios, just add so many variables to the equation.
Still have to highlight though, with this build from Elimination, it requires him to sit very far back to stay alive. You mentioned yourself just before here how he cannot be in the front because he needs to buff up Sneaky. So their team fighting power of a Morgana, when she can go in with her ulti and hit multiple guys, goes really far down, and he just becomes basically this Black Shield bot onto Sneaky. With his positioning so far, it's not been working because he has been caught out so many times. And Fnatic honestly look for him as well because the Black Shield always goes on to one of the carries. So you aim instead for the Lee Sin, you aim maybe for the Morgana and take them down first.
One Black Shield every 9 seconds. Black Shield can last up to 5 seconds, so that Black Shield bot could be very efficient for C9 here.
Yeah, good coding on that Black Shield bot. We'll see if it holds up. Maybe Fnatic can decompile elimination and it gets a lot worse. Right now, Cloud9 trying to hold equal. Still a 4,000 gold difference. Means less over time, but we're still at a tricky part of this game.
And there is an open inhibitor now. Fnatic can go towards and take that 5-on-5 teamfight around it. Don't have to deal with the towers, but of course you always have to respect the fact that, first of all, running back to the fountain and healing back up means you can rejoin a fight. And also with these turrets near the nexus around it, it becomes very difficult to over-chase, which, funny enough, is what Fnatic's composition likes to do. Jump into that backline, get very deep inside the enemy base, and that can be tricky. So C9 should be able to hold this defense for 2 more minutes, and Fnatic might just say, guys, let's wait for Baron, let's play a little bit safe, and then we can maybe bait a fight around that area.
As impressive as the out rotation was for that inhibitor up top, they didn't really get too much value out of it. A couple outer towers fell that could have fallen otherwise too. The game is pretty even right now. Fnatic have a mild goal lead, but a good map move can negate that immediately.
Cloud9 known for good map moves, but Fnatic have made plenty of good choices themselves in this game, still sitting 14-8 in kills in favor of the Europeans.
Huni's basing, he may be looking for a teleport. If he picks up home guards, he could use one of those faraway wards to flank potentially. Decides not to base, sticks bot.
Fnatic doesn't want that very predictable engage, so he needs to probably sneak behind. Again though, for Fnatic, you can just wait for that Baron. Clear that area because it's 2 dragons to 2, so there's no 5 dragons happening in this game here. That's too far out.
No vision, he hasn't been spotted yet. No pings have gone on him.
2 pink wards on the side of Fnatic around this Baron. Or 2 in inventory.
They saw Huni.
So they see him for now.
Huni's doing wolves.
Alright, now he's gonna do Gromp.
And they see balls in the bot lane as well. They might square off easily. Baron in 50, Dragon in 55. Makes the Dragons carry without ward control, which right now C9 does not have at all on that Baron River. Their site stone's nearly empty. Only Elimination has a ward at all.
C9 just trying to push Fnatic back so they can move into the Baron area themselves and clear away these pink wards just placed. So you have this fight where Fnatic is trying to avoid them moving in there, but because of Incarnation and his long-range poke, it's enough for C9 to get at least the first pink ward. But still, a very, very close battle between the teams.
Huni's sitting on 2,000 gold, which means he actually wants to base and shop. Get an item, perhaps upgrade his boots into home guards, but this does give a favorable wave here for Cloud9 on the bot lane. That's what split pushing is all about, when neither team can really make a mark or dent in the mid lane. It does become all about watching that side lane.
And there is a dent to be made in that side lane. Of course, Balls has so much armor now with a Thornmail. Huni can't really get through him, so that's an unequitable lane there. C9 get that one pushed in as well. Always something to keep in mind.
He really has to land that ulti for that armor pen, and even then, it's going to be incredibly hard.
Yeah, he's going to save it for the big team fights. Going 1v1 this late in the game has no value really for both these top laners. Balls is he has the big tank in the front line. Huni he has the assassin who wants to get the back line.
If these fights go long, Huni can get multiple ultis off. His ulti is already down to 30 seconds cooldown.
Needs to be careful though, dashing in forward, because Incarnation, again, he's always standing far up, always ready. He has a barrier as his only defense really. And then of course he trusts Elimination to give him the Black Shield in case he's too far forward.
Elimination is actually starting to out-earn Yellowstar money-wise, even though Yellow's got 3 more assists there. Just it's a better gold generation item, honestly. Morgana gets a ton of money, and that can matter, getting your next big item in.
Yeah, mid-game, nobody waits to give you those relic stacks. That time is long, long gone.
Even fighting against his own turret, and look at that. Sneaky was able to solo the Dragon. Bot lane was still pushed out. C9 controlled mid.
Both sideways pushing for C9 too. They have that turret behind them for safety. Now they're sieging mid, so they're using triple pressure on all the lanes.
Oh,
might
be
see an
careful.
engage here.
Here's the jump in. It's a 2-man ult. He catches Balls. Sneaky is out. There's a turret alive, though. They gotta be careful. A big knockback, and that's the kill into Morgana. Azir goes down as well, but the dunks are coming through. A double kill for Balls. A triple kill for Balls. Holy cow.
C9 goes to get
kill for Balls. Holy cow. That's why team's been picking Darius. Cloud9 have 3 members alive. alive!
And what an aggressive use of flash ulti there for Incarnation. He knew he would drop in the fight, but he would generate so much damage for resets on both Sneaky and Balls.
And it means they might win the game right now. Look at the respawn timers. 30 seconds. Would you believe it? This is the group where 3 teams could have taken first place, but it's Cloud9 who did it. The 4th that no one counted in. The 7th place North American LCS team. The Cinderella story is still alive. They are undefeated in the World Championship, and Cloud9 are 3-0.
If you told me that C9 would get a pentakill, I would say, okay, it's Incarnation or Sneaky.
But Balls.
But Balls gets it. He had a great game. He didn't fall behind early because he got that massive wave in the top lane. And then in this last team fight, Fnatic even jumped him. Huni ulted onto Balls, the big tank. But then we see the power of Darius. Once he gets rolling in those fights, he gets the first kill, second kill, third kill, fourth. And then the pentakill in the end.
C9 finally feel like a team again. In the way they play around the map, in the way they play out the game, and more importantly, in these team fights. Sneaky, he jumped in knowing he could die, but he relied on Incarnation to finish somebody else to give him the reset. Right now, Incarnation went in aggressively, possibly trading his life, but in doing so, he generates the setup for Balls to get a pentakill, and if it wasn't for him, Sneaky was untouched that fight. He could have cleaned up too, so C9 became a triple threat there at the end.
Yeah, and if you were to tell me, you know, the matchup that C9 would win the strongest, the match that would be the reason they open up the map, the matchup that gives C9 the kills in the end, the last one I expect would be Balls over Huni. Huni with the very, very, very brave Yasuo into Darius pick. Gets behind in the lane swap game a little bit, the push comes in, the tower dive, and at no point was Huni ever able to duel Balls. He got wave control, he got team fight control. Huni had some good moments, but Balls crushed him.
Makes you wonder, this is almost the first time we can question a draft really for Fnatic. It makes sense on paper, you know, the combo comes out, but they do know Lemonation plays Morgana.
Sure.
That is a given, so you know half your combo can get denied, you play a very poor matchup, and then you don't really play around it too well, so I'm still questioning the Yasuo pick overall. I think there were other options available.
We can definitely see what they were trying to do, also with having the AoE knockups instead of single target knockups for him, because then the Morgana obviously would just hard counter it completely, but when multiple guys got pulled up in the air, they were different targets.
I mean, every champion was a setup champion.
Exactly, for Huni with his Yasuo, but really the whole setup for C9 to get this siege on the last tower where they got the big team fight was them so smartly just sitting around mid lane, and they slowly, via Incarnation, forced Fnatic further and further back on the map, and suddenly there were no wards on the side, really. There's no way for Fnatic to flank, and they had to engage head on, and it was just a beautiful setup for C9 after they had gotten punished a few times before. And that's why they win the last fight as well.
They also predicted the wave management so well. Huni was sitting on 2,000 gold. He had to base. That gave Balls the initial slow push. He didn't push that wave much more. He let it stick there for a while. Then he rotated mid. Top lane was pushing all the way. And suddenly, C9 had triple wave pressure. And then usually what happens is the team engages in mid. But because of the turret that Azir can place, that kind of gets thrown out of the window too. And suddenly, Fnatic found themselves pressured back. And they had to, you know, make him move, because otherwise C9 were just simply going to rotate towards Baron. And suddenly, Fnatic, who were in prime position to take this game, completely got out macroed.
Yeah, and I love items. I want to talk about Balls some more, but his item choices in particular. The Randuin's Omen pick, of course, is good in the matchup. But the thing is, the way these comps were lined up here, right? Huni and Febiven are hitting the Wombo combo. They're hitting whatever they can. So Febiven's never really trying to put dedicated damage onto this Darius, who's stacked up 300 armor. Randuin's Omen, Thornmail, Ninja Tabby, some bonus health, and all that. And this guy's not going to die in a team fight. As soon as that first kill comes through, bing, Noxian Might plus 175 attack damage, 5 bleed stacks on every basic attack, reset, auto attack, reset, and he gets to kill absolutely everybody. And that's, as much as we are kind of questioning why are people picking Darius, this was finally the example of what Darius does.
Yeah, but really here for Fnatic, their composition won these big team fights. They had 2 team fights at the end of the game, the one at Baron and now the one in mid lane. And both of them didn't result in a win. Even when they lost the Baron, I think C9 had Incarnation full HP, and even Sneaky was there to win that fight for them. So we didn't get to see this Wombo combo that other teams have been able to pull off, really being used in the last few team fights for Fnatic, and they always went on to the wrong targets.
Still want to go back to the early mid game though, as we see a couple of Cloud9 members there at Lemonation, and I think it's Balls there getting ready for the interview. So far, every single game Cloud9 has played at Worlds, they've used this strategy where they push up bot lane, rotate sneaky mid on Tristana, I believe, every single game. Every single game so far. Then turret pressure. They trade objectives wherever, even farm to get turret pressure. They open up the map, and then with really good vision control, they start controlling it. Teams will need to start changing their ban patterns against Cloud9, maybe get rid of the Tristana, and more importantly, look for those plays.
I'm looking at the Azir even, because that's the one that sets up the wave every time, and then Tristana comes in and pushes the tower.
All right, well, a good game for Cloud9. You've heard us talk about it, but for a Rift side look at C9's perfect run in the week, gonna throw it down to Shocks in the interview lounge.
Thank you so much, guys. Joined here by Balls Elimination from Cloud9 after beating out Fnatic in an incredible game once again. And Balls, I gotta go to you first. Finishing everything off with a pentakill after all the criticism you've had to bear with in the last couple of weeks. How did you manage to come strong into this game and even pull this off versus this team?
Well, all that Diamond 2 practice. I don't know. My team trusted me, and I accepted all that criticism and took it to heart. I just kept practicing and finally showed.
Lemon, can you say a little bit more about that, about the team? Because indeed, we never heard the team coming out with anything negative because you were all one united front behind Balls.
Yeah, I mean, I think Balls has played more solo queue than any other player that's been at Worlds. Like, he's been fucking spamming it so much, so yeah, it's good.
Yeah, it definitely has. Let's talk a bit more about the game, and just in a series of games, you guys have looked absolutely incredible. What was the key to this one? Fnatic came out with quite a risky draft. Did you immediately have it in your head, we need to capitalize on this one?
Well, they did the Yasuo Orianna comp, so they basically have to have a huge wombo combo to actually win a fight. And I mean, if they get it, they're going to win any fight, no matter how far behind they are. But as long as we play our comp correctly and we're able to kite back, you know, and just kind of blow their spells slowly, like get a bind on Alistar, get that out of there, we should be able to pull it out. We were able to.
And what was the shot calling like? Because it seemed like it was incredibly risky, and then there was that one moment where Fnatic got back in the game and actually aced you guys. How did you take it from there?
Well, after the Baron call, where it was really close, and we all got aced, it was really scary because Yasuo pulled ahead. He got like 2 to 3 levels on me. But then we were able to take another Baron, and that equalized everything. And then it just turned to team fighting where I think we poked and played it well.
Yep, and a beautiful pentakill at Worlds. That's a pretty cool thing to have in your backpack no matter what. But with this, you guys are very much alive in this group. How are you going to make sure this carries over to next week? Where's your ceiling? Because this is becoming an incredible success story.
Yeah, we have a lot of room in this group now. We have 2 wins over every other team. And I mean, now we just practice for the next week, try to pick up as much cool stuff that we can, and just try to come out strong.
Yeah. Anything else to add, or? Nope.
Nope.
All good. Well, congratulations. Fantastic victory here from Cloud9 over Fnatic. Where will this go? Maybe you guys can tell us.
Well, thank you, Shocks. I'm not sure we can tell you. We've had quite a time on the desk trying to predict the way that this tournament we're going to have to welcome Aiden's Iron Moon to the desk, going to help us break down some games. And before we do anything, I just want to take another look at that pentakill. We're going to get that up. What a fantastic way to close out the game. Such a high-intensity game. Crumbs,
Yeah, so the way Fnatic wants to play this composition is using all their engaged spells on the priority targets. That is Azir and Tristana. This is the main damage of the team composition. You cannot win a fight if you don't use it on these champions. So what they do is they go for a wombo with the Alistar Flash Pulving, but it hits only Darius, and the Sneaky's too far for the follow-up. He flashes out immediately, and now the Azir wall is really the key for all this. It's a perfect wall. It hits all the melee from C9, from Fnatic, and then instantly Darius gets 5 stacks, and the fight's already in retreat because Tristana and Azir are in a safe position with DPS. Darius is healing. He got buffed, so he gets more healing with more champions around, and after that, you know, they should have probably just disengaged right from the get-go, but because the comp is so explosive, you all in, win or lose.
Yeah, and that's that new Darius mechanic too. When he ends up getting the kill, that next person he hits, 5 stacks immediately, so he gets that massive true damage bonus. And this was a composition that I thought C9, they keep drafting it. They always want the Azir, they always want the Tristana, they're able to siege these turrets. And the thing is, this Darius that they first pick is actually first picked for a very good reason. if you want to get onto Azir and the Tristan in the back, you have to go through this juggernaut. So he's not a juggernaut that has the problem of having to walk into the team to engage, because they're going to come for his backline. And all he has to do is spin in a circle, peel, and hit the ultimate. And I think this is a really good pickup here for Balls, because it doesn't need that much gold to actually be that successful, because his backline is the big threats.
Like, speaking about the pick and ban, I was so surprised that Fnatic didn't pick the Azir first rotation. I was like, okay, they have a plan in mind. Okay, they give out the Azir. Maybe they go for Poke, which is also good against Darius and Azir because you were lacking engage. But no, they go for the Yasuo, which is bad into Azir and it's bad into Darius.
That was my worry going into this. Why I thought Cloud9 would come out ahead is because Fnatic does not punish the weak area of Cloud9. Yasuo into Darius is a terrible matchup. It was absolutely abysmal. And he just falls really far behind. And it doesn't make sense to try to... It's almost like a cocky move in saying, you know what, this is your weak area. We're struggling a little bit in top lane. Let's just have a farm fest kind of deal and try not to affect the top lane. But eventually, Darius will outshine Yasuo in his current state.
But what they tried to do on Fnatic's side is this composition is built to wombo combo you, and one of the strengths of C9 is Barons. They love going to the Baron. This team wins more often than any other team with a Baron buff on them, and they're more willing to take that risk to go after it. So Fnatic is saying, when you take that risk, we're going to wombo you. And that's when they got that ace that gave Fnatic that large lead.
I love that confidence, too, because Hai is a new jungler, but to make this kind of calls, you need to be on point with your smites. Like,
oh, they were so good this game.
Like, it's crazy. You don't make this kind of call if you're not super confident with yourself. And there's no way mechanically he has perfect smites all the time. That's not how they're winning. Azir is getting these Barons. Like, other people are getting Barons, but just the confidence overpowers the teams. They're like, wait, really? They're going for Baron now in plain vision? When does this happen? And you can just win games by mind games.
Now, to close out the discussion, I want to take a look at the standings here in Group B. As we close the book, the teams are arranged like this. Cloud9 at the top, undefeated with 2 games over Fnatic, IG, and AHQ here. So as we look ahead to next week with this 2-game buffer, they're definitely in a good spot. But as you mentioned, Zyrene, there's got to be some fear around the fact that their strengths are becoming very clear, that they seem to be dependent on a singular strategy.
Yeah, the tower pushing very quickly with Tristana and Azir. I want to see what happens when you ban some of these champions away. We're seeing the Veigar ban. I think that's a smart ban, but having Azir still on the table, you need to poke Incarnation more, because the Azir is just doing so much work in these team fights, and it's really just amplifying the strengths of C9. And I'm really grateful that they're actually winning, because I'm getting more time on the desk. Because everybody says we need analysts from winning regions on the desk.
Well, there you have
Here
it.
we are, you guys. We did.
Yamato, final thoughts.
I'm just so surprised that Fnatic drafted like this. I'm still surprised about the Orianna. Once again, a weak matchup into the Azir. I think, as you said, I'm hoping that CoolCOG kind of exposes this strategy with the fast push that both C9 and COG is using. Hopefully we'll see that in the next matchup.
Okay, we'll see if Fnatic can clean up their draft. Good start for Cloud9. Now, we need to catch our breath after that wild match. When we return, it's the Coup Tigers versus Counterlogic Gaming as the action heats up in Group A. Stay tuned. There's more Worlds 2015 right after this.
Save my energy.
Yeah, they're giving us
Take
energy.
my energy.
Save my energy.
Save my energy.
It's an easy kill. Hai gets the kick flash. The dunk comes through. A double kill for Balls.
Cache et le Vachon qui n'est pas pris. C'est les gars qui en a qui récupère ce Vachon. Mais tous les Cloud9 vont tomber dans ce fight.
Eyes on them, eyes on them. Listen. Eyes on them, I just on them.
Can I cap?
Yeah, I'm here.
He's on. Joining them.
Okay.
Balls does so much damage. A spell shield from Reckless. He gets crit. Here goes Sneaky. The ult is not quite Incarnation gets it.
C'est l'Ostar, les Cloud9. Reckless et l'Ostar. Les Cloud9 implosent et Fnatic noir.
The Cinderella story is still alive. They are undefeated in the World Championship.
I love the GE Tigers uniforms. They're always so fun.
And look at how dapper the GE Tigers look tonight.
특이한 의상을 입기도 했었고 또 그랬던 이유가 왜냐면 저희는 쿠타이거즈니까 쿠타이거즈를 봐달라는 식의 약간 애교 같은 것이기도 했거든요.
What the hell am I looking at? That is a bunch of cat ears, or I don't know what's going on. We're going to like Hello Kitty schools. I'm totally.
좀 자기 기량을 좀 펼칠 수 있는, 그러니까 펼칠 수 있는 그런 분위기가 있는 팀인 것 같아요. 실수해도 뭐 잘 다독여주고 이제 기죽지 않게 자기 플레이 잘 할 수 있게 좀 그렇게 해주는 분위기인 것 같아요.
모든 팀들 간에 저는 팀원들 사이에 일단 친하다는 그 친근감이 제일 중요하다고 생각을 하기 때문에 일단 아무리 성적이 안 좋아도 그 팀원들끼리 으쌰으쌰하는 분위기만 있으면 저희는 항상 올라갈 수 있다고 생각하기 때문에 저는 그래도 가장 제일 중요한 게 팀워크가 아닌가 생각하고 있어요.
Welcome back, everyone. Taking to the stage are Korea's Coup Tigers and North America's Counterlogic Gaming. So let's take a closer look at the matchup. Now, Doublelift is a person who has been doing some serious work for CLG so far at Worlds, and if Coup are going to win here, they'll have to find a way to keep him down.
Most definitely. I think Cool's strategy coming into this should be probably banning the Tristana, maybe even banning the Jinx, pick up the Lulu if a CLG lets it through, because I think that is why CLG has been winning most of the games.
You know, in the first 2 games that we've seen from both these guys, Ku has been very strong early, not so much in the later, struggling in some late game team fights, dropping that game to the Flash Wolves. And CLG, on the other hand, has been very strong in the late game, taking a lot of decisive wins, knowing how to close out games, but very predictable early on. These patterns of helping Zion are huge, and without Zion grouping in for the mid lane, the whole 5-man push strat of CLG may not work.
Yeah, and they keep seeming to go for fast tower pushing AD carries. We saw Jinx, Tristana up there, but that's why they help Zion Spartan in the top, because Doublelift doesn't need help in bottom. He's going to take that turret over time, and then eventually he's just going to transition that to mid, which yesterday I was saying is a big strength of North American teams, is we transition our bot lane to mid faster than almost any other region.
Now, part of the way that Coup Tigers lost yesterday was some focus by AHQ in the bot lane, turning around a couple fights and really getting things kick-started with the turret push in that lane.
Yeah, I think Coup need to cover their bottom lane here, because that's a lot of the strength that comes out from CLG. Yesterday versus the Flash Wolves, they were flashed on by Sword Art, a lot of engages, and you saw them playing really far up. I want to see Prey pick something like a Corki. He's extraordinarily good at this champion. I want to see him pick that for some early presence so that he can really shove in the bot lane, deny the tower that they want to eventually get if it's not a lane swap in a 2-on-2. So that's what I want to see coming out here. Cover your bot lane, Coup.
All right, well, what do you guys think? Does CLG stay in front of this group, or does Coup bring it back?
The comp that Flash Wolves ran yesterday, a poke comp, is very similar to the way a siege comp operates. So for me, for that reason, I think that CLG is going to be able to take it.
All right, Zyrene?
I agree. I'm going to go with CLG here. We're apple pie right now,
West is best, baby.
Hey. Usually when you bet on the West, we're coming up on top, so we're going to keep that trend up.
As of now, the trend sticks. Yamato.
I guess I'll be the party pooper, and it's like, I think Ku is going to take it simply because I feel CLG's wins have been good, but it's kind of obvious to what their strengths are, and I think the Jinx Tristana ban is going to come in.
I got some news for you. It doesn't matter how big of a party pooper you are. If we party hard enough, we'll make
That's right. We can turn things around, NA boys. Well, as we send it over to the guys in the caster booth for Champs League, Zion Spartan has been doing his homework on the Coup Tigers and sees a few openings to take them down.
Going into our next game against Coup, especially after watching them against UA Flash Wolves, I'm even more confident than I was before that we can beat them, and they don't look as strong as I thought they were. I'm definitely not going to underestimate them, as they're the 2nd Korean seed and they're still a really strong team, but they have a lot of flaws from what I saw in their gameplay, and I think we can definitely exploit them and come out on top as a better team.
Hey guys, welcome back to the caster desk. I'm actually worried after the interview because every time we come to a game where they say, you know, they're not that good, but we won't underestimate them, that team ends up losing. So if we're going to have underdog stories, CLG should look out for this one. But guys, real quick, we're going to check out the starting rosters for this game. We're going to start with Korea's number 2 seed, the Coup Tigers. And up the top lane is Smeb. In the jungle is Hojin, formerly known as Lee. Mid laner, Kuro, great Victor player. AD carry Prey has been to the World Championships before. He's back now. Gorilla was there last year. He's on support. And the coach Nofe behind them.
Yeah, they're obviously going up against CLG. A very confident CLG here today. They're playing on the red side, top lane. Confident man himself. There's Zion Spartan. Jungler Smithy has his visa this time, so he's here to play Pobelter in the mid lane. AD carry will be Doublelift, and of course, the support. Can't forget him, the man in the rock, Aframu. All that under the Hawkeye of Zixlo. He should be able to guide them into Champ Select. And so far, CLG have had good drafts, but they've kind of made it easy for them to draft around. Very easy compositions to draft and play around, but so far their play has been stellar.
Somewhat the same before we saw from C9. A lot of focus on these early tower pushing AD carries, Jinx and Tristana for Doublelift. The big pick for me though has been Lulu. Poor Builder got it twice now, first pick. The guy didn't die on it at all in 2 games. It's a 30 KDA, and it buffs up Doublelift in the late game and makes him that big, massive AD carry. So they protect the Doublelift composition that needs to get shut down from the Ku Tigers in this pick and ban phase. Either you ban Lulu or you first pick it.
I'm actually going to take that back. Their play hasn't been stellar. The highlights have been stellar, but so far and in between have been some sloppy plays, especially if Lulu goes out of the equation. There's a lot of Band-Aid power that you lose. Lulu makes up for a lot of misplays and turns around into good plays, but CLG plays the way they do. Without that champion, they may actually get into trouble.
And if CLG does ban Mordekaiser as the last one, which we normally see with these top tier picks, then Lulu should be the first pick for Ku Tigers. But CLG should know that. And then they can look, okay, what value can we get? Elise could come in as a jungler. So that's why we often see Ku Tigers then ban it now. To say, okay, we want to set up for Lulu first pick, but we don't want to give you an Elise.
Wow.
Or you can do the other way around for them in this case.
All right, well, CLG, the last ban should probably be Mordekaiser. If you're talking about ways to counteract the CLG style of hard pushing bot lane, transitioning, facing a Mordekaiser makes that difficult. That said, though, Double and Aframu, their big strength is their ability to kill someone in lane. Nah. Not going to be there.
Nah, you have to ban the Mordekaiser because CLG as a team funnels the most farm from 50 to 30 into their AD carry. If you can get that ghost, you just get even stronger than a normal Mordekaiser game.
So CLG will get the Elise pick. Ku Tigers valued Rek'Sai above it. That surprises me quite a lot, especially because Xmithie, in my opinion, has been on point when it comes to landing cocoons in the late game. And it's something CLG use a lot when they are sieging on these towers, which has been what they've been doing so well. Fast push towers. Elise is then one of my favorite junglers. First of all, she has range options. And second, that cocoon, when you're stuck on a tower defending, often means you get chunked and then you're back to base. So CLG get the perfect setup for them with this. And Rek'Sai as well doesn't have any hard engage.
We do talk a lot about tempo, momentum, and the benefit of a Rek'Sai pick is that she has almost no downtime. She's always ready to defend her own jungle. It will be harder this time for Xmithie and Aframu to get deep vision in because you will always find Rek'Sai in her jungle able to defend there. So maybe that's the style Ku Tigers gonna do so they can comfortably get to that mid to late game where they really shine. And if you want to patch up the holes in their early game with a very low resource jungle that can always go back into the jungle with her ultimate.
And they really put such a high priority on that one pick because they banned Lulu themselves to say, hey, we want you to ban Mordekaiser. So we don't have any of these picks available and we can take that Rek'Sai. Didn't want to risk having to choose between the first jungle pick or Lulu pick because obviously don't want to go that to CLG. So what they're going to do with this Rek'Sai is going to be very, very key in this game. And this bottom lane is something that has been working really well for Ku Tigers before.
Yeah, I like supplementing Ashe, who is relatively weak once she gets engaged upon, with just a very aggressive zoning support like Kennen. It's incredibly hard to even get to the Ashe. The double poke from Shurikens, follow-up from Kennen W, volley from Ashe is incredibly hard to lane against.
And it seems like a setup for a Malphite top lane. This is like the style that kind of got Ku Tigers back into the fold here, is like these hard engaged teams. Praise arrows are super good, but Smeb being able to start fights out, and even Gorilla on that Kennen being able to help as well. These could be really important things for Ku here.
A lot of things to like about this bottom lane. First of all, one of the big changes Ku Tigers made during this season was keep Gorilla in the 2v2 lane with the Ashe. Blitzcrank coming in though from CLG, but anyway, one of the big changes they made was Gorilla would lane with Prey, and it made them very strong 2v2, so with the Kennen. And also, it means you can match the CLG strongest part on the map, which is the bottom lane, with this super strong early dual lane.
I mean, if you can't get to the Ashe, just bring her to you. If Aframu lands any hooks here on Prey, it's going to be absolutely disgusting the amount of damage coming out of that combination from Blitzcrank Tristana. If they get pushed though, and Ku Tigers can aggressively dodge some hooks, they can whack away at the tower from CLG very quickly. There's almost no counter trade potential because Blitzcrank, very melee oriented, double range, double poke in that bot lane, so heavy skill matchup.
But here's the thing, look at these hovers from Ku Tigers there. That Kennen can go to the top lane for Smeb, and Gorilla can play Morgana and just play guess the hook target, put a black shield on and ignore all of it here. Ku Tigers look to be looking at this as their actual lineup there. The Victor gets locked in, and yep, Morgana support. Kennen goes top lane.
Always the value of having these flex picks. There are a few of them left still. Kennen is one of them for a lot of the teams. So yeah, swapping that on the other side will be a little bit annoying for after move, but then again, you give a fairly simple lane then for Tristana, or you can just lane swap it and have the roaming Blitzcrank.
Yeah, but they sacrifice a lot though, putting that Kennen top lane. I'm very much so more of a fan of Kennen support. Kennen top lane is hard to judge because we don't really see it that very often, but KooTiger's only running a single tank that actually tunnels into the fight, so their backline going to be very exposed in these fights, so we'll need some really good ultimates here from Smeb on that Kennen later on to really zone in these team fights, but it is possible.
And Prey is going to be basically the single engage on this Ashe here against CLG. It's one of the reasons, again, they pick it, because they know CLG likes to group and siege like Cloud9 does, so you need to pack some hard engage on your side, but the arrow, again, late game, it always becomes tricky when QSS is in the game, maybe someone runs cleanse. I expect that from the Azir in the mid lane. It's one of the things Ashe always does. She forces cleanse on your mid laner, so that's there for late game at least.
Two complete opposite styles here. Olaf rounds up the CLG composition, and KooTigers, don't be mistaken, they have a lot of poke hidden in that lineup. Kennen can throw out shurikens, you have Victor with E, even Q if he gets close enough, Ashe volleys, Morgana bindings to hold them all in place to make those spells hit, so CLG, when defending towers, even if slightly behind, will have a hard time, so they have to rely on really good hooks or just Zion Spartan rushing in.
I just really worry about KooTigers and how they're going to play the team fight, because it's going to be the Ashe arrow in as the main engage, and then you have to have flash up on the cannon if you want to reach double if in the backline. Otherwise, the scaling of an Azir and a Tristana versus low backline threat is so hard. I mean, last game we just saw how much an Azir Tristana can do in late game teamfights if you don't get onto them, and KooTigers don't have a lot of ways of reaching them.
Yeah, when Smeb engages, he will need Gorilla to black shield him, because there's Buster Shot available to knock him back. There's a Azir ultimate available to say, like, you shall not pass here, and then throw him back. And if he doesn't connect to 2 or 3 members immediately with that ultimate, press the new, like, change W to get that AoE damage out, then the KooTigers are going to have an incredibly hard time winning teamfights.
Well, we'll see if they can win those team fights. Then the outplays can happen here for the Korean squad. But remember, you guys at home are always part of this one. Tweet hashtag KOO win or hashtag CLG win, and we'll see which team you think has the edge here in Group A. It is a battle for first place. Counter Logic Gaming right now sitting at 2-0. That could be 3 in a row, just like their North American brethren Cloud9. But KooTigers can come back from their one loss, make it 2-1, and tie for first for sure at the end of the day. And here we go.
Teams loading up on a rift here. Let's see what their plans are. CLG, Blitzcrank, notorious for some early action, an aggressive ping. Look at that, they pinged the banana burst and they're all 5 moving there. There could be aggressive play here.
They've got a Blitzcrank.
Yeah, Blitzcrank's always in a level 1. If he gets to engage, hook a target, he's fantastic. If he gets engaged on, he's completely useless. He just stands there, does nothing. But it goes for a lot of supports when it comes to level 1. So CLG are confident enough, and we can see the early wards spotting them from the KooTigers, knowing, okay, let's get out of here.
Smeb actually snuck up in the top lane, so CLG will expect wards in their own jungle, especially the right side of the map. They will not expect a ward to be placed on Crux there, so that could actually reveal some information that CLG isn't willing to give away.
I really do worry, though, for KooTigers if this Kennen flex pick ends up hurting them more than it benefited, because by getting the Morgana pick, yes, you want to try and shut down the Blitzcrank, but you're basically trading support for support, and now you get a top laner who might struggle to reach the backline of CLG, which is the whole purpose of what KooTigers were building at first, ways to engage and stop the fast push from happening, and I don't feel like Kennen is the answer for that, but that's, of course, before we see what Smeb can do. Good flanks can save the day for him.
Yeah, it's no Malphite. I mean, to be fair, Malphite could get kind of picked by Vladimir, and that would suck really hard. Zion is a good Vladimir player, but I think Kennen is actually pretty good secondary engage following up an arrow.
Look what CLG doing right now. They were going to the top lane, but because Prey and Gorilla expected wards to be placed in standard lane swap position, they went mid and then delayed path to top lane. CLG actually spotted them on a ward that was fading in the mid, and they actually went back to the bot lane here. So not only are they going to get the favorable lane swap that they want, avoid the double range double poke, they will also pick up Grump on the way. So double if, the carry for CLG this tournament so far, set in prime carry position already.
And they're not even going to get punished in the jungle either. Smithy and Zion Spartan started on the greedy side of the map in the top lane, away from their dual lane. Still got it. Of course, Q get to do the same thing here, so it should be a standard trade of jungles.
Yeah, and that ward was 3 seconds from fading so close. After he gets level 2, he can start roaming.
Yeah, instant, of course, skill of his E, so we can start seeing the power of a Blitzcrank in a lane swap. Also for the KooTigers, they didn't make it in time to topside to freeze the wave. So Zion Spartan is reading this and already on the topside being joined by Aframo, so that's going to be fairly strong 2v2, and KooTigers need to send 4 members to stop it, but they're on the wrong side of the map at the moment.
Yeah, remember though, Blitzcrank did get changed, so the speed up will actually work against you. Later parts of it, you will get slowed down tremendously. That's where you don't really see W picked up much at all anymore on that Blitzcrank. It actually kind of ruined the champion in a sense and makes it very much so harder to play.
Well, looks like you wanted to play it anyway. And of course, you talked about being on the wrong side of the map. CLG, of course, aware of the jungle start, though similar for KOO Tigers. The secondary pathing for the junglers should be understood, and these guys will know where they're going to expect some teammates soon.
Yeah, KOO Tigers taking the long way up towards the top side, playing every single camp between Smeb and Hojin. The reason Smeb doesn't teleport to the bottom lane, it looks like he gets a one-on-one lane, is because Elise hasn't shown herself on the map, so he doesn't know if she's hiding around and can just 2v1 dive her instantly. One of the things Elise brings to the table.
KOO know that Xmithy is not here because there's a global hawkshot available for Prey. He used it. They're working with perfect information here. This is a 4v2. That's why CLG is backing off.
Now look at the trade and resources, though. There's still 2 people down to the bot lane. The Tristana can push. Zion got a bit of experience, already level 2.5.
This is exactly what we saw C9 do in the last game. You sacrifice your own top laner, just put him together with the support, and they can sit and try and get in range from. And they also force a jungle camp for themselves.
Can't black shield that.
Another thing they force is they force KOO Tigers to have multiple members on top side to deny them farm. So Doublelift gets his solo experience, he gets enough damage with Tristana on these towers early on with his E that it benefits him a lot.
Also, Smeb needs level 3 to skill E. Then he could potentially teleport down bot lane because he gets extra resistances and mobility from that. But otherwise, if he without the E, he would instantly get over here. Doublelift taking out a tower right now. So it's too late for Smeb to counter teleport, something we usually see. Maybe go for the outplay on 2v1, but he didn't really have the audacity to make that play. So KOO Tigers sharing a lot of experience right now.
And KOO Tigers are doing the standard Western lane swap we've seen.
All's well.
Gets a flash.
Flash for flash.
But KOO Tigers are like, hey guys, we learned the standard Western lane swap, we can fast push in, and CLG is saying, well, we're going to take it to the next level. We don't care about you getting that top tower. We don't care about our top lane falling a bit behind because we value our AD carry higher, and we saw how far ahead Sneaky got in the last game.
And this is what I love about World Championships. You see these kinds of things evolve. This is the second time now C9 did it, CLG did it. Your AD carry hard pushes. You expect no one to show up with his turret anymore, and they get that pressure regardless. Turret goes out a little bit slower. Tristana gets the first recall. She's first back in lane.
There's so much beauty to that play from Aftermoon too. Just tiny bit of an aggressive flash there, forcing another summoner, buying some more time. And meanwhile, bot lane, tower goes down first. Wave gets bounced. Zion Spartan now gets the wave frozen to him, so he'll have an easy time picking with farm. Because Doublelift has so much experience in farm already, he should be fine in the top lane, especially if you look, he has the backup of some wards at his jungle, so he should be in prime position to push out of here.
I think that's a very key thing for CLG, that they don't send Doublelift back to the bottom lane and take the standard 2v2 and get dragon control, because they're here to fast push you out of turrets. They don't care about the dragon at the moment, so it's better to get a massive wave towards Zion Spartan and then keep Doublelift pushing on top side, because he's also a lot safer. If someone was up there to gank him, he has to jump. Of course, he also had some back off potentially from Aframu. He's now left that top side completely. KOO Tigers, they want to try and stop the bleeding. Don't want to lose any more out of turrets.
Have to see the value of these global hawk shots. Very underused on a lot of Ashe picks, but you can get so much information. Now they know that Doublelift would be alone in the top lane. Aframu fakes out the retreat, so mind games going on here on both sides.
And you can see Hojin kind of set up there to fight Zion Spartan. Smeb can't quite land the part of the E, but still lands the stun thanks to the W and the auto attack.
Smithy's coming though, Blitzcrank in the river too.
Zion's already popped. Ghost, remember there's no flash on Hojin. Cocoon's gonna land for sure, but Zion doesn't seem to want a part of this one. They're waiting still for the Blitz to show up, and no, the axe doesn't land. Zion took too long to be part of that fight.
Coordination, not 100% there for CLG, but the call is the correct one. You could 3v2 them, you land one CC, you could have hooked them in with the Blitzcrank. Just not really coordinated properly.
Yeah, they also let the wave crash into the tower, so now it'll bounce back. They could have set up a mini freeze right there and actually use their numbers advantage to deny CS, but now bot lane will just shove backwards. Zion Spartan pushing that out. Doublelift though, had to back off a bit from top lane because he's not farming anymore.
He's just hiding. He put a trinket ward down. He's afraid. He'd even pink warded his tri-brush. That got cleared away not long ago, and Prey up 12 CS so far. Okay, he's got a bit of a bigger wave, but Doublelift getting behind a little bit here.
Gorilla snuck into the lane here on the bottom side. They
No,
know
no
he's not stopping
stop
for Zion.
Easy knock-up, easy chase down, easy kill. KOO Tigers, first blood for Smeb.
You can see how KOO Tigers right now, they don't value really the jungle. They send all their members to the lanes. They knew what CLG were doing at first. Once they see it's just a solo AD carry on top side, having 3 members here gave an easy kill on the Zion Spartan.
And this is how far mistakes can carry on. Because CLG went for that not coordinated play there in the bottom, they lost the freeze. Olaf would start pushing out. Now you have to actually get close to the brush to even get into experience range. Meanwhile, in the top lane, wave manipulation for KOO Tigers means CLG can never keep a wave because Tristana with E will always auto shove, so they can comfortably keep sending their members to the bottom side of the map. Because Doublelift was actually so scared, he required Afromu to go to the top lane right when Zion Spartan needed him the most. So CLG not putting the right people in the right place. KooTiger's doing that.
And it's so hard for CLG there to make the right call after the mistake at first, because either you call down your jungler and support to be with the Olaf on the bottom side, but you don't know if two guys are hiding there, if it's just a complete waste. And then suddenly Doublelift gets zoned away from this wave that was already pushing towards the KooTiger. So there was simply no easy call to make for CLG because they didn't have the proper information. They will be able to push down this tower and do a lot of damage to it. FLICKR offers quite a lot of zone threat here.
But Afro has no flash and no easy way to get away, so he's always got to be a little bit careful around what kind of ganks might come through. Kuro already has his first augment, so wave clear is easy for the Victor. You can see he can leave well before Pobelter can. Kuro known for this Victor, though, easily his best champion. We'll see if he can make more of an impact later on in the game.
One of the players who introduced it to the professional scene really over in the LCK. Very early on in the spring split he started playing it. And then quickly people realized how insanely strong Victor is, and he's been played all year long now.
Look at that ward. If Kuro takes a bad path back to the mid lane, he may actually get sniped by Blitzcrank here because he's moved all the way out to do that blue buff. CLG's 5 men in the mid lane. They may just siege down this turret.
Wow, quick move, arrow sent across the map to go for this one. This is going to be a bit of a fight because here comes the TP from Kennen. Smithy is done. The teleport will complete a pull-in and the knockback from Alistair, but oh no, Pobelter caught up in all of it. Kuro gets his first kill of the game, and now the chase on Afro. The under speed is going to happen soon, but he's out.
KooTiger's claim a kill 4v5 and Arrow is split pushing in, or Prey rather is split pushing in the top lane, still taking out a turret. That was risky play from CLG and they got punished.
Well, still, they were timing with the blue buff to group there. Obviously, Smithy takes the arrow, but then I think they could have disengaged, but we saw a missed ulti from Pobelter, and also Afromu pulled in Smeb into his team, so he popped the ulti, and CLG again just almost helping out KooTigers a little bit when these fights start. I still think the call for them were fine because they were timing it with that blue buff, so it's a very good fast push on the top. It's what we see again, push one lane, move down Tristana to mid where Azir has already shoved it in.
KooTigers in the sizable lead right now, 800 gold up. Hojin, oops.
Dragon knocked him out of his tunnel.
Ouch. Oh, he's gonna be okay though, all well and good. Blue buff.
Smiling.
Goes to Pobelter. Yeah, a couple of seconds lost, but...
That's when you just go, yeah, I did that.
Oops. Unlucky. Oh, the binding across the wall. Pobelter actually losing a lot of health. He's gonna get stunned up. This could be really bad. Oh, the flash knockup by Hojin. That was amazing. And a flash by Afro for the hooks. Not going to mean much just yet. Gorilla had aggro. Now Kuro does a bind and ignite, but it's not enough damage. The shield's going to be fine. Smithy can't find anything to do. Hit by the chaos. A stun again. Oh, Hojin. Korean sniper here.
That's two sick moves from Hojin. First he cancels the dash from Pobelter mid-air, and then he snipes somebody else. He's playing out of his mind this game.
He learned from the Dragon, interrupted him from tunneling over, and then he stopped now the dash from Pobelter at the same time. Beautiful setup, and KooTigers right now, they're finding the right kills onto CLG and they keep punishing them. And CLG has had their chances really to get some kills back, but they're not been able to execute.
Yeah, and I want to call back to Champion Select a little bit because you guys talked in the previous game about Cloud9 and also here about CLG, about, you know, they have this one style, the AD carry knocks the turret down, they go to the mid lane. Victor is, in my opinion, actually the literal best mid laner for wave clear. One-shots the cast with a basic ability, can put up a stunning field as well. I mean, just it's so impossible to push against Victor, and they know Kuro plays as champion.
For Gorilla, beautiful binary. This is what sets it up, and just keep tracking Hojin right now.
Barely, just barely.
Afro coming in at first.
I think he wanted to block like a Rex IQ or something, or someone in the turret.
And then obviously he gets Kuro pulled in, but he's full HP and ends up being able to stay alive. And he's obviously trying to make that big play to make up for. But going down, but not been able to pull it off.
Yeah, definitely agree with that wave clear point. It's so easy for Victor to just cast laser and still stay out of engage range. The same way Anivia can put down an ulti, walk away, but it's easier and cheaper here. Another arrow connecting after move. Can they follow up?
Binding's gonna hit. How much more damage is there? Prey gets a couple attacks through to volley. And ulti for the health bar with support. Pobelter, they're getting pushed around. That's doing a lot of damage to him. Kuro's starting to win this matchup here, up 6 CS already and has wave advantage.
Yeah, obviously Pobelter been dying twice now, so he's fall behind the lane. It's gonna be shoved in by Coup Tigers, and that's so key for them to stop that push from happening again.
Ults him in. Kuro does not have aggro though, so Pobalt are losing more and more and more health. The laser lands. Zion now on the chase. Should be enough, but Kuro dodges. The ghost is enough to get away from Olaf, and 5 kills to 0 is the start to this game.
Both these mid laners have been sidestepping beautifully though. Sidesteps the laser and the ultimate, goes in, knocks him in the tower, but as you said, no tower aggro, and then later on Zion Spartan trying to catch, but good dodges there from Kuro on the axis. CLG, it's so frustrating the way this game has been playing out for them because it's not easy. Mid towers of 20% left, you know, just a couple hits, then they make this sick play in the mid lane, but Kuro doesn't die, so I can definitely understand if CLG is getting a little frustrated right now.
And CLG just won there a fairly slow, honestly, early game where they could push out the waves, move Doublelift to the mid lanes, to push down some towers. You don't even have to fight. Blitzcrank is there to offer a threat of someone being pulled in and dying, but the Coup Tigers have been constantly been able to find the fights against CLG. This is Kuro just going super aggressive because he has backup from Hojin coming on the top side here. And in the end, while he just gets knocked back into the tower, he's so far out when he deals the damage at first, the tower doesn't really care, he's not going to aggro. And that's another kill then for the Coup Tigers. So they keep finding these engages onto them. And that means CLG never gets a chance to group up and start sieging down.
Gorilla's doing so much work this match, so he's completely outclassing Aframu in this particular instance because he's setting up so many kills, whether it's bindings, black shields, being in the right place. Aframu seems to be trailing on the play, just 10 seconds behind. Every time he shows up, somebody's already dead, caught, or needed his help earlier.
That's a worrying situation now for Counter Logic Gaming. 3,000 gold down, Coup Tigers in control. Dragon actually still not an emphasis for either team so far. One of the later Dragon takes we've seen of this tournament.
I like this build as well for Kuro. It has been a standard for a while, but then we see a lot of people now start building Morel and Nomicon on Victor. I like the cooldown reduction boots. Just start rushing towards your late game items a bit faster and keep that insane wave play going. Tower is still very low from before where CLG were pushing in and ends up dying. Gets that one for themselves. The Dragon, of course, nobody really cares about you. Good old Dragon, but now CLG is moving down towards it.
Objectives are more of a means of an end to CLG. If they can deny the vision, then bait, and get a Blitzcrank hook off, they can actually turn these fights around, especially with the zone control they have with Elise Cocoon, Pole Belter and stuff. But they definitely have a lot of options. Not if they get found though.
Oh! Use it now, the arrow hits Smithy, the knockup for Hojin, ulti's popped around, but look at all the damage coming through, already a kill for Smeb. The chain slow from Prey as well. Counter Logic Gaming, forced to run, one more hit, will do it, hook comes in, Prey does have aggro, but there's no follow-up, and now more flashes burn. Smeb wants in, looks for Doublelift, can't quite kill him, but Zion Spartan's gonna be enough for them. 9-0 Coup Tigers!
And we highlighted how important it is for Kennen to be able to flank in order to get to that back line. Great TP from Smeb. Arrow once again from Prey. That guy's been hitting every single one. He did the same in the playoffs. He's such a big reason the Coup Tigers can start these fights as well. And they're just running over CLG right now.
Just overall amazing skill shot accuracy coming out of Coup Tigers. Kuro landing almost every laser for Poke, Prey, and Gorilla. I don't think they've missed a single important arrow or bind altogether so far, and Black Shields have dodged many cocoons. Let's watch that fight again.
So we have Kennen sitting in the top lane, TPing in. This is a beautiful flank for him and exactly what he needs. Xmithy eats the arrow, so he's completely out of the fight, and so is Pole Builder because he walks straight into Smeb. And this was CLG moving down to Dragon first. They even started it. They were like, should we go for it? We don't really know. We don't have too much control around it. And Coup Tigers instantly capitalized because they had the wards behind CLG for Smeb to TP on.
Yeah, wonderful TP right there. At least CLG is able to be tenacious enough to knock down this Dragon on the respawns and after the recalls, but it's getting bad quick for Counter Logic Gaming here. One of the last remaining undefeated teams here at the World Championship, looking at their first loss at the hands of Coup Tigers. The upsets continue at this point.
Their composition has a lot of safe carries later on in the game, but they're all single target right now. Doublelift can only take one target down at once. Pole Belter and Azir can only take one target down at once, whereas if you look at the Coup Tigers, so much AoE damage on that lineup already. Even their support can just aid in that with the ultimate. So much hard CC and AoE damage, and if you fall behind against a composition like that, you will get snowballed upon.
That's the thing. The problems that were highlighted for Coup Tigers potentially with their comp of reaching Azir, reaching Tristana. Doesn't matter when they get this far ahead and they suddenly control the entire map. So there is a million ways for Smeb to find the flank whenever he has TP ready. Or just for Coup Tigers to catch out targets when they start getting ahead with the amount of single target CC to start it. Because Prey is on fire and we don't get to that point where Doublelift will have his QSS coming in really to stop the engage onto these guys. Xmithy twice in a row has been the unlucky guy who got the arrow in the face. He ends up dying for it.
Yeah, spin on Merc on him, unfortunately. And also keep in mind, this is not a very tanky Elise. He's gone for Rune Glaive on the champion as well. Just makes the targets even easier. CLG playing a much more individualistic style. Trying to find ways to get themselves through on this one, right? Zion Spartan for the split push power, less for the team fight. I don't see CLG ever winning a 5-on-5 with these kinds of lineups. Maybe Elise's damage means something, but it's all just going poorly. A 7,000 gold lead for KOO Tigers. Their style's working beautifully.
Yeah, your whole composition will build around getting down early out of turrets and not necessarily getting any kills, and then you build up that big goal lead from it, and it becomes so difficult for KOO Tigers to get the control back on the map.
Well, they're certainly not getting any kills, so that part you've got right, Deficio. That's according to plan for Counterlogic Gaming here.
And Poe Builder didn't die a single time the last 2 games.
Now he's got 4.
4 under his belt.
Gotta wait though. Need more items. CLG, they need time right now to hopefully even out that game with some big item spikes. In the poorly positioned team fight from KOO Tigers where a flank goes wrong, the Zero ultimate can maybe shut the door on Kennen, but since we're waiting so long on the next fight, every single member of the KOO Tigers will have flash, and that is an answer to a lot of CLG's answers, and then not much is left for them.
We have to remember, when a Blitzcrank is in the game, that surprise comeback, the option is always there. If he pulls in like Koro, they instantly one-shot him, and a large part of KOO Tiger's damage is then down. He's 4-0 and 2 at the moment. But as long as Gorilla is on point, and as long as KOO Tiger keeps up the vision control, it should be nearly impossible for Afremo to get that insane surprise hook that really takes down the KOO Tigers.
Also, Smeb, he can also just position aggressively and look to tank every single hook, because if there's anything Kennen likes, is to be pulled into the enemy team. So
yeah,
he immediately pop E, and then with the Zonias, there's no way they're burning him down in time before he actually can do so much damage, and then Kuro can step in anyway. So again, for every question CLG has, KOO has an answer so far, and makes it a lot easier playing with this large of a gold lead too. The vision has always been solid from the KOO Tigers. Yeah. Mostly they just use it to come back into the game, because their mid game, usually they're trailing behind a little bit, and then come late game, their shot calling brings them back. But right now, with this much of a gold lead, it should be easy cruising for them.
Well, finally, Turret does get traded back. Counterlogic Gaming get their 3rd. Doublelift is the split push farmer. That's normal. But guess what? KOO Tigers already with 5 members at bottom lane tier 2. CLG has no hope of defending this one. So add turret number 5 to the game here.
They're going to try and trade tier 2 for tier 2 and then see if they can defend their base 4v5. But
here comes Hojin.
Hojin goes back.
Yeah, Double has to run. He realizes he hears the Rek'Sai alarm. And even a teleport from Smeb.
Smeb could have TP'd way higher there, though.
Come with the home guards around,
still home guarding, yeah. Doublelift's going to ult for that one. That means Smeb has no chance of being stopped. The flank works. Easy kill for the KOO Tigers.
Suddenly this conversation for KOO Tigers really looks so solid to stop what CLG were building.
I love how Hojin even turned around at the end. He stopped chasing. He was like, okay, Peng, you got me. Got me, B-boy. And then Turbo Smeb comes in around the corner and finishes him off immediately. Aggressive Flash 2 did not want to get Buster Shot backwards there.
No.
Or he burned it on the Rek'Sai.
Yeah,
that was the thing.
Yeah. Take it for the team.
Doublelift didn't see it coming, and it all went according to plan here for the KOO Tigers. This time, though, Smeb is without any summoner spells, and Afro is here.
No E on him either.
Will land an easy knock for the minions. Gonna help him do some damage. Let's shut down the first kill of the game for Counterlogic Gaming. They got much more to go.
Smart little thing from CLG and Afremo here. He used his sweeper in the bush to disable the ward. So Smeb had a little less time to react once they came in. Also, the team couldn't turn around and maybe go up and help him. Hojin was still nearby, but just a smart play from CLG and gives them the first kill.
Greedy play from Smeb though, using your one and only gap closer to clear out the wave. That's
one
very
more wave.
One more wave. Just do it. One more wave.
One more wave.
I got a big item, guys. Just need that one more wave every time.
This is such a long uphill battle though for Counterlogic Gaming. 1 kill, buys some time. No Smeb for a while. No TP. Those are things that'll give CLG some breathing room, but with an 8,000 gold deficit, it's going to require a minor miracle for Counterlogic Gaming to keep it 0 in that defeat column.
With Blitzcrank on red side though, it is easier to defend the Baron because you can always pull somebody out of the pit. If you're on blue side, it becomes harder to contest that because they can actually just hide behind the Baron in the pit. There's so much harder to even get into the area with face checking. So that is their saving grace. Just keep the pink wards up in your own jungle and deny KOO only when they step in beyond that point.
And we'll see how well KOO can keep this game under wraps. They've already knocked down 5 turrets 22 minutes in. Keep in mind, gold leads this big don't normally happen this early on, so you got to give KOO a little bit of breathing room here as they look to pick their next advantage. Their first dragon looks like it's on the plate right now. no contest.
Who don't really want to go for that Baron at all. It's just an illusion because Prey is split pushing down in the bot lane, takes Grump. This is something you don't see very often at this point in the game.
Split pushing Ashe, no, not a standard strategy, but when you have 10 kills to 1 and you're 22 minutes in, you get to, you know, play some different kind of styles. And a lot of them will end up working because Blue Tigers have a lot of answers to what CLG is trying to do, as long as they keep the wave play in mid and they do not get pulled in by Afro move. That is the way back for CLG, basically.
Good dodge by Welter.
All right, 2 arrows in a row missed. Prey finally losing some of that accuracy, but of course it's still been such a major factor in this game.
We're still going to see it though for Blue Tigers, where whenever they do miss the arrow from Prey, they might just step back and say, okay, we got to bait around objective now, because we need CLG to come to us. Seeing as we don't get the engage going, there's no TP from Smep, so his flanking options are down. So they might just look chill a little bit or catch out Afro like
goodbye.
that.
Bind from a ward and a pink brush, or pink ward and a brush. Oh, the gate. Can't talk right now, but the fight happens.
They're killing them, Freak.
They're so low on health. Zion gets 1 kill, chased back by Kuro, and you're still seeing this fight go better for the Coup Tigers. And Zonius by Smep buys some time. Smithy forced to run and flash away. The chase still on. Hawkshot reveals where they are. 13-2 though, still a better fight for Coup Tigers.
Yeah, very chaotic start to that fight, confusing even the best of us. Overall, there, but in the end, what matters is that Coup Tigers only sacrifice their support and take down 3 CLG members. The only carry left here is Doublelift, but their wave clear is down, so they should be able to really take this map in control here. Get some of those pink wards down in the jungle, maybe. Prey can steal the red buff. It's getting rough right here.
Coup Tigers couldn't have asked for much more. They just missed their own engage. Didn't have TP with Smep, and then CLG moved forward, got binded, or Afro got binded, and suddenly the fight was on. Perfect for Coup Tigers. They didn't have to wait 2 more minutes, or 1 more minute for the arrow to be ready again. Helps them speed up the game a little bit because they are so strong right now. They want to fight.
Oh, flash knockup though. Prey is going to burn his own flash, but Afro should have an easy time. Hook comes in. That should be a kill, but the arrow comes in, and they turn it around. Prey refuses to die. Oh, dear Lord. Coup Tigers are so far ahead. The swag comes up, and you deserve that one.
Yeah, that Control 6 is just adding insult to injury. So close for Prey to get down, but he managed to kite out. And I just want to go back to earlier that play. Wait, another bind here from Gorilla. This time, no backup. CLG, they were doing fine as long as they were respecting the boundaries of the river. They kept pushing the waves out, placing the vision out, but never getting close to the river. But then they got antsy. Afro overstepped his boundaries once and got immediately punished there by Gorilla. His bindings overall, combined with just a fantastic build, by the way, I have to point this out. Decrease Morgana, finally we see it. I think this the optimal Morgana support build. I'm very happy to see it, especially when your AD carry is leading the charge as well. Just Prey can single-handedly start carrying these fights 1v5 now.
And when your AD carry benefits so much from crits, with the extra damage coming in, with the passive for Prey, and the fact you get so many early towers as well as a support, suddenly you feel like you have a lot of gold, you feel like a carry almost, and then you look at the rest of your team with something like 2 or 3 items, and you realize
everything is relative.
Everyone's carrying, but keep in mind there's still more happening. Coup forced the escape from Counter Logic Gaming, but Smeb has teleport. He pops it in, he home guards in, does plenty of damage to kill off one. Walter will try to trade one back. The flash to keep alive. Oh my God, Smeb! Oh, this is just brutal for Counter Logic Gaming. 18-2 in kills. It's getting worse and worse. It's an 11,000 gold lead.
This is what Tilt is made of.
Everything's gone wrong for CLG ever since basically the start of the game, where they had some of these openings to try and get a few kills, but they couldn't capitalize on them, couldn't really execute, and Coup Tigers turned it around and just made it even worse for them. They've been playing such a solid game.
CLG, they yield the Baron, try and counter map, cross map them, get a red buff for a Baron, not the best trade. And these Hawk shots overall from Prey have been working out pretty well. Helped a lot in the early game to localize Smithy. CLG did have a good lane swap start, but then eventually Tigers, they prevailed. Let's watch that again. In the bottom left of your screen, Afro move will get popped. Welter stops Smeb here, but he just takes down double. Look at the damage.
Destroys him. Oh, the Q barely snuck it just over Welter's shoulder.
And stays
And that
alive.
flash to dodge the Q. I think only an auto attack came through from Pobelter.
But CLG obviously knows everything Coup Tigers can do against them. But you still have to go for these over-aggressive plays to just try and get back into the game. If you just sit back and wait right now, Coup Tigers are taking the rest of the map. And because they are so far ahead, still fairly early on, 27 minutes only, CLG has to just try and all-in play, basically.
Well, CLG are all in their own jungle a little bit and then realize they have to run away and say, just kidding, you guys own that. Two Tigers, please enjoy our trees and all the foliage. 1 minute on the next Dragon. I don't know if it's going to even take that long to win this game, though. Hojin takes Cocoon. All is well. Mid lane under fire. Baron buff still on the team.
This Flex, though, this cannon pick, early pick and Flex, expected on support, then switched up from Morgana support, has been working out. The value of Morgana support in this tournament so far has been pretty high. She has had a pretty big impact for support on a lot of these matches.
We've seen a lot of team compositions with like single target engage, basically, making this Morgana support so strong with the Black Shield. This one again, we talked about earlier in the game, how it was picked to basically counter this after move. It meant the Kennen had to go top. There were some questions regarding it. At least I had some questions regarding it. But because Ku Tigers got so far ahead, it opened up for Smep to always be able to find ways to engage. The rest of the comp for Ku Tigers is super solid. Engage from your AD carry and wave clear from your mid laner against what CLG has been building. They're going in.
Hard engage comes in and already Pobelter is dead. Here comes the rest of it. Gorilla taking plenty of damage. They will get one back for CLG, but it's already 3 kills for the Ku Tigers. Kuro into the back line, lands a bunch of the damage. Oh, a nice hook from Afro move, but Kuro doesn't seem to even care. They're all falling down. Oh, the Fountain Laser doing a little bit too much. Yeah, an ironic control 6 there, but it's not going to be enough. 2 kills for 4. Into the base they go. It's going to be a 29-minute win for Ku Tigers, unless there's some kind of minor miracle from Xmithy. That's not going to happen. There's the stun. Chilling Smite takes the kill. The 3rd of the game for Hojin. More swag spam from Kuro. He knows he's won this game. His only death this one on an amazing Victor battle. Pobelter shows up for a little bit more, but it's not going to be enough. Ku Tigers in first place now, tying Counter Logic Gaming over in Group A.
And a game really won in the early game where Ku Tigers could execute on every single play, get so many early kills on CLG, and their composition once ahead really stood out. You had enough wave clear to stop the push, you had engage from Ash, you had flank potential from a cannon. So many ways suddenly then to take full control of the map.
The thing is, it surprised me that CLG didn't play around Zion Spartan almost at all in the lane swap. When I saw the Olaf, I was like, Olaf will never survive this team fight with a Kennen ambient damage, Victor's ambient damage, Morgana's ambient damage. You can't do this kind of thing as Olaf, but he got no farm, never got in the isolated matchup, and Smeb just crushed him in team fights.
I think there's 2 distinct moments in this game that really put CLG far behind. The failed gank, when Olaf had the freeze in the bot lane where he could just farm up, become that monster we expected Zion Spartan to become. That broke the wave, broke the freeze. He walked back up and died later on. CLG had another answer to that by grouping 5 mid lane for that siege, but then fantastic arrow came in from Prey all across the map, and then the missed zero ultimate on the cannon.
Yes, exactly. That was really the thing for CLG in the early game. There's some missed abilities, not being able to execute it. About the Olaf as well, with this early game, it's what we see from these North American teams, like both C9 and CLG, where you value that Tristana getting that solo lane so much. Because again, your whole composition is take down first out of turret, swap top side, take that out of turret, go mid lane with Vizier, take that out of turret, and suddenly you have a 2,000 or 3,000 gold lead, and this backline will never die. You have so much damage, and you have that map control, so the Kennen can never TP in behind you. Once that falls apart, we see what happens. A team just simply starts rolling over the siege comp.
Also, the performance from Smeb on this cannon, very unconventional pick here overall, just shows why he, together with maybe Sunday, were considered the best top laners at this tournament. A couple of these fancy outplays. Yes, it's easier when you're 5k ahead, of course, 10k ahead, but I was very impressed with the cannon. Most importantly, just localizing the flanks, buying the home guards in time to pick off double F right there. Just really, really good map reads, good movements overall, and Ku Tigers looking more like themselves in this game.
Yeah, and I gotta also hand an individual play award myself to Gorilla here, because highest kill participation on his team. His binds were absolutely on point all pretty much game long. And especially contrasted to what Afro was doing here. There was a specific point when the lane swap kind of ended, 8 minutes in, the first turret goes down, and Double F is left alone top lane, which you can't do because there's actually 2 guys up there, and like kind of is near bot lane, yet Zion Spartan still dies to the actual dive that went through from the other members. So Afro was doing nothing in the early game, especially contrasted to what Gorilla was getting done with his binds.
Yeah, when you take a Blitzcrank, I mean, you have to be able to pull off some plays in the early to mid-game. Otherwise, your value in these big team fights just goes down, 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 down compared to Morgana with Black Shield, with bindings and everything. So Afro didn't manage to use this pick. Obviously, also, we can say they did counter it with the Morgana, at least once we got to these situations where they were grouped against each other.
Well, that's the funny thing, though, is we've seen now twice a team will open themselves up to an obvious counter pick. There was the full AD team from LGD, especially with Varus mid. Surprise, Malphite in the top lane. Your entire comp sucks. The Blitzcrank second round red side, and it's like, well, guess what? Morgana, Kennen's a flex pick. Here's Morgana. You're shut down from a lot of what you would like to do. Can't do the lane matchup and outplay the lane swap as well.
More importantly, this game showed what the opportunity cost is of failed aggressive moves. CLG could have stayed passive and played toward their strength, which is the mid to late game team fights with two hyper carries as if, but they went for aggressive ganks, and KOO Tigers punished that, not necessarily immediately, but later down the line, because wave manipulation was definitely way better for the KOO Tigers, and eventually they put CLG in quite a few lose-lose situations where either KOO Tigers gained a little bit or KOO Tigers gained a lot, and very often CLG trying to get back into the game made it so that KOO Tigers gained a lot. Remember that bind over to Aframu when they were playing around the river so much. That one bind just set up another kill, Baron control, and suddenly things started falling down again for CLG.
Yeah, so I mean, what can you say except for this was a very good game for KOO Tigers. The thing is, these guys aren't really known for their early game leads. It's more their macro sense of the game.
That's impressive.
Gorilla being big, yeah.
When they do so well in the early game against CLG, who normally is very strong when it comes to these early lane swaps, KOO Tigers beat them where they're normally the weakest.
Yep, KOO Tigers overperforming CLG, I think falling on their faces a little bit here, but a great win by KOO overall. Right now we got Shock standing by for a word with KOO's support. Let's head down to the interview lounge.
Thank you very much, guys. Joined here by Gorilla, indeed, after a fantastic matchup. KOO Tigers victorious over CLG. Congratulations. It was a very impressive victory, which we're not always used to. A very fast game from KOO straight from the beginning. What allowed you to snowball this game so hard?
고릴라 선수 우선 승리를 축하드립니다. KOO 타이거즈 팀은 이전에 이렇게 공격적으로 경기를 한 모습이 별로 안 보였었는데 이번 경기에 이렇게 빠르게 스노볼 굴린 비결이 혹시 무엇인지 말씀 부탁드립니다.
저희가 FW 경기를 지고 나서 저희의 색깔을 잃어버렸다고 생각을 해서 저희가 조금 생각을 많이 해봤는데 저희가 가장 알맞는 조합을 찾아서 준비를 했던 것 같고 그래서 이렇게 잘 된 것 같아요.
After we lost to Flash Wolves yesterday, we thought that we lost our team color. So we discussed a lot of strategies together and we found the right composition for us, which made us make this big game win victory.
No worries, it's been a long day. You mentioned that game versus the Flash Rules. We also remember what happened to the KOO Tigers in the middle of the season at IEM Katowice. What did you learn from that and that experience to make sure that you could bounce back once Worlds was here?
이제 어제 패배를 말씀하셨는데 KOO 타이거즈는 이전에 시즌 초기에도 IEM 카토비체에서 좀 이제 가슴 아픈 패배를 당했었는데 그런 패배를 이제 밑거름으로 혹시 이런 큰 대회에서 좀 어려움이 있을 때 어떻게 다시 그 실력을 회복할 수 있는지에 대해서 좀 배우셨는지 말씀 부탁드립니다.
저희가 사실 롤챔스에서는 좀 급하지가 않았는데 해외 대회만 되니까 저희가 되게 급해지더라고요, 팀이. 그래서 약간 좀 긴장을 한 것도 있고 그래서 저희가 급하게 하지 말자고 그렇게 얘기만 했던 것 같아요. 그래서 이렇게 좋은 승리를 한 것 같아요.
So at the Katowice tournament, like at LCK, we usually don't get in a hurry and we play the game very calmly. But at foreign tournaments, we got nervous and played the game in a very fast fashion. So when we got here, we said that let's keep our own pace and play it at a very slow tempo.
Well, this game was very fast, though a lot of eyes were looking at that bottom lane matchup. What did you make of the supports coming out? You only played Morgana twice in summer, and then you were up against the Blitzcrank, which must have been quite unexpected.
이번 경기의 서포트 매치업이 되게 흥미로운데요. 고릴라 선수는 이전에 모르가나로 2번밖에 활약 안 한 모습 보였었고 블리츠크랭크도 되게 좀 특이한 픽이 있는데 그 서포트 매치업에 대해서 간단히 말씀해 주세요.
사실 모르가나가 명백한 블리츠의 카운터거든요. 그래서 모르가나를 제가 원래 좀 좋아하긴 하는데 잘 나오는 상황이 없었는데 이번 시즌 5에서는 모르가나가 되게 좋은 픽인 것 같아요. 그래서 쓴 것 같아요.
So I thought that Morgana is a good pick since season 5 and I always liked that champion in general and Morgana is one of the big counters of Blitzcrank, so that's how I got to pick him.
And it worked out really well for you guys. Now you're at the top of your group. Now that you've seen all the matches that happened in these 4 days, who do you think could be your biggest opponents down the line if you look further down the tournament?
이제 오늘 경기를 함으로써 이제 되게 유리한 고지를 점하셨는데 이제 4일차에 접어들음으로써 다른 해외 팀들과 많은 팀들 경기를 봤을 때 어느 팀이 KOO 타이거즈 팀에 가장 좀 위협이 될 것 같은지 말씀해 주세요. 대회 다 통틀어서 모든 팀.
저희가 오늘 경기를 준비하면서 오리겐 게임을 봤는데 되게 잘하더라고요. 그래서 오리겐을 좀 많이 조심해야 될 것 같아요.
So we watched Origin.
I thought I heard that.
Origin, and we think they're a very strong team and they could be a very big threat to us.
Very interesting. Well, if anything, you had a fantastic win here. Congratulations, Gorilla. What a win for the KOO Tigers over CLG. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Shocks. And that was a landslide of a game there. A victory for KOO Tigers that they definitely needed. But going through all of the picks and bans here, we saw the Cannon come out and the Blitzcrank in response. Now, when it comes to Cannon on the KOO Tigers, Gorilla has played it 4 times this year. Smeb has played it only once, performed very well on it, and it was back in spring.
It's like, to me, I really like the Cannon pick. The flexibility, as you mentioned, but the response in shape of Blitzcrank. First of all, Blitzcrank is a very inconsistent, risky pick. And then the Blitzcrank, it kind of just hooks in the Cannon, so it kind of makes no sense to me.
I honestly think it's the worst thing in the world to pick the Blitzcrank into the Cannon. Regardless of whether or not you think it's support, you're just helping him out at that point.
I was disappointed with the draft from CLG. To me, it seemed like it.
Unfortunately, Crumbs, your mic has died, so we're probably only going to pick it up through Zyrene's mic. You guys
Talking
can.
to my
there
chest.
you go.
The draft from CLG was very disappointing.
It works together.
It lacked a lot of research. So because when you're running that siege composition like Cloud9 does, which is sieging with Azir and Tristana, you need a champion that doesn't need gold. Those are really late game scaling champions, but they pick the Olaf. Now Olaf is a champion that needs a lot of gold. When it does not work like that. You need to go all in with the siege. They didn't do that, and then the Olaf was played not very well. Thank you for the microphones.
You see that? That's teamwork, ladies and gentlemen.
So what he said, I'll translate for him a little bit. But no.
Yeah, that is synergy to its greatest. All right, but given all this, they do pick up the Blitzcrank, and it became very lopsided very fast, so I don't necessarily want to read into too much besides the fact that KOO excelled in an area of the game in which we don't normally attribute to them. The early game for them was rather fantastic, whereas we look at CLG and we say they should dominate the early game. KOO should take over in the late game.
Definitely. Like, I feel because it's a lane swap, it puts the game in a faster pace, and it also puts them in a scenario where it's kind of team play oriented, because that's where I think KOO Tigers shine. It was all about team play throughout this game. The composition, it was well synchronized with the Asher, with the engagers, and it was just beautiful to see.
Yeah, they were all really on the same page. The Asher was coming down from the top lane, hitting Smithy. They were able to jump onto Pobelter, and I thought that the way that they played this out, especially Kuro in the mid lane, they were picking on Pobelter. They definitely made the Azir nerfs of the 10 movement speed show. Kuro, he plays a really mean Victor. After that game, he's now 18-4, and he's the guy who really made Victor that staple pick of the mid lane into Azir. So they were picking that up, they were punishing it, and Freak talked about it on broadcast, that against this kind of Team America composition, we love Eagles, we love big guns, the Tristana, the Azir, the tower pushing. Against that comp, Victor is great, because they try to walk up at the turret and you just clear it out.
I want to build on your point about picking on Pobelter, and going into the tournament, we looked at the stats from CLG. They never help Pobelter. They throw him on Lulu, leave him to die, and in NA, nobody really punishes that. But KOO Tigers came out there swinging, put so much pressure on him, and we saw very delayed reactions from CLG to try to help him out. KOO Tigers was all over the place. He's ganking him left, right, and center, tower diving, and CLG was always late to the fight. A big trend that we know, and they exploited it perfectly.
A commanding win there by KOO Tigers to even it up in that group. There's still more Worlds action coming your way as Brazil's Pain Gaming takes to the Rift against the LMS's Flash Wolves in our next match. We'll take a look at what's on the line when our coverage continues.
It is a battle for first place. Counter Logic Gaming right now sitting at 2-0. Pobelter actually losing a lot of health. He's going to get stunned up. This could be really bad. Oh, the flash knockup by Hojin. That was amazing. Nice. Oh. Use it now. The arrow hits Smithy. The knockup for Hojin. Ulti's popped around, but look at all the damage coming through. Already a kill for Smeb. There's plenty of damage to kill off one. Pobelter will try to trade one back. The flash to keep oh my God, Smeb! Gorilla taking plenty of damage. They will get one back for CLG, but it's already 3 kills for the KOO Tigers. KOO Tigers tying Counter Logic Gaming over in Group A.
Welcome back to the 2015 League of Legends World Championship, where we've come down to the final match of the day between international wildcard Pain Gaming and the LMS's number 2 seeded Flash Wolves. The Flash Wolves came up big against Kudo yesterday with a comeback, and they're coming into this match with a ton of momentum.
Yeah, I think a large part of that was Karsa, the jungler here for the Flash Wolves. This guy, you give him Nidalee, he's the most banned champion against them in general. He's just going to take over the game, and I have big faith in this guy. I honestly think he's the best jungler in this group, considering it's Hojinic, Smithy, Sir T, and Karsa. He's also, in my opinion, the best jungler in the LMS. But also, you have to look at their bottom lane as well. It wasn't just Karsa. NL came in for Kramer, and it made all of the difference. They wanted to play Varus, they wanted to have a poke composition, and they were able to actually outduel the bottom lane of Gorilla and Prey yesterday.
I think a big part of that victory also came in from a really crazy draft where they got the Gangplank, the barrel poke with the Nidalee and the Varus. This combination is bonkers, and I don't think they're going to get it again as well as the Nidalee. I thought it was a mistake from Q to ban the Gragas, open up the Nidalee, and we were going to see Karsa probably take a more passive role in carrying because there's not that many damage-dealing junglers. Even though I completely agree with you, this guy is very solid.
I have to also add Maple. I think he's been a shining light for this team. His performance on Gangplank and on Echo without teleport, sure, but he was playing both games really, really well. Because on the other side, we have Kami, which I expected more from because people have been telling me that it's the Brazilian faker. But in these 2 games that he has played in this tournament, he has died more times than the 7 games he played in the qualifier to this tournament.
Well, I think that it's probably a combination of nerves for Pain right now. You know, there's a lot of pressure coming into this wildcard team, the best wildcard team in the region. They might get out of groups kind of thing, and that can get to you when you're in such an underdog position, or at least consider yourself to be in that. I expect them to get better as the tournament progresses, shed some of that, and pull some more upsets as we see them, because no matchup that they're in, they're always considered the underdog.
Yeah, and you're talking about upsets here. Pain, they like to try to upset from the get-go. This is a team that's not afraid to invade level 1 and just try to throw you off your groove entirely. Maybe GG in first 2 minutes. That's what they like to do.
All right, we'll see if they can do that. That's going to do it as we step inside the venue to load on to Summoner's Rift. Mylon says Pain Gaming are settling into the competition and getting their second wind at Worlds.
I think that after 2 games on stage, we will have even 1 day to rest tomorrow. And then I think that the game against Flash Wolves, we're gonna be a little more ourselves. So I think we have more chances than the other games, of course.
Well, there's one good thing that you guys might have for a chance. Actually, the early game hasn't been great for Flash Wolves, whereas Pain are actually mostly known for that. So that glimmer of hope might be here for this match. Now, guys, before we get into the game, let's do a quick roster rundown for those of you guys to see those lineups. For Brazil's Pain Gaming top laner, Mylon, you just heard him talking about how this might be their chance. The jungler Sir T, the shot caller for the squad as well. Kami in the mid lane, known as Brazilian Faker. We'll see if he can step up here. BRTT, probably the most famous player in Brazil, and Dude coming over from France, now back in his home country on support. MIT, their coach, in behind them.
Yeah, on the red side, we have the Flash Wolves over from the LMS. Took the win yesterday. Stake, one of the more surprising players in the top lane. Karsa, the best jungler in Taiwan in the jungle. Maple as the mid laner. NL, once again playing as the AD carry. Sword Art is the support. And Fluid Wind is their coach behind the team here.
Fluid Wind will guide
Ribbon
them.
main.
Yep.
Very obviously.
So.
That and Yasuo.
We've seen 2 different Flash Wolves so far. We've seen very disappointing one game and then just like playing a lot better the other time, I feel.
Still fell behind, but then had to like get back in the game. We saw the Gangplank for Mabel. Early game, he didn't really have much of an impact, but he was against like a 5-6 blue buff Lulu who just constantly pushed him down.
Makes it hard.
He got to late game though, and it should be banned away. Nobody should be able to get their hands on Gangplank.
Absolutely.
And obviously Pain Gaming is going to be on blue side, so we have to see.
And he finally proved to Kobe why Gangplank, should get that blue buff over to Nidalee that game.
Yep. Well, first ban's come through. Nidalee gone away. Yeah, Karsa, that's not exactly a surprise here. It's one of his very best champions. Mordekaiser gone away from the Brazilians. Gangplank, blue side banned. That is usually not the case.
Interesting. I'm not a fan of blue side banning Gangplank. I feel like that's a pick everyone has to be able to play, and you can blind pick it, honestly.
I think
you can flex it.
You can make a case for doing it, but not as early as second ban. Third ban, perhaps, if the ban phase, plays out differently, but with so many like raw OP champions already out, I think it's too early.
nothing I would rather pick than a Gangplank as my first pick, but not for Pain Gaming. Maybe looking for Elise for Surti in the jungle. Kalista could come in for BRTT as well, a pick we have seen him use before. And it is going to be a lot about for Pain Gaming. Can they beat Flash Wolves in the early game and then try and close it out? While they are a team who's not always the greatest at closing out games, it's still the way for them they have to play against a team like this, who's shown in late game team fights to do really well.
Yep, well, we'll see if they can pry this open here. Last ban comes through Elise away from Surti. Karsa still has plenty of tanks to play for himself. We'll see what Pain Gaming really wants.
I mean, I'd go Kalista here, personally, if I was Pain Gaming for BRTT, just to get that lane dominant AD carry. Not expecting it for NL though.
Braum is a pick we assumed would be this high in value coming into the tournament, but a lot of matches have shown us that it wasn't really the case. A lot of these Kalista lanes picked into Braum with then a range support would just simply smash it in lane and just give your support the freedom to play super aggressively, always have an additional flash in that Fate's Call available.
So NL does take the Kalista for him, doesn't want any long range fast pushing champion. I guess once you get the Hurricane, you can take down his waves fast, but not the same kind of playstyle. It does mean with the early Braum, as you just highlighted here before, I mean, if you go for double range lane, Flash Wolves have to be able to win that lane. Obviously, Tristana is going to be very difficult now, so I like that pick for BITT into the Kalista and try and shut it down in the laning phase.
I just love watching Braum Tristana against Kalista plus range support because in an isolated spectrum, just 2v2 raw, it's a pure skill matchup. The problem is, the way to win that matchup requires you to aggressively dash or jump, depending whether Braum goes in or Tristana. With the wealth of teleports, and then bot lane party happens, and that's what makes it so hard. That's why very often Kalista Thresh will have the pressure, especially it is incredibly hard to take that lane down post level 6, because you can throw the Lantern down, Fate's Call out, pull your own Lantern and get out of there.
Boys, give me an Azir here for Kami. You're against Kalista. I love Azir into Kalista, the somewhat lower range AD carry. Against the Darius, he hates playing against an Azir, he gets knocked back by the wall, and it's a safe blind pick. Still, even though Maple will maybe be able to take like a LeBlanc into it or an Assassin into it, still, I wouldn't be surprised to see Azir coming for Kami.
You got the Pantheon shout, Crappa.
Yep. Dude hovering it again. Just to touch back on that lineup, last game we saw Tristana and Azir, and it's obviously weak if you fall behind early against the wealth of AoE, but Flash Wolves really don't have that much AoE in their lineup yet. Yes, you can also argue that Azir has an AoE effect, but mostly Azir and Tristana are very single target damage, but it should work well into what Flash Wolves have acquired. But finally, I even get to see the TF from Kami. I really enjoy watching him. Early cooldown boots, early home guards, a lot of teleports around the map. And that's what I'm looking for. Shut down Stake on Kalista. Shut down Kalista. I don't think Stake will be playing that. Shut down NL on Kalista and then start snowballing that way.
Yeah, he won with it once in the qualifier, banned against him twice. So not the highest priority, but here in this game wants to bring it out. Pain Gaming switching up the style just a little. The ever so common Gnar versus Darius matchup. We see it time and time again. And it seems that doesn't deter people from picking the champion anyway. Darius still, of course, very common.
Definitely going to be two fairly good lanes for Kami to choose on where he wants to go. Darius, who is going to be slowed down by the Frozen Mallet. Going for him, low mobility, that's a kill for you. Bottom lane again, Braum connects that stun or sets up for the stun and then TF down. So a lot of options here for the TF pick. Obviously Mabel is looking to play in a more aggressive lane against it and try and shut it down in the laning phase.
So Ari's coming through, it's going to be interesting. Maple hoping to try to break out onto the enemy mid lane and keep him down, but Pain just running the very standard triple tank 2 backline threat here.
Yeah, what's going to help Maple break out of here is the cleanse, as opposed to Kami's teleport. So Kami playing sustain heavy. If he gets poked out, yes, he can return to lane, but Maple looks to go aggressively. Even though he has a defensive summoner in cleanse, it allows you to just lock out of that gold card and then immediately keep on chasing Kami down. So it could be interesting to see at level 6 if we see any all-ins.
Yeah, maybe I'm boring, but I do Sure, fair enough.
Sure.
I do kind of prefer when teams run teleport against Twisted Fate as well from your mid lane, like run Diana or Echo or whatever, something that can follow Twisted Fate when he goes, because now you're kind of all in on being able to shut him down in the laning phase. That's going to have to be the case for Maple, because otherwise double TP and of course the ulti from Twisted Fate is so much global pressure. from Pain Gaming.
Sure, and you can always argue the other side of it being that Teleport's cooldown so much longer than TF's Destiny. Like, do you try to match up to the strengths and not quite compare, or do you try to attack him where he's weaker? And that's just going to be what it's going to be up to then, is how well can Maple stop Kami from doing these kinds of things. It's going to be a great game, guys. So as we load onto the Rift, send your predictions to us over here in France. Tweet at LOL Esports with the hashtag PNGWin or the hashtag FWWin to vote for either Pain Gaming from Brazil or Flash Wolves from Taiwan and the LMS. And here we go into our 6th match of the, I'm going to say night at this point, guys. It's 8 p.m. here over in France. Night applies, and it's the last game of the first week.
I'd actually like to see a lane stop here from Pain Gaming. I feel they have the tools to get out of that lane stop better. It also opens up the map. Justana can fast push towers, and TF roaming on longer lanes just becomes so much easier.
I want to see if Mabel gets punished for running Clint, honestly. You highlighted why he's doing it just before, but
I'm wrong.
Even for the even for the 2v2 fight that's probably going to happen around this lane now that Pain Gaming knows how Mabel has to win the lane, I would much rather have an Ignite or at least like something that can take down Kami a bit more aggressive. Cleanse out of it sure is going to help, but the damage will already be unloaded.
Yeah, and there's varying opinions, but the consensus from many people is that a lane swap kind of makes mid lane far more into it, a little more passive. So that is another reason why Pain Gaming may be looking for the lane swap. Obviously, they have a favorable matchup in Gnar versus Darius, but later on that matchup still plays the same way. There's no timing or no power spike or item spike that really defines that matchup. It's the same throughout the entirety of the game.
Yeah, definitely like Tristana and Braum in the late game. Every single time you can get them, I think Braum's the one of the best supports there. With how much damage he can just remove, single out targets.
So we can talk about what happened in level 1 here. All 5 wards from Pain Gaming are on this northern quadrant of the jungle. I guess one in the mid lane counts, but meanwhile, you've actually got a very disparate start for the wards here of Flash Wolves, and the fact that they see no one from Pain at all means they've got to expect that Pain going for a very aggressive jungle start that they will not get punished for.
Since Pain Gaming is starting with their jungle and top laner on the top side for some double jungle, it does usually indicate that they're going for a quick fast push 3-mana 4-man, because after the 3 camps or the 2 camps, you're obviously going to get into a situation where if you move your jungle down, you allow the enemy top laner to teleport. Cheeky little move there again. Freak, I see you freaking out here. About to explain what happened.
So this is really smart by Dude, especially because of where the jungle start happened. He actually bunched up the minion wave before it got down the lane. Is going to guarantee that Flash Roll's minions push through Pain's and it goes back towards their turret. It creates a freeze automatically, or at least it should.
If he wants to freeze, though, I think he's still going to opt for the fast push. It does make it so that you lose less minions on lane. If he wanted to freeze, he should have probably given level 2 to the Braum to allow him to roam. So knowing that Dude went to the lane should indicate that they're still planning on fast pushing and diving that tower. But it does save you an extra minion for no cost at all.
So Flash Rolls right now, with how they were starting in the jungle, red buff, it does kind of force them now to move to top side at level 2, and they can't really go in and clear more of the jungle. If they do, at least, they open up 4 Flash Rolls to sending guys and defend.
And that's exactly why they're going to be fast pushing. If they freeze, it's just too easy for the enemy to teleport. Kami, did he steal that?
Yeah, he did.
He did.
Brazilian FLICKR!
Means
That
a
was
lot,
awesome.
though. A lot of experience in the early game he takes away. A lot. Some experience.
No, it's pretty significant. It's more than half the camp. He's going to get level 3 first in the wave, has it already. Going to slightly slow down the enemy guys, but you can see NL starting to push this out.
So both teams are looking to fast push, but there's a big difference here in how early Mylon had to join on the top side. Because they started red buff and walked down to Raves up in that top side jungle, it means simply now he's been sharing experience with BRTT and Dude, where now we see how Flash Rolls are first joining in here with Stake.
The correct move is then to instantly take that tower down and bounce it back as early as you can, while the opposing team is still actually trying to clear that tower. A little slow here on the side of Pain Gaming. They really want to tower down, and the next wave bounce it, and then they have no answer on the side of Flash Moves because they're so far behind in tempo. They're behind the play.
Power right now.
Yeah, Pain will get the same amount of jungle camps. Surti is solo jungling right now and is going to get the same amount.
This is a massive problem for Stake though, because normally you want to be full HP, so once this tower dives, your top laner stays and gets it, and he goes back, or he can sit and farm a little bit. But now he's so low, Stake will be forced to recall and return to now top lane, which is the wave that was going to push away from him. So he's going to be behind compared to Mylon. He's already going to struggle a little bit in this matchup.
Very common Western lane swap style here. Well executed by Pain Gaming. They started at the top side of the map, leaving them with almost no other plays available. But the one play they had to make, they made it beautifully.
And also a mistake by Flash Rolls because of all the damage they took. Their bot lane had to recall to buy before they got met by this Tristana from BRTT, but they didn't finish the turret in time. So the lack in gold, all the money shared the way it is, and it's a surviving turret.
You can't make these mistakes at this level right here. It set you so far behind because you didn't gain anything. You don't get any extra experience really on your AD carry because he was still trying to fast push the wave. So you're now in a situation where Stake is in a very, very bad lane up top that's not going to push towards him against the range champion, and you didn't get any benefits for your AD carry.
Also, you allow Tristana to push. Once she's pushing, it can be hard to stop her, and that removes a lot of the trading potential you have on the Kalista Thresh lane. You just want to like usually push them in and then poke them out with double ranged autos, and right now Pain Gaming comfortably in the bottom lane, comfortably in the top lane. Stake gets upper hand, but will still get out traded. A lot of minions though on Mylon.
And you can see the damage going back and forth. The bleed actually makes it really fast to get to Mega Gnar, all those ticks of damage, so we'll heal a little bit thanks to that, but Karsa's coming in. Mega Gnar is on, hops once. Gonna land the stun over the top of the knockup. Gets away cleanly.
Good stun. Really good flash as well from Mylon. We're getting that Mega Gnar in. And Karsa making the correct play. You gotta make sure Stake can push out the wave as fast as possible and getting bouncing back towards him, so he doesn't stand there and just get poked down.
Yeah, you can see that Diud and BRTT really don't want to stay in that lane. In the bottom when it's even, because you will just get outrated, so they just go to Crux. They want to rush to level 6. At level 6 you can blow up Kalista or Thresh, if Kalista isn't level 6 herself, obviously, because Fate's Call can deny that. So go back to the lane right now, and not enough vision for Sword Art and NL to really play aggressively here, so I think Pain Gaming will be happy with this overall.
The experience in this lane is equal right now, so you talk about rushing level 6, it's not going to be really any kind of advantage for Pain, even with the Krug and the better lane swap play right here. So you mentioned how long Mylon is in the top lane sharing XP, that makes it different.
I mean, where's Stake going? He seems to not want to return to that top lane at all anymore, so panic. He's double jungling with Karsa.
Well, he's
6 minutes into the game.
He's going to go up and grab the wave though. Once he gets pushed down towards him, he's probably just afraid of potentially a gank coming. There's no river control from Flash Rolls. Pain Gaming right now doing a very good job of 2 pings to basically deny all that vision, making it hard for Stake to go up there and catch the wave in time.
I love what Sir T is doing here. He doesn't have to do any camps, just shadow the lane, make it so that Mylon can't get ganked. He's already a full level ahead of Stake here. Stake, who had a phenomenal performance in the tournament so far, underrated coming in. This time, he's getting the worst end of it.
And now Mabel hits level 6. So again, we have to look at this matchup. If he's not able to do anything against Kami in the lane, which is so difficult often against Twisted Fate because he can sit so far back and farm, just wild card and then blue card whenever you can, and it's very easy to play safe as a Twisted Fate. Yep. Then you also have teleport. Worst case, you can use it defensively if you have to, because you still have the ulti. So there's a lot of ways for Kami to stay alive in this lane. And then Mabel suddenly will find him in a situation later on in the game where he can't split push because he has no TP, and he can't. Like, he can only look for picks together with the rest of the team, and that's where Pain Gaming can do 1-3-1.
Yeah, and that teleport makes it so hard for NL and Sword Art to go aggressive and really use that Kalista passive on the W to out-trade, because at any given moment they can get teleported on, Twisted Fated ultimate upon, and then BRTT and Dio, they can just stay at max range, farm up, get level 6, and Flash was having a hard time finding answers to a lot of their problems right now.
Stake is, luckily for him, able to get the wave up top. He's still behind, absorbing all the minions for himself.
First blue of the game for Maple. Last game didn't see many of those. Finally got some for himself here. Feeling a bit better on Ahri. Not getting counter jungled nearly as hard in this one. Look at the game state right here. It's an 1100 gold lead. That is more than the turret is worth. So farm also going well team-wide for Pain Gaming.
Since Sir T isn't really necessary in any lane, I'd like him to just join mid, push it out, put some pressure on Maple, and that frees up Kami to go for any roam or gank here. And that could definitely be an aggressive opener here for Pain Gaming.
The mind of good old Sir T at the moment, though. He is probably communicating that he's slightly behind in experience and he wants to just sit in power farm. There are camps available for him, but he keeps looking to this top side because they have that early pink ward in the bush in the river to see if they can punish Stake and keep him down. They're hiding.
Island is stealing red.
He's gonna get red buff. We have Sir T, not level 6 though, remember that. And there's no globals to help the top side. Kami can even come up and 3v1 him, and Mabel can just sit in the mid lane and look.
He's gotta be afraid every time Stake goes his way. Ward getting cleared. Rexi's going to show up into the tunnel. This is going to be a bit of a fight. Surti taking a lot of damage. Cleanse used by Maple for almost nothing. Surti gets out.
That was so close. Almost finished off there. Mylon.
Surprised to even walk down to that bush though, because he had nothing he wanted to do towards the mid lane. All they were setting up for was when Stake was taking this big wave up top and just go behind him and gank him. You had red buff Gnar, had TF, and you have your jungler there. Shouldn't have even walked down and had the chance of being spotted by Pink Ward, even though he got to kill it. It meant the play stopped and Stake got to push it out.
And it looked like Maple thought he had Ignite there, because he burned his cleanse at the beginning of the fight when Sir T hadn't even body slammed yet. So I don't know what he thought he was removing. I've made that play before. I've flash barriered someone.
I've been that guy.
I've flash barriered some people before and been like, that control 6. Rank 5.
It's when you do the walk of shame back to your tower. And you know you done goofed.
You just type enemy flash timer. You pretend nothing ever happened. Oh dear. Well, 1,300 gold. I mean, Pain Gaming are doing what I think they absolutely must in this game and have a lead early on, but it doesn't mean anything, or everything rather.
And everything Maple
doesn't mean anything.
Everything Maple did to win this matchup, pick cleanse, play Ahri, kind of goes down the drain. His flash is down, Kami still has flash, so it's almost impossible for Kami to die 1v1, and he should be able to play slightly more aggressive due to that fact, and maybe find an opening. He still hasn't used his ultimate at all, and he hasn't really needed to, but definitely see a lot of plays come out now. Pushing him, it Stakes even running mid. It's like, hey, do you want to share this farm right now? Sharing is caring after all, because he's getting so screwed in that matchup up top. 30 CS behind him. It doesn't look like it's going to change anytime soon.
Probably because of cleanse.
Yep.
Still not sold on the cleanse for Maple.
Oh, it's easy in hindsight.
Yeah.
Hey, said it earlier.
Yeah, true.
Want to see him be able to kill that lane and not just sit and farm even, because Pain Gaming later on highlighted before. The fact you can split up in all 3 lanes with double teleport means for Flash Wolves, unless they start getting ahead in the game now, their map control or their game plan is basically going to be, okay, we gotta look for picks now with this map and we gotta run together. And as long as Pain Gaming has proper defensive vision down, they're just gonna split up and start pushing, and then Flash Wolves have to always go back and defend the lanes.
And look at Kami. He's now spent 4,000 gold in the entire game, and he's bought 0 defensive combat stats. And he even rushed Lucidity Boots with Home Guards with his TF build. So he's not worried at all about Maple's aggression. So if you need to really play the map, not the mid lane.
I'm just not even sure why you'd run Cleanse to beat up TF. Ignite just is more damage.
Gold card stops you going in.
Yeah, but you can just dash once it times out, right? Like
3 dashes to 1 stun.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, there's
You're
obviously
gonna catch him.
I mean, that's what he's Maple's decision with it. Maybe it's also for later in the game, he's afraid of being singled out in a team fight by Kami.
That's true.
And then he gets stuck there and he dies if he's building full blast cannon, as we often expect from an Ahri. So there are reasons for it from him, but it's costing him a lot in the early game, and because the rest of his team, with the way the lane swap went as well, are still behind, except for down the bottom lane where they're 5 CS, 6 CS ahead.
We did say gold defensive capabilities on Kami. He does have a whole lot of move speed. Boots too, with plus the Aether Wisp movement speed upgrade. He's sidestepping a lot of these charms and orbs being thrown at him from Maple, so that's probably his playstyle. You can always see his pacing in the lane is different here. Karsa gets a couple of stacks, but he has to disengage. Kami, at the start of the game, was leaning back, and Maple couldn't really touch him, but right now it's becoming more of a skill matchup where he tries to dodge aggressively.
And Pain is just so happy to continue to farm, because you're ahead in the top lane. Your Tristana, we always know her mid-game with the 1 item spike is not the greatest, so just continue to farm her up. You don't have to risk any early fights against the Kalista. Mylan's the only one going aggressive because he's so far ahead in the lane.
He's going to land the second stun with his ulti there. Already dodged the first Q. He's inside for the second one here, not taking any bleed stacks, and Stake very low. Even eats a house. Mylan goes back to Mini Gnar. Can he hop on the minions? Not going to try. A jump just came back up, but he's pushing his opponent out of lane. He's denying waves under the turret. And the slow press on all the lanes is getting Pain ahead.
And when is Pain Gaming going to close that trap? My own teleport button. Twisted Fate ulti to the down bottom and try and dive Fennel here on that Kalista. They don't really have to, but it is one of the plays available to them. And Flash Wolves trying to find out how do they exactly come back. They need to start making more aggressive plays and find an outplay, because slowly but surely their goal deficit is getting bigger and bigger over time.
I want to see Karsa just hit where the global is, right in the mid lane. You have that Ahri, go and land the charm. Karsa comes in. It should have happened long time ago, but Pain Gaming is basically just saying, we don't have to make an aggressive play. We have all the tools to react to whatever you're doing, except for maybe engage on Kami, but he has flash ready. He's sitting so far back in the lane, and there's been some defensive wards around. So Flash Wolves are basically in a situation where, like, well, we just have to farm now, I guess.
Yeah. And they're winning the bot lane matchup, actually, weirdly enough. Plus 15 CS here. NL's getting a ton of farm. Bloodthirster's not far away anymore.
keep in mind that Pain Gaming has been farming the jungle camp every time they had the chance, giving a little bit extra.
Just have to remember too, Dude has been roaming a lot, so he traded multiple. He's killed 2 pink wards. He's visited mid lane twice. I think that is a fair price to pay for being only 16 CS down and really having a tower. Let's check in the bottom lane. It actually has taken damage though. The bot lane tower could fall on the next push if Dude is not around to defend it. So that could be a swing here for Flash Wolves, and that maybe that's what they're waiting for. Just even out the gold and then start playing more aggressively.
Mylon's going to be there a bit slow. Damage already coming through from the BF Sword NL. Big enough wave, but now they've got to run backwards here. Can't use Hyper.
Position.
All Kami has to do is get into Fog of War. He doesn't even have to make the move down bottom. He just has to... The illusion of a TF ulti can be enough pressure to really disincentivize people from playing aggressively in the side lanes.
Well, we've got a new record here, by the way, guys. 13 minutes, 30 seconds, I believe, is our slowest first blood of the tournament. We're now at 15 minutes here, and
I'm not 100% sure what Pain were looking to do right here, and with now Mylan TPing to the top side, it means Stake can go down bottom lane in case they continue to push, but Pain Gaming were a bit split in their decisions. Mylan was down there to defend. They're like, hey, we can maybe push the tower, go Dragon. They're like, no, wait a minute, don't go Dragon because tower is now available and Mylan has the TP back top.
Mylan's presence did generate Pain Gaming that bot lane tower because they chunked down, forced Kalista back, and then left it open for them to take. Then he went back because he really just wants to keep Stake down. In that sense, it was worth it to play, but they are playing now with teleport behind.
Well, the thing, they've done this twice now. Mylon TP'd up to his lane much earlier on in the game, and Stake never, ever was able to capitalize on this one. With Mylon pushing into him so much, it feels like Stake can't even leave this lane. That's what it looked like anyway. Pain happy to use TP literally just for farm.
Not a fan of BT first on Kalista anymore after the changes to her AD ratios. Went down. I think Blade of the Ruined King is so much better for her. NL. Look at that as his first item though, so a little bit more survivability.
It's a Q-Max too. It's a Q-Max Kalista, so it is very
don't like that either. It's very old school.
Yeah, it's too old school. It doesn't work. It's too front loaded, especially when the Dude can position and can deny your entire damage combo.
Well, Pain got the inside track in the mid lane, but without the teleport and without their Gnar being anywhere nearby, they were a bit too afraid to push for this one. Turret finally takes some more damage. Dragon was the pickup here for Flash Wolves. They traded mid lane turret for that.
But you can basically see what's happening. Pain Gaming didn't have to make any aggressive plays, but just because Flash Wolves knows they can never gank anywhere outside of mid lane potentially, but that has been warded every time, and Kamisar has been standing so far back, was not calling wildcard because he's throwing them out. But Flash Wolves are basically just stuck in a situation where only thing you can do is try and group and then create that one pick.
Pain Gaming, wildcard team after all.
Yeah. Kami is truly an international wildcard.
I guess it fits in on a lot of ways then.
Flash was though disappointing. They came in with this mentality, it seems, in this game to really not make any plays. This is the first real play we maybe have seen him, some aggressive vision. Overall playing incredibly scared, and if you allow Twisted Fate and a couple of teleports to change your mindset, to alter your mindset into a passive farm mode, then the damage is already kind of done. You can even make a play, get punished by TF ulti, then make another play where you can't commit using the fact that you have stronger lanes and maybe get ahead that way. But if you're playing this incredibly scared against a Kami that hasn't really stepped into any of the brushes so far to even threaten you with ulti, feel Flash Wolves, they may have to play a little harder.
Well, unfortunately, Flash Wolves were happy to take their time and lick their wounds and make a comeback up against KOO Tigers with a more poke-oriented team. This one, of course, is not that.
Yeah,
Pain Gaming, as far as teams that qualified for Worlds, had the slowest average game time for wins. I mean, it was over 40 minutes for them to close games out. And they didn't even lose any games in their qualifier. They were just dominating people.
And that's the scary thing, because this is exactly what Pain wanted, a slower early game. They can now use the globals as well. They're going for Stake.
And they're going to go for it. Here we go. Stake might be what's for dinner. The whole team comes in, flashes the wall to get out, and Mylon whiffs the hop. Flashes, gets first blood. Karsa's next. No one's in range for him.
Stakes were made.
Stakes were made.
It was actually really close to getting that lantern there from Sword Art. So bold flash there by Mylon. He wanted Stake because he could have opted to go for Karsa there instead, but gets the first blood. Sends a message too at the same time. So Stake very far behind right now, and this is kind of like the reputation he had coming into the tournament. You know, just gets behind and top absorbs.
But this really was just a matter of time for Pain Gaming. I feel like we keep looking at it, how Flash Wolves cannot make plays because of double teleport. Mabel was in top lane pushing that out, so obviously they know, well, we can just go on the bot side. There's no chance of the Ahri being there. And right now, all they have to do is stay alive in this mid lane, and they've been winning out big time.
Dude loses flash and he whiffs the ultimate. There comes the engage. Karsa picks up the kill on a Dude, and L's gonna try to throw in Sword Art right into range. Body slam away just in time for Sir T. Will dodge away from Flay. 3 turrets to 1 though. Pain Gaming have capitalized on that first kill. We'll see if anything can come back now for Flash Wolves. The Summoner Teleport used by Twisted Fate.
And this is what we were talking about earlier. You just force the play, force TF to use his Destiny, then make another play when Destiny is on cooldown. At least Teleport takes some channel time, 3 to 4 seconds to really complete. That is maybe what Flash Wolves have to do. If they did this more in the entire early game with Kalista ultis and potential outplays, they could have had a better early game. They sat back way too much.
And right here for Flash Wolves, I don't think their solution is to go back to mid lane when TF just teleported in, where he can wave play and team can defend it. What you needed to do here is you need to take your team, when you know the other team is just use cooldown, some of them is back in base, get into the jungle. Get in there, deny some vision, because you have an Ahri. She's so fantastic if the enemy has to walk in blind, get a charm in the face, but instead you value pushing in another wave in mid, and then you don't gain anything.
Yeah, this is one of those plays that just loses you the tempo, the momentum. Call it whatever you want. If you base the members that need to base, if you put some vision, you can start making picks. Flash Wolves in their win played around their composition strengths, using the poke to their advantage. Right now, I don't think they even know what the identity of their team comp is, and they're failing to identify that, let alone play around it.
They have like the solo queue all-star team though. Everyone loves playing these champions. You've seen these time and again. But yeah, what's the dedicated synergy here? BRTT is pretty much safe in the back line. Only Ahri can expect to reach that Tristana. TF's gonna be safe, throwing out low cooldown cards. Lichbane's already done. Zonius is next.
We might never see Pain Gaming even go into a 5 versus 5 team fight. Sure. They're gonna look to just pick off a target instead with the double global for themselves. Mabel is in the top lane, but again, he's now stuck here. So down on the bottom side, Stake is now stuck as well, fighting a matchup he's not going to win. A matchup he's been losing all game long, so slowly again, Pain Gaming can chip away some damage on these towers. And there's no response from Flash Wolves unless they catch out a guy who's then out of position.
Actually, interesting that Mylon did go for Black Cleaver over Frozen Mallet here in this matchup. So far, whenever we've seen Gnar, I think we've seen more Frozen Mallets overall, just to keep that distance against Stake. Maybe this indicates that he's not even... He doesn't even want to kite Stake anymore, just wants to straight up kill him because he's so far ahead of the curve.
And he has the backup.
He does have the backup. If later on, though, Pain Gaming can't close, Stake has the opportunity to duel Mylon at least.
Oh yeah, Mylon going to be definitely more of a damage threat this way. Stake able to run away for this one. Karso looking for the knockup, would have to flash to do it. Does not go for that one against BRTT.
I do like the pink ward that was just placed by Flash Wolves here, trying to, again, when we see just up here on top of your screen next to the Flash Wolves logo, basically, you're trying to have some blind spots where Pain Gaming would normally be moving around in the jungle, because they want to always send guys down so they can be close to Mylon when he's pushing all the way up to the tier 2 tower, and then maybe a charm or hook or whatever is coming in and catching a guy, and that's the way again to create a kill and then get a tower.
Definitely agree. If you're playing any sort of pick compositions, Fog of War is your friend. If you look at EDG, they do it fantastically well, especially in their series against IG, and in their regionals, they just use those pink wards, hide a couple of members there, and even if they know, they could be anywhere. And that is the advantage of Fog of War and just good vision control.
The problem is, Pain Gaming knows exactly where it is, and they're not afraid of sitting down the river and just zoning Flash Wolves away. Look for Mabel and what position he can get when the fight breaks out. If he reaches the backline instantly, he can still take them down. He has Death Gap completed, so he's very farmed. Fight will break out. Mylon is coming in.
He's got the TP on towards the side. Sir T comes in to knock it. Oh, Maple's gone. And now the fight continues. Sword Art pulled back. Sir T's got to run. Ignites on him. And the Gragas will survive. NL's the next one. Easy pickup. Karsa had gotten the kill on a Sir T in the back lines, but Kami going in. He's got his number. Yep, there we go.
Complete slaughter here from Pain Gaming. Aggressive move before Flash Wolves can even get their full lineup to the Dragon area. They just immediately aggress and take out one of the carries, and then at that point the fight's already over.
Again, you play Ahri, you play the pick composition. When you have to run down and the other team have full vision of you, the pick potential is gone. It's not there because they can see everything. All you have to do is dodge around that single target CC that's flying out, and then Pain Gaming is more than fine. They were happy just engaging onto it. Mylon came in, he had Mega Gnar popping about a second later.
Yep.
And too easy for Pain Gaming really to clean up the fight. This Kalista pick is by no means paying off, also because NL is building his wrong. And he has like no real spike in this game.
Well, the last 2 years of the World Championship, it took to the very last day of the group stage for a wildcard team to get their first and only win of the World Championship. Here we're just in the first half of the groups, and Pain Gaming looking sizably ahead here over the Flash Wolves. Team that had just yesterday taken down the #1 team in this group right now, the Ku Tigers. This group is actually looking much closer than we may have expected coming in.
The one weakness, though, is Pain Gaming's tendency to play incredibly small games. If they ever, make a mistake and don't really ward a Baron enough, Flash Wolves do have the potential to sneak it and finish it off with Kalista. Have to be careful for that. Right now, they're denying vision, so they're actually playing to their strengths, which is picking off in Fog of War.
Oh. Well, at least they got him the blue buff back. A nice slow from Mylon, gets charmed. Get the slow again on a stake. This could be the target they're going for. They're going to arrive right in. Mylon's the front line, but he's too low to transform before dying. BRTT does kill off stake. The rest of the team disengaging.
Once again, though, look how confident Pain Gaming is because they see all members from Flash Wolves. Nobody's going to die in the backline, so BRTT just walks forward. He picks whatever target he wants. So he is there trying to single out targets as well. And Mylon didn't get Mega Null while he was on top of 5 members, but at least he pulled, or he was part of the fight starting. And Pain Gaming just constantly can pick whatever target they want and take down Flash Wolves. All they have to do, all they can do really, is just run.
Well, they're going to try to defend right now. Hook on a BRTT. Oh, the shield's in front, but it's not enough. NL gets the kill, and Flash Wolves strike back and save the turret.
Bit too overconfident right there. You can expect that Thresher really, really nicely clipped next to the minions right there. But BRTT should never get caught, and Dude could have positioned slightly better than Unbreakable, but
nice little hook though from Sword Art.
Really good hook.
Just so close to the minions that you think you are just hiding behind it, and then you get pulled in anyway and ends up dying.
Bend the hook.
Bend it, man.
Watch that again.
UTT off on the very bottom. So he's actually just in front of him and just barely tags the corner of his model.
But you can definitely see what he's thinking to himself. Oh, I'm so close to me. I just got to move a step further and I'm behind it. And then the hook flies out and gets 1 kill for Flash Wolves. Didn't manage to get anything else. 1 TP is available for Pain Gaming. And as you said before here, Quick Shot, it's very important now that they start making more plays. We've seen a few team fights coming in from them. And that's what they need to keep doing.
See if they can find the way in. They've got Ahri, they've got Thresh, and they've even got Darius teleport plays to maybe get these fights started. But Pain Gaming have so far been running him around the map, up a turret, and up 2 kills, up 3,000 gold. That's the road ahead for Pain Gaming here. Flash Wolves, though, they came back from behind before.
Pain Gaming, if they can actually push mid lane, they actually have a really good play to be made on the Baron there. People pink ward set up already, but Maple's hovering around the mid lane. Kami wants to put pressure now. If they can lock them into the 1-3-1, it's so hard to get out of that pit, out of that lock, especially when you have a couple teleports and globals available. So, we'll see if that works out.
And you're gonna see the entire river being warded off by Pain Gaming, so Maple can never sneak in behind anyone. Maybe a play he can make. It's risky, but as he goes up towards the top side of the map, and then when Kami is pushing it in, you try and jump him and get the kill. Problem is, again, Flash wasn't available this time, but getting up there and not being spotted by the wards is the problem, because once he shows on top side, Pain Gaming can just make a play on the other side of the map.
And Pain are already set up for this one. They've got 2 wards on that eastern jungle. Mylon's set up to continue pushing every single wave and whittle down this bottom turret. The move towards him will be spotted, so Mylon should be safe pretty much at all times. There's the ulti by TF to make sure.
I'm not a big fan of what Kami did in the last minute. He went top to push out.
Now, 2 guys on bot side.
Yeah, he went top to push out 1 wave. There's too many wards there in the area, so Pain Gaming not confident. He went top to get 1 wave, base, block mid, ultied right now, ultied back top. He could have just stayed top. He had plenty of vision to keep split pushing, and Pain Gaming, they completely sacked their vision control. So I think we're starting to discover here why Pain Gaming's game times go so long, because they make maybe the right decision 2 or 3 times in a row, but then they add a mistake to that. And if you really want to close out games efficiently, it has to be 4, 5, 6 right decisions in a row, and then you punish your opponents.
Luckily for Pain Gaming, because Flash Wolves have been forced so far back on the map, the passive mistake they're making right now hasn't really resulted in anything for Flash Wolves, but they might get a kill on
Pretty active mistake. Yeah, Mylon in the front of the team, thankfully blocked out by a shield. Dude now, the man hooked in, line and sinker. Down he goes. Maple takes him out, 5-4. Kill's getting closer.
I mean, go back 3 minutes. The entire setup that we were talking about, 3 pink wards in the river, 1-3-1 split push available. What happened? It all fell apart. Now suddenly, Mylon, why was he even there? There's absolutely no reason that I can fathom why your top laner should be there at this point in the game.
Like the Flash Wolves immediately into the jungle they go, over towards the Baron area. Scuttle Crab's gonna despawn. They've actually killed every single ward here. There's no vision left. They're baiting instead of starting it.
They have to, because there's 2 teleports available. They know they will get collapsed upon. They see Ari. This may be good though.
There's a mini now, by the way.
Ward over the wall, and
stay in commit though if you are the Flash
Nami
Wolf.
cancels the teleport. So shorter TP cooldown for this Twisted Fate, but both are down right now.
I mean, 1 bait generating 2 teleports. I think you can be happy with that. Oh, not a perfect amount of vision here. They're rotating back to Dragon area. Dragon's about to spawn, I believe, yeah.
And Mylon went top lane without teleport. When the Dragon timer is there on the scoreboard, you press tab and you know it's going to be up already. Pain realized, oh, too late, we can't get it. That's
They
our
didn't
mistake.
keep tabs on the Dragon spawner.
Didn't keep tabs on it. Much like the Lions.
Too soon. I was like, do I make that reference in my position? No, nope. What a reckless jump
Well,
there.
but that was good by Pain Gaming though. They ran up to the top lane. They did group up. They realized, hey, whoa, okay, we can go top turret then instead.
Yeah.
You still saw Mylon head down to the river and realize late.
You see the hesitation. They're not planning ahead. They're planning in the moment. And when you plan in the moment, very often a team that is more strategically adept will just outmaneuver you.
You often lose yourself in the moment.
Jesus Christ.
So worth it though for Pain for getting that top tower. Problem for them now is they just need to get more pink wards around this Baron. They had a single one. They had multiple before, but then they moved away from it, gave it over to Flash Wolves, bought them a little bit more time. Pain Gaming, in their mind, is not in a hurry.
Nope, never are. But they're up 5,000 gold. Flash Wolves do have the Dragon lead. LMS teams actually love to snowball Dragon. Flash Wolves are no exception here. They're a bit used to this kind of
You
scenario.
got 2
but
dragons at 31 minutes. That's
I mean,
slow snowball.
But based on Pain's average game time, we're going to see Dragon 5 anyway.
That is the problem though when you have slow games. Absolute gold leads of really decent values, as we see Dude get hooked here, say 2,000, 3,000 gold. In the earlier stages of the game, they mean a lot, but as the game goes on and just gold generates on both these teams, relatively speaking, they become nullified almost entirely. And if you don't really make any other additional moves to increase that gold advantage, Flash Wolves do have a distinct possibility to come back into this game.
Yeah, this really is the moment for Flash Wolves now, because Mylon doesn't have teleport. Kami's on the bottom side because he's the only one with the global, but Stake can hold that one 1v1. So you have to take full river control now from Flash Wolves' side. Problem is, they haven't prepared for this themselves, so they have no additional pink wards to place at the Baron to force a potential fight, force Pain Gaming to come and face check you. So Pain Gaming can just sit back now and say, okay, we're just going to clear the waves, and then we're just going to wait for our cooldowns. Our TPs are going to be up in 2 minutes, and then we can go back to playing 1-3-1.
And the way this Baron dance is playing out is something you see of mostly amateur teams trying to make it into LCS or inexperienced LCS teams. They're a step behind. They don't get perfect de-warding of the area, and then very often the team can sneak in a ward, just like the ward that Karsa actually just cleared, and that one ward just tells the entire story. Did they move it to pit? No. Then they have to be in any of these bushes. Do we need to check that? No, because they're just baiting. And you waste an entire team time with just one ward. And you really have to make sure that you have perfect vision control if you want to go for these baits.
And Flash Wolves knew the TP was down, because them baiting the Baron 5 minutes ago, or 4 minutes ago, was what forced the teleport. That's why as a team, you instantly got to say, okay, for the next 4 minutes, we can now set up vision around that Baron because they don't have the global advantage, and we can potentially get a fight. That's our way back. That's our way to use our Ari now, who's been farming and farming and farming, but they only went back and bought like a single pink ward. It was placed outside of the Baron. Now they're starting it. Pain Gaming is around. Kami's already popped his
but
gold
Kami's pretty far away. He's got to run across the map. 8,000 health on Baron, but it's enough to make the team run away. A Lantern out. Destiny, the only spell burn for this one. And Pain get to take away the wards. Mylon just sidesteps the hook, and they might be going for a bit more. Meganar lands a slow onto NL, jumps right in, the flash stun.
He's alone.
But where exactly is his team? They're not anywhere around here. Mylon dies for nothing. What was that?
He saw the big play right in front of him. I can get a 5-man Gnar ulti at a World Championship.
Highlight reel. Wants to get the Penta.
Problem was the rest of his team already running back towards the mid lane.
They weren't even like killing Baron. Like, I could understand if it was a bait and Baron was at 2,000 health, but it was like 8k. It wasn't even close.
I just want to go back to the setup from this play. Flash Wolves starting that Baron was a play forced by Pain Gaming. When you do repetitive Baron base, you play the map on 2 lanes. Mid lane and top lane, and you leave bot lane exposed. And very often teams join in into that Baron dance party. That's why nothing happens, because nobody really uses the third lane to push. When Kami goes bot to push, that prompts Flash Wolves to actually have a reaction. The only reaction is to start Baron. So good move by Pain Gaming. The problem right is, right move, wrong move. Every single time by Pain Gaming so far in this match. They can't really get a successive streak of good decisions, and that's what's putting them behind every time.
Well, it's the first team to chain together a bunch of good decisions that might win this one. Flash Wolves playing from a 5,000 gold deficit, though. Need a lot of things to go their way.
Forcing the bait again, hiding around it, even trying to show they're shooting spells in there, and you can go in. So they get the first cooldown for it. Down the bottom lane, Mylan is now pushing with teleport, so Stake will have to go back and catch that wave, unless he can maybe flash engage. Obviously not really why you picked the Darius. You want something to start to fight for him, which has again been a big problem for Flash Wolves in how they always have to play around the shadows, denying vision, and it's not been really possible for now to start the Baron, but they know TP has to come in. Mega Knight's gonna come from Mylan. He's coming from the right side, sorry.
From the left, here it comes in, jumps back. Oh, hops too far, he hopped off ahead. Ulti comes in, the Gragas to split him up. Stake in the front lines, trying to survive. He needs to land a Q. Won't find anyone to hit though. First kill comes through, Surti is dead, and Karsa is next. Both junglers down, a 1-for-1 Flash Wolves routed.
And when you make these Baron plays, instead of putting the pink ward in the pit, use one sweeper once, place the pink ward outside. You really can't afford to have those wards that Pain Gaming placed at the edge to see you enter the pit, because you don't need a pink ward in the pit, because you will see when people get closer. So this is very entry-level Baron plays here from Pain Gaming, from Flash Wolves overall, and they get punished for it.
I got so baited by that teleport. I want to say it was the correct place, but it was on the left side.
Yeah, I know
it
what
was
you meant.
place
It was both
on the
right and left
side.
at the same
Isn't
time.
English a terrible language?
Yeah.
Where right literally meant the correct and the incorrect thing at the same time, but all the same, Pain Gaming were already in position for the Dragon. They get it clean, they can walk back towards Baron. This shouldn't be too bad. It is going to be started by Flash Wolves.
Very far away.
They got this. They got this.
Just completely gave up the Baron control.
It's spotted. It's down to 3,000. Early smite to set up
Where's
for
the
the
Ren?
Ren. Shouldn't be hard. There it is. Picked up cleanly. NL can't miss that one.
I just see, to paint a picture for the people that can't see, the Fischl takes a step backwards and angrily starts shaking his head like a disappointed father at this point.
Yeah. For Dragon, Flash Wolves now in a commanding position here. 4,000 gold deficit. They can make up so much of this. 1,500 already earned in the Baron kill itself. There is a Zeke set up for BRTT. The actual team fight got good again for Pain Gaming, but they're up against Baron and they're up against Siege.
Best play Flash Wolves could hope for here. Trade Dragon for Baron. No teleport from Mylan. It was used earlier, so you have now the lanes you can push down. If you are Flash Wolves, land one hook or a charm and you just go all in on that one, because you have the damage to take down some of these members. Problem is you just never had the opening.
And we've talked about this before. Split pushing teams both benefit and get punished a lot. You know, Baron teams Mylon.
Yep, hooked right in. Got a lot of get a lot of damage through. Nearly takes that. The flash hook. It's blocked. Mylan will live, but Dude might fall, and he is killed off. Stake gets the ulti, fears all the minions. They're going to keep pushing forward now. Another turret goes down. They've got a lot to do.
Pain Gaming. They were making decisions in the moment. They weren't planning ahead. 30 seconds max was how far they were planning ahead, and actually caught up with them. They had a massive lead in the Euro to mid game, but they didn't expand or build on that lead at all. And now Flash Wolves got the Baron and an inhibitor.
They even still have a gold lead, but you can see how little that matters for Pain here. Flash Wolves, the inhib goes down. They've still got a Baron buff for another 80 seconds, by the way. They can go for round 2 and knock another one down.
Passive play in the start for Pain Gaming was okay. We look at the first 15, 16 minutes where they could wait for the play to happen to farm up. But then action had to start. Mylan is the guy who's getting caught out at first. I mean, doesn't die, but the rest of his team have to jump in front of him.
There's no communication. Kami is pathing down to the bot lane, and Mylan is posturing aggressively. He has to know that at least one of these targets will engage on himself. Pain Gaming trying to defend both lanes at once, as if Flash Wolves are not going to make any moves whatsoever, so no foresight at all, just no planning. Poor communication has been the downfall of Pain Gaming.
Well, unfortunate for them, they had a good lead. Couldn't hold on to it. Flash Wolves, their second comeback now. They were behind against CLG early on in game 1, nearly brought that one back. Took on the Coup Tigers, got behind early again. Maple got crushed in lane. They found a way to make poke comp work. They won that one this time around. And now against Pain Gaming, 5,000 gold down for most of this one. Get one great Baron call, trading it for a Dragon. And now the siege continues with Baron buff for 15 more seconds.
For Sword Art.
Well, sadly,
his hookup ruined by that apprehend from Stake. But Flash was so confident that even when Unbreakable is up, they're choosing to charm the support. Mylon needs another hook, has Mega Gnar though.
He's nearly got Mega Gnar.
Well, Flash was just gonna wait now.
He's gonna go.
Pen's going in.
Gets the stun. NL cleanses out, and the front line is in front. Stake gets the kill, but he's gonna drop, and now Kami gets one in. BRTT saved the back line. Baron buff ends, and it's a 2-for-1.
Very good engage though coming from Pain Gaming. They know they have super minions coming in on the top side, so they had to do something. Flash was wanting to back away and wait for those super minions and then move in and take the tower. Instead though, Mylon gets in there. 3-man ulti, I believe, this time around.
Kami still has some form of wave clear, but it's still too much of a threat. Maple could make the play, and so back they go. Turret goes down.
And so many mistakes on both these sides, because Flash Wolves, with any bit of patience, they could have waited for this to happen 30 seconds later. That fight would have never happened. There's no reason to really put a Gnar in Mega Gnar this early. Just wait for the minions to push in bot lane, get another tower. Let's watch that again. Mylon on 80%. You don't want to hook that guy.
You can see how the rest of the team is like, no, just back
That's
down.
way too
you
far
don't have
up.
to go for Enel moves forward.
He has to assess, so
2-man engage from Mylon to start it at least. Stake goes in, does drop after getting the kill. A long axe from him. Casa goes down as well, and it means Pain Gaming can go back and defend the Nexus turrets.
Didn't know you could fade away dunk. That seems really hard to do physically, but
threw the axe forward.
He threw it forward, okay.
Depends, I guess, on what part of the animation you fade, because earlier we saw somebody flash out of
game
the
mechanics, of course. Yeah. So any melee ability that's like literally melee, if they don't go into fog, it'll complete. But if they do, like if they flash from a brush or over a wall you haven't warded, then it will cancel. That's how that stuff pretty much always works.
Yeah. Yeah, we saw the opposite happen earlier. I think when he flashed off mid dunk animation, he flashed a roll into fog.
Yeah. I was more making a like physics joke. That human beings couldn't do that, but Stake is no
Have you never
immortal.
watched Space Jam?
I was gonna make the reference actually to Space Jam, but you cut me off for like talking about mechanics, but that, you know.
Baited and outsmarted.
Clearly. That's sad, I got outsmarted by Greppo.
That must hurt.
It does. It's okay, I'll regain my pride with some jokes later on. Right now though, Pain Gaming still up 2,000, like they are refusing to say die. The problem is their base is in shambles and Flash Wolves have all the control.
Yeah, suddenly your double teleport adds very little value when you're standing down towards your own base.
Baron has faded though, so wave clear becomes so much easier. Kami can almost destroy this wave in one wild card combo.
No chance of killing off Karsa. Just clears the wave angrily. Luden's Echo's in, plus a Void Staff, so full build for Kami right now. This is as basically damaging as you're gonna get on this guy. And all the gold that he can use to earn, you can see he's up 100 CS over some of his teammates there. That's gonna mean nothing, and some of this gold he's gonna lie to you on Pain.
Basically, the opening for Pain Gaming now is once they know Flash Wolves is gonna go towards that Baron, start setting it up, you need that bot lane pushing already beforehand, so that's even with Stake, and then push up the top side as well. So after 3 lanes going for you in terms of the minions before Flash Wolves goes down to set up the Baron, because then suddenly they might feel forced to back away again to go up and clear these 3 waves being pushed in, and then suddenly Pain Gaming can move in, clear away the pink wards, and get control themselves. And that, I mean, they have to now force a fight where Flash Wolves have to engage onto them. Otherwise, Flash Wolves can just slowly wait for the opening, but they start Baron again with Rend and take it.
What worries me is that right now, look at that Ruby Crystal that, for example, Sir T just picked up. That could have been a trinket upgrade. That could have built into either an improved sweeping lens if you really want to play around vision, which Pain Gaming doesn't want to do, but that could have been a secondary scrying orb to really see whether Flash Wolves are starting or baiting the Baron. Having that information without having to expend Destiny could mean the difference between losing and winning a fight.
Still need this bot lane here pushing for Pain Gaming. It's so key that they can force them back and not just have to walk in towards this Ahri here over and over. Mylon looking to see if he can do anything. Mega Gnar is very close for him, but they have to worry about the massive waves. So they're going to push up now, but Flash Wolves can just move into mid lane as well, and they know where Pain Gaming is moving.
Someone's still got to go take control of the bot lane. Of course, they've got 2 teleport users, so either one can go do it. But Kami, again, has no more income to put to use here. It probably should be Mylon. But with the setup around Baron, Flash Wolves are nearby. Karsa Chunked a little bit.
I do like this though from Pain Gaming, how aggressively they pushed up mid so they could move in and sit up near the Baron. Starting it is very risky though because Flash Wolves, they are still nearby.
So right on the front line, hooks into you. Charm hits him as well. The tank doing his job. Surti hooked in. They get the first kill. Karsa goes down, but they trade back on a Surti. Mylan only hits Sword Art with the Meganar. BRTT into the back line, gets the first kill, pushes back Stake, and here comes the rest of the push. Stake has very little left to do. Can't get the kill. A triple for BRTT, and Kami maybe gets the last one, an ace.
I'm very impressed with the aggression from Pain Gaming and BRTT, but I don't understand Maple. Every single time the Youth puts up his Unbreakable, he not only unleashes the Charm on me, also the Orb of Deception, the Prodigal gets destroyed. He is becoming, instead of an AoE monster in these fights, a single target damage dealer on the support. Really big misplay by Flash Wolves, but credit to Pain Gaming because they're looking to close out.
And would you believe it, every single team in this group has a win, and every single team in this group has a loss. They're only one game away from first place right now, and Pain Gaming take a win over the Flash Wolves. We said it was the group of life. Every single one of these teams has some life.
Just these Barons just makes me so... Baron baiting as a concept isn't a beautiful thing, but it's just so poorly executed.
I think we can just talk very quickly about what Pain Gaming did here in the end to set up for that last Baron and what Flash Wolves did as well. Basically, Pain Gaming instant push up the mid lane, and despite Flash Wolves having the wards in the river and the control, they decided to say, okay, we're not going to hold this here, so we have the vision around the Baron and we don't have to run into you. They left. They walked behind to catch the one wave with 5 members. So Pain Gaming was like, okay, well that's now super easy for us to move straight to Baron, cleared out, started the Baron, so now suddenly Flash Wolves had to walk down, and we've seen time and time again, when Maple and the rest of the team walks head first into Pain Gaming, it's very easy to block his damage and avoid him getting onto the backline. So Pain Gaming didn't even need that side lane pushing. That otherwise could have forced Flash Wolves to give up the Baron control and go clear out the waves. They just walked straight up mid. Flash Wolves like, okay, let's go clear the minions. And that was the opening for Pain Gaming. That's how they got into the Baron.
Yeah, Mylan and Dude honestly did a fantastic job soaking up a lot of damage, especially in that last fight. Dude with the Unbreakable there. Stayed alive long enough for Ziggs to still be active on his AD carry, BRTT, and once one target dropped, he just jumped in aggressively. He knew, either I die in the process, but you're trading damage so efficiently that Pain Gaming could clean up. It worries me though for the next part of this group stage because both these teams have shown really, really exploitable flaws in their gameplay.
Right. Yeah. The decision, obviously with the cleanse mid and everything for Flash Wolves and how passive they played the early game. Pain Gaming had a good start, honestly. Had good lane swap. They got the leads for them, and then obviously we're looking at how long it took them to close out the game, and they even technically fell. Not sure if they fell behind in gold.
I don't think they were ever behind in gold.
They lost completely the map control, at least.
Oh, yeah.
All the way down into their own base. They get the win in the end. That's the important one for them. Every single win matters in this group now, where every team is so close to each other. But there's some things they have to look at and fix for next week.
Yeah, the big thing for me, right, we talked about Pain's shot calling, the, good decision, mistake, reset, good decision, mistake, reset. Flash Wolves had no way,
they had no
capitalized
decisions.
on a
No
Baron
decisions
once,
at all.
No decisions, but also just, I think they're also hamstrung by the fact their comp doesn't do anything. Snake's going to keep losing his lane, and this double TP gets to split push them to death forever so that Flash Wolves never get to go do something aggressive because there's always someone pushing another lane into you. There's no aggressive place to make. Sword Art can maybe land a hook, and sometimes that means a kill.
Gotta get in the jungle, man.
But Braum blocks all the sieging. You don't have really good pushing when your two melees are Ahri and Kalista. Kalista, one of the worst turret killers, to be honest. No, oh crap, get out of jail buttons there. And even when Flash Wolves finally had the lead back, or at least the control back, they could only use Baron for any of that.
Yeah,
and then immediately got Nard.
Flash Wolves' composition overall felt like jack of all trades, challenger of none, and they really couldn't get anything done here overall, especially with the poor amount of vision. If you get good vision control, you can make almost any composition work because you can really use Fog of War to your advantage, but so few pink wards, so few really planned out movements. Neither of these teams were thinking ahead. What are we trying to accomplish with these wards? It was more like, hey, I have ward, let's place it down, see what happens.
Yeah, and exactly that point is, when you look at Flash Wolves, whenever there was an opening, and they could choose between 2 plays. Either one, we go and get 1 or 2 hits on a tower, or we walk into the enemy jungle and set up vision. It was always like, okay, what's their play right now that gives us something? Okay, hit the tower 2 times and then back away.
We got tower damage.
And then the next 3 minutes, they couldn't make any plays out of it because they didn't have any control then. So definitely something they have also struggled with before. which is why the siege comp or poke comp they ran yesterday fit them so well, because suddenly you don't have to worry about that too much. It's about being together 5 as a unit. So that's definitely what they should be looking at next week for compositions they could run. Obviously, Nidalee was banned away in this one, and even Varus, I believe, was banned away by Pain Gaming.
Yeah, so unfortunately not a win for Flash Wolves, but a great one for Pain Gaming. Congrats to them for their first win of Worlds. We're going to hear more about that. We're going to send it over to the Shocks for an interview.
Thank you very much, guys. Joined here by Kami after that win of Pain Gaming. First off, congratulations.
Thank you.
What a game. We know you guys tend to play a little slower. Tell me when you guys said to yourself, listen, we have to just take this game home. This is our chance.
Well, we knew we could win all of these games so far, and we were really underperforming, so we decided to change the playstyle because it wasn't working, so we need to try something new, and it was accelerating the game, and we did that, and it worked, so I'm really happy.
Yeah, definitely. One big thing I noticed is Mylon in there. He went every time Mega Gnar was up. Did you have to hold him back at some times? Because he was very explosive.
We do. That's the problem with Mylon. He's sometimes a little bit over-aggressive, but that's the style of the guy, and we love him because of it, and it works. Sometimes you just need to hold him a little back.
Hold him back a little bit, but in this one, it worked. You guys closed it out. I heard you mentioning, I think we could have beaten all the teams we've played already. You got a week now. I mean, this is a fantastic win for Pain, it is, but how do you see this group evolving? There's been some crazy things happening.
Yeah, I think anything can happen right now, and I'm not counting us off because I think we can still get out of groups. So we'll just study, and practice, and do our best on next week.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at your reaction, though, and I don't expect anything else because you guys are very explosive. You're very happy with this win. Tell me a little bit about coming from Brazil and representing your country here. I notice fans love you guys a lot, but that must bring a lot of pressure on you guys as well.
Yeah, the pressure is huge because we have some passionate fans and we can't disappoint them. So we're really happy about this win because we really wanted it. We're literally crying at the end because we wanted it so badly.
And how do you reflect on your performance? Because people say, oh, it's a Brazilian faker. Who would you describe yourself as?
Oh, I'm not putting myself on the level of faker, but I'm really glad that people think that, and thank you for that.
Yeah, you're Kami, and I think that's big enough. You put out some great performances. The best of luck in the rest of the group stage. Thank you so much. Kami and Pain Gaming with their first win at the World Championship. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Shocks. A fantastic win for them, picking that up, making that group even more interesting. At this point, I don't really know what to think about Group A.
Great by them by recognizing that they need to switch things up and go back to something that worked for them when they qualified here. Pick something that is more aggressive, that can make plays on their own with the Twisted Fate. I expect it to be banned in the coming games for them, but at least they got a taste as to how they should be playing. Now, they should do it a lot faster, but they have the tools there. They know what they need to do to win.
Yeah, they saw a lot of success with double TP when they played the finals against Chaos Latin Gamers. And also, CLG banned the Twisted Fate against them, so they knew that this was coming previously and wasn't picked up here by Flash Wolves. Even though they banned Mord, Lulu, Elise, I feel like you could have left the Elise open. They ended up being a really, really good pick of the Gragas there for Sir T, basically winning them that last fight. He had an amazing performance. If you watch that fight over again, it's just stellar. The way he catches Maple was awesome to look at.
It's like, I'm just super happy the Brazilian faker, maybe I should say Brazilian Bjergsen, you know. No, but I'm just happy.
He won a game.
He just stepped up, really happy he stepped up, but something that I need to talk about because I feel so passionate about it. I said it in the first day as well, the Darius. We've seen 2 teams use it properly, or 3 teams. It was Flash Wolves as well when they use it in the poke composition, in a composition where the enemy team has to walk into you. But when Darius gets kited, we see the Gnar in all of these games just does so much more. The Darius just gets kited, and it's frustrating to me. It's really, really frustrating.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry,
go ahead. No, go for it.
I was about to touch on the Darius. He's not just a pick him in any circumstance. They're, like you were saying earlier in the week, very good strengths, but very prevalent weaknesses. You have to build a composition around him, and I think the poke comp is definitely something that he fits into. But you were saying he's kind of the new Maokai.
Yeah.
Basically, you pick him if you're not the strongest laner. You get a nice lane. Even if you don't have a lot of gold, you still have a ton of base true damage. So I think that Darius, we're kind of seeing that more and more, but you still have to slot him into the right composition. You can't just pick him willy-nilly.
Now, Crumbs, you mentioned that they can play these games much quicker. It was good for them to recognize that they needed to change things up in order to get the win. And Kami just said that they aren't counting themselves out of this group. They plan on studying and practicing very hard for this coming week. What specifically can you point to in their play that they could have cleaned up in order to close this out faster?
So Mylon had a huge lead over Stake. You know, when you're both top laners that build Black Cleaver, the first one to finish it will have a huge spike over the other. So for instance, in that time, Mylon had the Black Cleaver while Stake had just Kindle Gem and the Phage. that's a time where you tower dive the Darius over and over and over. Gnar, with his ultimate, has too much hit points to actually be killed from one shot from Darius. You poured in the Twisted Fate, level 6 every single time, you're going to get kills over and over and over. They only did it one time when it was in the bottom lane. So do it faster, do it in the top lane, include your jungler as well. So make these global plays with the teleports, you're going to see a lot more success.
Something for them to consider in the coming week. Now, throughout the day's competition, you guys at home were calling out the world-class plays. And when balls went big to secure C9's spot atop Group B, Blizzard main tweeted, "Come on and slam, and welcome to the jam." Here's your world's big play of the day.
Big knockback, and that's the kill into Morgana. Azir goes down as well, but the dunks are coming through. A double kill for Balls, a triple kill for Balls. Holy cow, they're all gone. A penta-kill for Balls. That's why team's been picking Darius.
Kill Yasuo. Careful, careful. Yo, backline.
You win that.
Yo, get him. Let's
go.
Yo, good shit. Holy shit. You got a penta? Yo, we win. Go. We win.
What the hell?
Yeah, they're all dead somehow.
I don't even see how they died.
Wait, that's
I mean, when Balls was asked what he was doing for practice here, he's saying, "Oh, it's all that Diamond 2 practice." I guarantee you he's gotten pentakills before in Diamond 2. It's really awesome to finally see Darius do something that's not just lose.
I love Sneaky's reaction there. Just completely lost.
Like,
as
did we
to how
win?
that even happened.
Yeah. You took my job. I'm supposed to pentakill them. What the hell, guys?
I think also this specific game speaks to my point. Darius in a kind of kite composition where the enemy team has to engage, does so much.
Yep.
Bam, pentakill, easy.
Well, there you have it. Evidence that Yamato knows what he's talking about. Well, we're officially halfway through the 2015 World Championship group stage, so let's see how the teams are stacked up. In Group A, CLG are sharing the top spot with the KU Tigers. Meanwhile, Brazil brought the pain to the Flash Wolves and are now tied for second place with 1 win each. Then Cloud9 finished week 1 with a perfect 3-0 record, while Fnatic, HQ, and Invictus are tied 2 games back. Group C was off today, but in Group D, Origin knocked down KT Rolster to grab sole possession of first place 3-0, while TSN moved out of fourth with their win over LGD. Now the fight to advance to the quarterfinals in London, England continues next week as we settle the score in Group A, starting with Counter Logic Gaming versus KU Tigers. Then it's Flash Wolves looking for a little rematch revenge when they square off against Pain Gaming. And we'll keep the action rolling until 2 teams stand above the rest. So gentlemen, as we move into days that are group specific, there's many more games for them to prepare for going into one day, but specifically looking at Group A, we talked a little bit about Pain's chances. How do we see the rest of this group shaking out as they're very tight together in this race?
Yeah, I feel like with that win and Flash Wolves and Pain kind of being closer now, I think that KU Tigers and CLG definitely look like they're becoming more and more favorites. Even though they were favorites originally to come out of this group, that seems like it's going to start solidifying itself. But we start off with CLG versus KU Tigers as the first game of the day, and that's going to be a lot, especially if KU take that win, because then they'll own tiebreaker over CLG.
When we started the tournament, we were talking about KU. Monty was mentioning how they're very clever with their draft, and with one draft at IEM, they were able to dismantle SK for the rest of the entire split, and now they're relegated. Now, I think that the match they had against CLG really cracked open what CLG is doing. Focus Pobelter, put these kind of team compositions that they were not able to deal with, and CLG struggled so much. They were so late into the mid lane party that I think that if teams adopt this style and target the bans, do the exact same thing that KU did against them, CLG might be in some trouble.
CLG got somewhat exposed today. Is that opening for Flash Wolves or Pain to make their run out of groups, Yamato?
Well, I think it's you got to give some credit to KU Tigers' play as well. I think it was a very, very high level of play in terms of how they use the composition and generally move around the map in terms of Gorilla and the jungler Hojin as well. And I think it's very hard to kind of mimic that because it's just like a level of quality of play. But the strategy, I agree completely.
Well, maybe they can pull some lessons from the KU Tigers. Make sure to mark your calendars because we'll be back here with all the action next Thursday, October 8th at 2 p.m. Central European Time, 5 a.m. Pacific. Be sure to stick around because in just 15 minutes, Shocks, Jat, and Kobe will be here for a brand new Worlds Tonight where they'll be talking about the day's biggest stories. Now, for myself and the entire live broadcast team, thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you next week.
If there were a time to try turn around, it would have to be this game. These are both 0-2 teams. The win is an absolute must.
They'll keep chasing through. Aegon's going to run in for support. Wild Total pumps his zombies, but the damage is just massive. If tearing through the team.
Now let's see Dyrus. He's in trouble. He gets taken down. Godby and him still alive. 2v3. They might clean this up. Oh! Wild Total gets it. And TSM are wiping the floor with LGD.
Paradox is stolen. And Mountain gets it. He might get away. Oh, there's a double kill now.
Is the one that secures the kill. AHQ are in full retreat. They managed to take down Ziv. Albus follows shortly thereafter. Invictus Gaming keep their playoff hopes alive.
C'est l'Ostar, les Cloud9 implosent Tactic Noir.
Yo, good shit. Holy shit. You got Penta? Yo, we win. Go. We win.
What the hell? Undefeated in the World Championship. The Cinderella story is still alive.
All that Diamond 2 practice.
There's plenty of damage to kill off one. Walter will try to trade one back. The flash to keep
Oh my God, snap!
Coup Tigers tying Counter Logic Gaming over in Group A. There to go. Gets stuck. NL cleanses out, and the front line is in front. Snake gets the kill, but he's gonna drop. And Pain Gaming take a win over the Flash Wolves.
Renover se l'a Logage, c'est parti, Sneaky. Le chase de la part de Yellowstar. La position impériale est bonne. Il reste Yellowstar. Les Cloud9 implosent et Tactic Noir.
Today in Paris, the top teams in the world completed their first lap towards the Summoners Cup. Week 1 of the 2015 League of Legends World Championship is officially on the books. And welcome to Worlds tonight. I'm Shox, joined here by Kobe and Jad to talk about not only this day, but the rest of the group stage of what we've seen so far. What do you guys want to talk about?
The defining moment of Balls getting a pentakill and...
Let's talk about Shock's favorite game, Fnatic losing.
No, we've seen the pentakill again. That's 10 times already since that game.
We've seen it like 35 times, man. But that moment, I feel like just took all the energy from North America, and that's why COG couldn't beat Coup.
That's
why. And that just like deflated the whole energy in the room.
All the faith got depleted by that game. Okay, we're gonna watch it again. I get it. No, but it was amazing from Cloud9.
Yeah,
at least.
I mean, so the interesting thing about this game is that Sneaky actually did the lowest amount of damage on Cloud9's team.
Yeah, and it's actually, since we've seen this fight so many times, you can see how Incarnation is actually one of the huge carries for Cloud9. Yes, Balls gets to clean up all these pentakills with the bleed damage and his execute. All of the pentakills at Worlds, Balls has gotten to clean up every single one.
100% of the pentakills.
But Incarnation, he's been absolutely magnificent for Cloud9, not only on Azir, but he's one of the few players that have been drawing Veigar bans now because of his single performance on Veigar. And them and CLG are actually the only two teams to draw Veigar bans, which is something that I'm looking at moving forward, because 3 more days, teams are going to be practicing more champions. Will other teams start to try and use Veigar, or do they already have him and they're trying to keep it secret?
I do see some similarities between Cloud9 and CLG in the fact that they've kind of run a singular strategy in their wins. Azir and Trist are so critical for Cloud9 with the Veigar ban, so if you want to start getting rid of that, you actually get into some dangerous territory because that means Gangplank could then come back into the games. CLG, though, will need to do a little bit of adjusting because they looked really, really bad.
All the faith got depleted by TSM and C9.
Well,
what happened?
They had bad play. That's what happened.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with faith. It had nothing to do with Cloud9's success. CLG, they made so many mistakes, and they did not play around the Ashe at all. This is something that all of the Korean teams coming out of the LCK, obviously, had played Ashe. And the global engage. From the very first Ashe Arrow cross map, it went downhill very quickly for CLG there. They caught Pobelter out over and over again.
Prey hit the first 3 or 4 Ashe Arrows. It was rather impressive. One, because like landing Ashe Arrows has a lot of different reasons for happening. One is because CLG wasn't playing around it. 2 is because Prey was just firing them in exactly the right situations. The first one that really stands out to me was kind of the beginning of the end for CLG when they were grouped up around the middle turret. And that's almost the only time that the Asher was almost guaranteed to land because they are so committed to that turret and they're worried about flanks coming in from multiple engages. So not everyone is going to move in unison to like split the Asher because that's going to put them closer to the turret.
Yeah, everyone's talking about the America comp with the Azir Eagle in the middle and Tristana with their big guns. And oh, it's so simple. You just group up and you take down these turrets.
Basically a super comp.
CLG were like, oh yeah, Cloud9 did it. We just group up and take all these outer turrets. So they just started grouping up and then they got an arrow in the back
Can
of
we
the
talk
head.
about the Blitzcrank pick and maybe in another group that happened, the Yasuo pick coming out of Fnatic? I see some similarities there. Some teams who started off really, really strong and then maybe ended up picking some things that weren't optimal and you don't really know why?
Yeah, so there's two different things going on here because Blitzcrank was a little bit strange. I think they tunneled a bit and thought it was a support cannon and then maybe didn't expect the Morgana pick later on. We'll get to the Yasuo pick in a bit. But
yeah, even if it's a support cannon, I don't really see the Blitz pick doing much work. It comes back to it being a really classic Afromu character, but that's really all we can see into it because it just feels like there are so many superior picks for support.
Yeah, obviously when you don't see it succeed, it's really easy to say that's not going to work.
Yeah.
I'm guessing what CLG had in mind was, since they're grouping up and sieging turrets anyways, hey, maybe we'll have Blitzcrank hook threat, and if we get one pick, that means we'll kill 2 or 3 turrets. But they just never started getting that.
It was the snowball the other way around.
They did steal that one Krug at the very beginning.
Yeah.
100% worth. But with that, though, CLG lost, and that means with Pain winning as well, that group is absolutely crazy, just like all the other groups now.
South America actually helping out North America there. Pain getting their first victory. And that was huge, taking down the Flash Wolves. So that means that CLG are actually tied with Coup Tigers. And then the rematch between them is going to be very important.
Yeah. So 2 years in a row now, when you beat a Korean team, you then must lose to a Brazilian team in your next game.
Yep.
I think that's a new rule of Worlds.
Yep. Well, OG, on the other hand, don't want to talk about Fnatic for a while, so I want to move on to Group D.
Were you sure? Why not?
Yeah, I will in a sec. I just need to talk about this OG win first.
Subject.
Yeah, we have to talk about Europe doing well first before.
Listen, it was the beginning of the day. It was an important game. I think Allow is riding on who will have the best pick and ban
Talk
phase.
to me
what
about
will happen.
Fnatic Black.
Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm going to talk to you about Origin. Anyway, we knew it was going to be a super, super, super close matchup, but in the end, I'm even surprised by the way Origin pulled that off. We had Gorilla actually later saying that he thought Origin might have been the biggest.
Oh, this play right here.
Oh my God. Get him.
So people
aside from that play, this was the most well-played game of the day, and that play. Aside from those 2 plays.
I have to say, though, specifically that play, people are blaming the missed combo on the recent adjustment to Alistar's kit, where they reduced the speed of the headbutt, but he actually pulverized before headbutting. So that means he pulverized before he was in range to do the headbutt. He would have messed that combo up on any patch notes that Alistar has ever existed on.
I still think Mithy played a really good game, and we got to commend the drafting once again from the side of OG. I mean, Hermit, who's only been in there for a couple of weeks, he's making wonders happen for that team.
Yeah, this was a really, really awesome day of League of Legends. The first 4 games all kind of came down to some incredibly swingy moments, like one team fight, one headbutt going a different way, one face check going a different way, super, super intense. Slightly exhausting as a caster.
And the
that
Baron
game
calls
was so
today.
crazy. There were so many. That was exactly an example of one. That was on the monitor over there. That's why
It was.
That was an example of one in that Origin game.
That LGD one.
Completely swung the
that
game.
Made
the
TSM
LGD one that almost swung the game. The Cloud9 one that swung the game twice. The Pain one we saw at the end of the day.
Do you want to talk some more about that?
Jets still frothing at the mouth.
Do you want to talk some more about that TSM win? Because in the end, I mean, even though LGD was 0-2, he didn't know what was going to happen.
No, I mean, they're both 0-2.
Yeah.
That's the crazy thing. And there was a 10 or 11,000 gold at one point when TSM was up. The second Mordekaiser game we saw, but maybe the first time we saw it in more of a close, contentious game. Mordekaiser didn't really seem to do much except for the final bop onto him.
The bonk heard around the world. Yeah, with Imp standing next to him. I don't think he saw the tiny indicator that charges up on the queue, and you can see the exclamation point. He's at number 2 right now.
And like he's in Zonia's.
Waiting at the Zonia's,
TF over there.
The thing is, TSM were so far ahead, and that fight was still that close. So people are like, oh yeah, TSM, they crushed LGD. It was still a really close game there. And TSM, they really needed that victory, I think. For the morale of the team. They've been working on the communication issues. Getting a victory goes a long way with trusting your teammates and working on those communication issues. So maybe we'll see further improvement.
That's what Bjorkson also said in the interview after communication issues. If we look at Fnatic's game today and yesterday, I'm actually quite disappointed maybe as following them because they reverted back to the Fnatic that we saw back in the spring split. That was a little bit, you couldn't really count on what they were going to do and when they were going to do it and making the same mistakes. And I feel that that's happened 2 days in a row. Not taking anything away from C9's play. Don't worry. What do you guys think?
They're defaulting back on a lot of old tendencies. I think that group is also just super fascinating now because it's 3 teams at 1 and 2 and 1 team at 3 and 0. And the way the group stage is completing is a group playing all their games on one day. So I actually don't think any single lead is safe. With how close the games in that group has been, and Cloud9 being 3-0, they could end 3-3. You could have multiple teams.
Do you see
jumping up
IG
ahead of them. You could
surging?
have monster time. You could see almost any team surge. So Fnatic
With
in
the way
particular-
Worlds have gone so far.
Yeah, I'm not going to make any bold prediction.
Yeah, you did mention already the Yasuo pick for Huni, though. That's a really risky pick, especially into Darius. And I think that they just did a really good job working around that and punish them for it.
Yep. And with that, IG getting their first win versus AHQ, that group is also super tight and super crazy. What was the biggest thing?
I'm trying to. The reason I like stopped
Kakao was on
my
Elise.
Yasuo thing is because I was trying to remember exactly what TSM had.
Oh, TSM.
Okay, so TSM had
I'm going to tell you. I'm gonna tell
Mordekaiser
you.
and Twisted Fate. Brookston went like 11
And Gragas
right.
Twisted
and
Fate
Thresh.
had a really
Yeah.
big day. Kami also just went on Twisted Fate.
TF, yeah. Expeke also in that game. CF definitely a big pick coming into that.
Yeah.
What is the biggest thing that you were, because there's so many things. For me, the biggest thing from this week should have been, I thought that LGD had a good chance of winning the whole thing. Like, that is one of the, that's for me the biggest thing
not
to
over till
take
it's
away.
over.
No, it's not over, but
LGD looks tilted, ridiculously so.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Rumors from, I think the French casters were saying that they had huge fights after they were 0-2. That must have carried over a little bit to TSM. I can't imagine how much they're fighting after losing to Team Solomid based on the international reputation of both of these teams heading into the event. So a lot of shame maybe even going on there. But they have now basically an entire week to recover. And the fact that they played half the group and half the group is still yet to be played, since they were supposed to 6-0 anyways, if they just remember that, maybe they can come out of this 3-3 and actually make it out.
Yeah, the thing is, it's you look at each one of the games, and each one of the different players has made big mistakes in the different games. Everyone was blaming just TBQ at first, but the rest of LGD have all been underperforming at their positions as well.
yeah, we'll see what happens. Let's take a look at the standings. Some teams who haven't made that many mistakes, SKT, OG, C9 as well. No, well, fantastic from them, and everything left to be decided next week.
Yeah, Origin specifically
Yeah.
for me has been a huge surprise. They've been performing really well. Peke back at Worlds again.
So good.
And he just continues to impress. Everyone said he's fallen off, but he's one of these old school guys that should retire by now and just own the team. But he definitely deserves
Same
his
goes
spot.
for High.
Exactly.
Group B, I remembered what happened in the IG-AHQ game. It was super close, and then there was an early QSS on a Shenton from On, and that basically ended the game.
Early
there were
QSSs
so
and
many
early
moments.
cleanses.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of these.
Early cleanse, early QSS, I feel like ended one of the game. Imp standing too close to a Mordekaiser after Zhonya's ended another game. There were multiple single instances that ended games that could have gone either way today. That's what made it so crazy for me.
Group B, all planned. C9 is going to get the #1 seed and then draw SKT, and then, no, is that not? We don't know what's going to happen.
Draw
You're going way too far in the future. Predicting is really difficult with these groups.
Indeed. Well, and a lot of craziness. Let's take a look at the schedule. Everything kicks back off next Thursday, October 8th, and it's going to start with Group A. CLG versus KOO immediately. The rematch we get there in F8. What a crazy day to start everything off with.
Get right back into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, teams playing 3 games each on a single day really changes the complexion of this group
Yep.
stage. Obviously, there's a lot of preparation goes into this. They've had like months to prepare for just these 3 teams, and they also have to take into account really quickly what happened in their initial matchup, and also what changed between the team's strategy from day to day, because no team is playing the exact same as they did on day 1.
And since all of these teams have both won and lost, all of them have footage to look at to find those strengths and weaknesses that their opponents have already displayed.
The entire group's within a single game of each other. 2-1, 2-1,
Exactly.
1-2, 1-2. Nothing.
And that also means that everything will be resolved each day with the groups. The tiebreakers that are possible will be played on that day itself. So it is, well, going to be a lot of pressure on those teams to make it happen in one day. And that's it for us. We could talk about these crazy groups forever, but I just hope that the next week is going to be just as crazy.
We'll talk about them on Thursday.
We'll talk about them on Thursday, indeed. That's all from us. We're going to catch you all back here on Thursday for more World's absolute craziness.
if there were a time to try turn around, it would have to be this game. These are both 0-2 teams. The win is an absolute must.
They'll keep chasing through. Aegon's going to run in for support. Wild Total pumps his zombies, but the damage is just massive. Him tearing through the team.
Now let's see Dyrus. He's in trouble. He gets taken down. Godby and him still alive. 2v3. They might clean this up. Oh! Wild Total gets it. And TSM are wiping the floor with LGD.
Oh, just get arrow. What is he doing up there? Nail's going back in. Gets a bit onto Nugget. Oh! What a sign is.
They'll set their sights on the next, and Origin are on to the Nexus. Origin will place first in Group D.
Moun's gonna dive in. Baron got it stolen. And Moun's against it. He might get away. And there's a double kill now.
Is the one that secures the kill. AHQ are in full retreat. They managed to take down Ziv. Albus follows shortly thereafter. Invictus Gaming keep their playoff hopes alive.
C'est le stade. Les Cloud9 implosent tactiquement.
Yo, good shit. Holy shit. You got Penta? Yo, we win.
What the hell? Undefeated in the World Championship. The Cinderella story is still alive.
All that Diamond 2 practice.
There's plenty of damage to kill off one. Walter will try to trade one back. The flash again.
Oh my God,
snap! Coup Tigers tying Counter Logic Gaming over in Group A. There to go. It's going to get stunned. NL cleanses out, and the front line is in front. Stake gets the kill, but he's going to drop. Nice. And Pain Gaming take a win over the Flash Wolves.